Hello, everyone, and welcome to the KARDS 2021 World Championship Grand Finals, coming at you live from Reykjavik, Iceland. I am so excited that we finally made it, despite COVID, despite anything. We are in the jungle of Iceland. Oh no, wait. We are in the frozen wasteland of Iceland, but we have recreated the jungle, and with me are Admirable and Bubbles. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing fantastic for this one. I can't believe we're live for this. You know, it's been so much work to get a studio presence done for an event like this. And not only that, we're here for a world championship, Bubbles. I can't believe it.
Yeah, dude, I'm so excited getting to meet everyone in person with the players, talking about their decks. It's been a blast. And I've got to say, already 10 times better than any event online.
Yeah, I mean, the difference of just being here in person, right? And, you know, even just the atmosphere, right? You have the players sitting over there to our left in the bunker getting ready. You know, they're staring each other down. The pressure is building. There's $10,000 on the line. It's all to fight for right here, right now. It's just been absolutely amazing. And this is why we really wanted to push to do this live, right?
Yeah.
So let's talk about the players, because ultimately it's the players that are here. They're the reason we're here, and we're here to celebrate them and their ability. So starting off with Viabator, he's going to be a member of our first match up here today. It's going to be Viabator versus Bison. So Viabator, Bubbles, why don't you tell us a few things about Viabator?
Yeah, so he's probably the most veteran player here, right? He's been playing for as long as anyone here and longer. As you can see, really, really high win rate. I think the sort of 70 plus is the sort of thing where even in some other CCGs, this is unheard of. This is sort of really, really prime win rate. You can just zoom up the ladder. As you can see, favorite card, Reichsbank. So he's well known for playing these sort of weirder decks where I want to blow out a bunch of credits in one turn and wipe you off. You feel like you're comfortable, you're like, I'm winning this game, I have all the units, I have all the health, I have all the everything. Oh, I'm dead, he's just killed me. So a real veteran to the game, and sort of just comes out of nowhere, both of his decks, but also to his return to the meta and the scene. Sorry, he very much played a lot early on, had some real success, but then went away for quite a long time on his own thing, and he's come back, and he's very, very confident. He said, I'm here to try and win. I'm going to have a good time. Yeah. I'm going to be nice and respectful. I'm not going to be like overconfident in it. But he said, I'm here because I want to win. This is why I'm here. This is my primary reason. So I think he's got a lot going for him. And his decks are more difficult to play against than most players' traditional ones.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to the casters breaking down his decks, because they are very different from what you might expect. And, you know, there's the fact that we're seeing something in the grand finals of the World Championships. I'm not going to spoil what it is, but like I'm extremely excited for that. As you talked about, he won season 3 of KARDS, like the season 3 ever of KARDS. And then I think my favorite quote, kind of talking to the players leading up to this, came from Viabator, where he said to me, you know, I quit when I was on top, and now I'm back just in time to win Worlds. Right? So
perfect timing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He knows exactly what he wants to do. Right. But next up, it's going to be Bison. So Bison, coming from France, he's probably our, you know, quote unquote youngest player in terms of KARDS age, but definitely not a newcomer to the scene. Why don't you tell us a few things about Bison here?
Yeah. So for Bison, like coming up with this, you know, I was talking with Darkness last night about this, because Bison hadn't arrived in Iceland just yet, and it was getting pretty late. And I was like, you know, I probably should get some sleep if I'm going to be on the deck tomorrow. He's been kind of like fairly recent to like what's been happening here again, though. Like in terms of the competitive scene, like it was kind of like a newer concept. Like Darkness had mentioned that he'd brought some good decks to the KO stage, but that was pretty much like the limit of the knowledge of how Bison was actually approaching this and really playing from Darkness's point of view. And so of course, like now when you see it here, you know, you take a look at that win rate number, and that's a drastic difference from what Viabator had online at this point. However, I do want to point out that a 54.39% still means that you are above that 50% marker, and that's really the key to getting to these competitive stages and actually pulling off some wins here.
It's worth noting as well, people tend to fixate a lot on win rate, but when you're in these sort of environments, it doesn't matter what your opponent's previous win rate is. All that matters is how they're going to perform right now. So you can go against someone that has a 90% win rate, and you can have a 10% win rate. If you play better than them and you do things right, you're going to beat them anyway. Win rate is only a reflection of the past, it's not a reflection of the now.
Yeah, true story.
Absolutely. So these are going to be the players that are going to be facing off first in this World Championship Grand Finals here. And before we started today, Thomas caught up with these players and asked him a few questions. It's coming, I promise.
Are you sure? Is he asking
Alright,
now?
I'm here with Darkness right
That's the
before the KARDS World Championship Grand Finale 2021. I'm here with Bison at the World Championship set for the KARDS World Championship Grand Finale 2021. Welcome first. Maybe you can tell a little bit about yourself.
Okay, thank you. Hi, so I'm Bison. I'm very excited to be there. Well, I came to KARDS 2 years ago, about. And yeah, that's such a good thing to be there for the final.
Yeah, very good. Congratulations that you made it. That's also very good.
Thank you.
Have you been playing other games on that level? Highly competitive tournament, championships, things like that? Or is KARDS the first game at that level?
It's definitely the first. I play video games a bit, but I've never played another game so much. Yes, it's totally new for me to be at this level in a card game. I didn't play any other card games. In fact, it's the first one. I really adore it. I play daily, and yeah, that's new. That's a great experience.
Excellent. That's really interesting to hear. Very good, very good. But 2 years, you say you're playing. That's quite a time. But recently, in the recent half year, I would say maybe you made really some impression. Very good, very good. And there was a little bit of a difficulty to get here. There's maybe a story you want to share.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna try to do it shortly, but when I get the mail saying that I could come there, I checked my ID card and it was no more valid. So I tried to do anything to get a new one, to get a passport. My father helped me because he knows a mayor who knows another guy. I could get a passport in an accelerate process. And so I'm there. But it was very tough.
Yeah, very good. Glad that you made it. I mean, getting a completely new passport within just a couple of days in the bureaucracy. Well done. If you can challenge that, if you can, complete that challenge, maybe that's a good sign for the World Championship as well. Anyway, good luck with that. We will see you in the next few minutes and hours for the matches.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, that was Bison telling us a little bit about himself, but Thomas also caught up with Viabator and asked him a few questions, so let's get to know Viabator a little bit better.
I'm live here on the KARDS World Championship set for the Grand Finale 2021 with Viabator. Welcome, and maybe you want to introduce yourself a little bit to the audience, tell them a little bit about yourself.
Hello, I'm Viabator. Well, yeah, and I'm here to compete and win the event.
Yeah, that's straightforward, plain and simple, right? Come here, win, and done. Where are you from, and do you have any special hobbies that might help you for the World Championship?
I'm from Czech Republic. My hobbies at the moment it's mostly cards, obviously, preparing for the event. Other than that, I'm doing massages. It's also my job, and card game coaching.
Nice, that's very good. Now that you're here at the KARDS World Championship, do you have any special tips or preparations? How do you prepare for such a large event?
I'm just playing as much as I can, getting to feel confident with my decks, and that's it.
Well, so far it has been played out quite a bit. You are a long-term KARDS player. How did you come to KARDS?
I don't exactly remember the beginning. Maybe I found it on Steam, and it was free to play. A nice game, great illustrations. I love this. So I picked it up and like early beta, I think, and stayed because I love card games, and this is a good one.
Nice, that's great to hear. And well, now you're here at the finals. What do you think are your chances? You said you're here to win. Is it that?
That's why I'm here, right? Like, I wouldn't come that far trip just, to participate.
Excellent. Good luck with that. Maybe as a final remark, if you have some tip or advice for players who want to get to, well, not the same, but a similar level, or at least get better, what should they do?
Yeah, for sure. I think like you should get some good card game coach, because if you are serious about the game, like that's how it is. Like you should get some good player to tell you things.
Yeah, I think that's great advice. That's really good. But you yourself, you didn't have any coach, or did you? Or did you invent everything on your own?
I'm competing in card games from 1995, so there's some experience.
All right, that's very good to hear. I wish you and the whole team also best of luck. And yeah, see you in a little bit in the matches.
Thank you very much.
And that was Via Bator, two fierce competitors here, and they're going to be the first match of today. But we also have two other players, they can be considered like the tournament veterans of this grand finals. Yeah. That's J King and Darkness on the lower bracket there, and the lower side of the bracket there. Starting with J King, Admirable, why don't you tell us a little bit about J King?
Yeah, with J King, we kind of when we arrived here at this point, this is our first time actually meeting each other. It's the first time we've had like a deliberate conversation with stuff. But in terms of the cards game scene, this is potentially the most decorated player that's in the game at this point. We're talking 4 OCC championships this year. It's like, look at this win rate that's involved in this spot right now. Like, J King has just done a massive job when it comes to the competitive scene about this one. And that's really where a lot of our stories have been shared in this, is just kind of like, talking about points in the past, like what really kicked off his point to take cards very seriously and really step into that scene and drive that competitive notion of it here. And now suddenly he's at a world championship that we're here for this one. And kind of like looking at these points and seeing where the strategy point is, I really have to say that J King kept his head, I think, pretty level for this one. He's actually the only player bringing Brit Air to this tournament right now, which is actually like pretty crazy when you take a look across this board. Yeah. The meta has really shaken up for this. A slight balance patch and then a small injection of cards that's taken place here. Yeah. Some pretty big changes to the way that players' opinions are approaching this right now. But with J King, very level head. He's kept it straight here. He's like, you know what? I'm going to keep my concept online. There's a reason I got here to this point. There's a reason I made it this far. Yeah. And it's because I keep playing the good decks and making the great decisions on this one. So I kind of fully expect that to keep going on pace here as we arrive to this point. But it's just crazy to like see that he's the only player here bringing it, and to like share these stories and to just really kick it off. It's been so awesome meeting the players here live and actually being able to share these stories.
Yeah, I mean, I'm amazed that he's the only player bringing Brit Air. I mean, I think in the past 3 tournaments we've seen everybody bring Brit Air, right? But I think like we also, I mean, we did call him out on it a little bit after the knockout stage for the World Championship, where he eventually lost, but then because of the COVID restrictions was able to come back here to Iceland. He was bringing decks that didn't have a lot of agency, right? He was bringing reactive decks, but now I feel like he's back in like, I want to take control, I want to drive here, I want to make my own victory happen, right?
Yeah, he kind of talked about that a little bit with me, Bubbles, and Spoos as well. We were catching up with the players, kind of getting ideas on their lineups and what was happening there. And a big part of that knockout stage for J King was quite literally not playing the decks initially that would 100% be played at a world championship should you get to this point. He just kind of wanted to keep everyone, guessing a little bit. For that second stage of the knockout, it was very much a meta decision that he had made of like to try to take that counteraction force. But then we had an OCC championship come up very, close after that in November. And that was where really it's time to throw the players off your path at that point. It's like, I can't play what necessarily I'm playing at Worlds right now. That really sets the tone. Yeah. So that's a big question mark that he had coming into that November OCC, was just, what deck should I really be bringing to this point? Because I can't give away all of my strategy information here.
Of course. And then the final player, also a very decorated tournament player and long-standing veteran of the scene, is going to be Darkness. Bubbles, talk to us a little bit about Darkness.
I mean, where to start on Darkness? He's been here for so long. He's any tournament you go back and watch, Darkness is there. He's sort of the kingpin of card tournaments. He really knows what he's doing. But for the qualifiers, similar story to J King, he brought these much more reactive decks, these sort of decks where you try to counter your opponent instead of doing your own thing. And much like with J King, this very much fell short for him. And we've seen him go complete 180 on this and completely redo his strategy and reorganize his strategy at no longer countering his opponent's weak points, but playing on his own strengths.
Yeah.
And I think this is really quite a strong thing for cards players to do, where you say, you know what, I don't care what they're doing because I'm good at what I'm doing. And we see this. He's brought 4 control decks. We're not going to go too far into the decks right now. We'll go over that later. But I just want to point out his Germany-Italy deck. When we saw him not do so well in the cards qualifiers, I mean, he still got really far.
Sure.
But when he didn't manage to make the top 4, what we saw was a deck with loads of countermeasures. Now, 2.
Yeah.
He's got rid of all of them.
Yeah.
He said, I'm going back to what works. He's got his favourite decks with him. He's a really good player. And I can tell by talking to him and listening to him, he's gone back and he's worked out what went wrong. And it's so easy to have things go wrong for yourself and think, I got unlucky. It didn't go my way. I didn't draw the cards I want. But he said, you know what? No, I may have got unlucky, but I could have done better and I'm going to do better. He's completely rebuilt his strategy. And I think he's taken himself from he could win this to he has a really solid chance of winning this. I think he's a really dominant player in this tournament, someone to look out for.
That's awesome. Well, similar to Bison and Viabator, Thomas met up with J King and Darkness before today and had their thoughts on being a part of the World Championship Grand Finals. Let's start with listening in on what J King had to say.
I'm live here with J King on the KARDS World Championship final set. Maybe you can talk a little bit about yourself, introduce yourself and what your hobbies are and things like that.
All right, so I'm J King 7 from Canada, currently a student 4th year in history. And yeah, in terms of hobbies, a lot of video games, Dungeons and Dragons, role-playing games, pretty standard stuff, but KARDS has become quite central to my free time recently, so.
Right. I mean, you're one of the top players, if not the top player that we will see this weekend, right? But how did you come to KARDS? Was it just a perchance, or were you actually looking for something like this?
So it's actually a funny story. I was going to a wedding, and we got to the hotel, and then basically found out that I was going to be stuck in this hotel with a pretty terrible laptop and 6 hours of free time. So I opened Steam, searched by free games, and was just looking for something simple that could run on a very old laptop. And first thing I saw was a different card game with a historical theme. And I thought, oh, maybe there's a World War II themed card game out there. So I looked up World War II themed card game, and KARDS was the first thing, downloaded it, played it for 4 or 5 hours. And then several months later, I saw it in my Steam library and decided to pick it up again. And I mean, now, a year and a half later, here we are.
Yeah, that's a crazy story. Talking about playing for a long time, maybe have you played other games like that, on that level, competitively, tournaments, something like that?
I've played in terms of online CCGs, I've played Hearthstone at not a competitive level, but that's just because the scene was a lot larger. I think if I had really tried to get into it, I maybe could have done, but I think a lot of my skills in KARDS comes from my history in playing Hearthstone. So not at a competitive level, but I played very well and understood a lot of skills that I brought into KARDS, and I think that's what has allowed me to play at such a level in KARDS.
Interesting. How are you preparing for these challenging 2 days? I mean, it's a really tough thing, right?
Yeah. I'm just going to head into it one game at a time, one match at a time. I haven't set my expectations too high because I know anything can happen in KARDS. Anyone can beat anyone. We all have roughly a 25% chance of winning. So I'm just going to play a game at a time, not set my hopes too high, and just try to play good KARDS.
All right. Good luck with that, and see you in the matches, right?
All right, that was Jay King, and he shared some interesting thoughts on being here with Thomas. But next up, we have Darkness, as Thomas met with him as well. Let's take a listen on how Darkness is feeling coming to Iceland.
All right, I'm here with Darkness right before the KARDS World Championship Grand Finale 2021. Darkness, maybe the audience would like to know a little bit more about yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself then.
Okay, thank you, Thomas, for having me here. I am Darkness. I'm playing KARDS since 2019, June, so I started a few months after the release of the early access KARDS, more than 2 years now. I come from Germany, and when I started, I was a student. Then I finished my education, and since then I'm in love with KARDS and actively playing it, streaming it on Twitch, and creating some YouTube content.
Fabulous. So more than 2 years, and you have had some really good success so far already. But I think the World Championship finale is so far the top.
Well, yeah, last year I was in the final 2 and I scored first place. I want to top this year, of course. But last year wasn't here in Iceland. It was online, so it's a completely different feeling.
Right, now, right on stage, that's definitely a different feeling. But have you been playing maybe something else competitive? What about other games? What about other tournament experience? Do you have something like that? Is that something good? Is that something bad if you have experience? If you don't, maybe that's good?
I do have experience with Hearthstone to get into CCGs. This was my first one, and I played this a lot for 3 years. But I was barely competitive, played like a few very little tournaments, but it was more like the grinding stuff and the ladder stuff. I played Dota 2 competitively on an amateur level. We played a lot of small tournaments, won a few bucks, but not on the same level as the pros. KARDS is my first online game where I'm like really in the competitive scene. Sadly, as runner-up, I didn't qualify in the first place, but as runner-up, I'm finally here as compensation for last year. Yeah, it still feels very, very good.
Excellent. Good luck. And we will see you in a bit.
All right, and with that, we have gotten to know all of our players a little bit, and it is time to turn our attention to the actual World Championship matches, because we have a match coming up, and it's going to be between Viabator and Bison. But before we jump into the specifics, let's bring up the bracket and see what the weekend will keep in store for us here.
Yeah, and as we come to this point, this is really, I think, one of the primary points of the match where we start to see that drama increase as we start to move through that bracket as we get here. Because we have 6 solid matches that are taking place, and we're talking these are the highest stakes matches that can possibly be taking place in terms of KARDS. Viabator versus Bison's coming up first. Jay King versus Darkness is coming up second. And look at that match right there. That's like the match of the year that's taking place. And we possibly get multiples of these. So this is a double elimination portion of the bracket, but once you get to that final match that's there is no winner compensation for being at that top point. So right now we're going to see 2 players move to the top side of this bracket. We're going to see 2 of these players move to that bottom end of it, where then our third match of the day, one of those players is going to be eliminated. Yeah. So then heading into day 2, you'll notice that we're going to have 3 more matches that take place, and in each one of those, it is an elimination match that is taking place. So today, we're going to see 3 players advance, and then tomorrow, we're going to crown ourselves a champion.
Oh my God, you just said that, I got goosebumps. Like, we're crowning a world champion, guys. Oh, I am so excited. I think, let's not mess about, let's not waste too much time talking about this here, because the casters are going to be breaking down the decks for us. Quickly, before we jump on over to Thomas, who's standing by with both players for a quick word before we jump on into the match, let's get your predictions, starting with you, Bubbles. How do you think this series is going to go?
Oh, I think based off the sort of weirdness of Viabator's decks, I think he has a real edge in this, because it's more difficult to play against these difficult decks. So I'd say he'll take it, but I think Bison is going to be able to fight back against some of that. I think we'll get like a 3-1, 3-2 maybe.
Okay. What about you, Admirable?
I'm thinking that Viabator has a pretty distinct edge in this one, and again, mine's going to be concerned with the meta portion of this as well. Bubbles is going to be talking about spoos with this one on the caster desk, so I'm not going to get too much into that. But right now, Viabator's strategy, I think, is very well lined up against Bison's. You still always have a chance in this one. This is a card game we're talking about. This is a strategy variance game. Yeah. It's never super decisive in one way or the other. But again, this is a best of 5 here. I think the distinct edge going over to Viabator's side, so I'm giving him the edge in this one. I'm thinking about a 3-0 is very possible.
Okay, well, we have gotten the bans. Viabator did ban out the Britain deck here from Bison, and Bison banned out the Japan deck from Viabator. So that's going to be, the bans. We'll know more what they mean once we hand it over to the casters, start breaking down the decks. But for now, let's throw it over to Thomas, who is waiting with the 2 players before they sit down and enter the match.
Right, we are live on the stage. The first matches are coming up, and we have the champions here, both of them playing against each other. So, how are you feeling? Are you nervous? Are you ready? What's going through your mind?
Several things, but of course a bit nervous and very excited, and definitely ready for that. Yes.
Right. What about you, Viabator?
Yeah, pretty excited. Taking so long already.
Right. So, any last final words? Anything?
As usual, good luck, have fun, right, Battle?
Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, exactly. Good luck to both of you. I think it will be a really good matchup. Is a strategy all set and everything good? Deck bands all set, all good to go?
Yes, good to go, yes. It's okay.
Yeah.
There. Okay. What your predictions? Are you gonna win?
Oh, it's hard to say. We'll see. We'll see in a few minutes.
Certainly hope so.
All right, that sounds good. Well, I would say best of luck to both of the champions. May the best of them win. And of course, there's not really any losing. Tomorrow is another day, but for right now, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Thomas. It was awesome to hear a little bit from the players before they sit down and play. But before we get into this final, this first match of today, then we did produce a little video clip, and we want to be able to show you a little bit of an intro to the World Championship, a little bit of a homage to our players, to you guys, to the fans, to everybody around KARDS. So if we're ready, let's roll the clip. A few seconds, apparently. See, we're doing it? Yeah? Go. "2,000 players started on the journey to make history. Many battles have been fought, but the war is not over yet. The final conflict remains. 4 players enter the bunker in Reykjavik, Iceland, but only one will leave a champion. The KARDS 2021 World Championship Grand Finals start right now."
Hello, everyone. Yeah, good to have you on board here, chat. And we are just waiting for the first match to start. With me is Bubbles. He just
hello, yeah.
came up here to join me, casting today's matches. Ah, look, we're also on screen now. So, what are we going? We're going to take a look at the decks first that the players are bringing, and I think we start with Viabator. Taking a look at his decks.
Sure, and the series is Viabator versus Bison, right?
Yeah, that's the first series we are seeing today.
And here we go, Viabator's first deck, Germany, USA.
I'm starting with Viabator, and I'm giving it back to you after that. So Viabator he's as you mentioned earlier, he's very famous for his combo decks and weird decks nobody is expecting, and he stayed with that line. So he's bringing his German US baby combo deck again, which is heavily relying on the baby combo, like the Nebelwerfer,
Yeah.
Not the Nebelwerfer, the
Autocannon.
the autocannon, dropping that one, and after that you play the rush production and drop a lot of units, so the autocannon is pinning your opponent down in health. But usually you play this deck with Soviet ally.
Yeah.
It was popular with that, but then somebody developed the kind of deck with USS ally, where you have all these cheap German cards, and that also gives you an option to have not only rely on the autocannon, but also have a chance to overwhelm your opponent early in the game, right?
Yeah, and I think one of the cards which actually kind of made this deck a lot stronger was this 32nd Infantry Regiment, the Chocolate Boy. Because you play this for 1 credit with a rush production down, it draws a copy of itself and does what you want it to do. You have 2 credits, you can chain these very, very quickly, and you can gain a lot of credits very quickly, and they sort of draw themselves automatically from your deck. So I think that's a big part of why USA is a stronger ally. And I've noticed as well, he has cards like the Jag Bomber and the Kriegsmarine and the Leopold in here. Any insight into why that is?
I think it's just additional burn to your opponent's health, because maybe he expected the players to bring a lot of Italy ally, which usually has a lot of healing, and Kriegsmarine and stuff like that just helps you to lower your opponent's health so you can bring your combo easier.
Do you think it offers him also the potential to go play it a little bit like an aggro deck? Obviously, it wouldn't be the most refined and well-built aggro deck, but you could sort of switch between sort of OTK and you're not finding your combos, you're finding lots of units, I put them down, I go very quick, and I sort of play it a little bit more like a traditional aggro deck than
Absolutely,
OTK
absolutely,
deck.
yeah.
And then with the second deck.
Yeah, the second deck that he's bringing is the Japan-France deck. We also seen that in the qualification for today. Just the standard Japan-France resistance. You want to heal a lot with this deck. You want to win the fatigue race against your opponent. You want to out-heal him. You want to control the board. You want to remove all of his stuff and fill his hand with these annoying resistance cards. He's also playing with arming the resistance. So that's the strategy behind this deck. It's very annoying to play against, especially when you play a control deck where you have a lot of removal cards and your opponent is not playing any units. So what are you doing with all your removal cards? You just let them in your hand, and additionally he's giving you these resistance cards and you just can't do anything.
Sure, you sit on like a lot of defending depths, maybe these sort of honorable deaths. I mean, it is quite nice if you have like Imperial Decree, because you can play that for free and just get rid of it. But these bigger, more chunky ones can stick about a little bit, and you know, someone finally plays a unit, yeah, I can get rid of one, but I still have a 8-card hand, for example. It can become a bit of a backfire on you versus these more reactionary decks.
Absolutely, yeah. So, third deck that Vibrator is bringing is a Brit-Soviet OTK deck. Have you ever heard of that before today?
I think the last one I heard of was when we had Crusader OTK meta.
Yeah.
And that lasted about 48 hours until it got deleted from the game. So other than that, no, and I don't think I've ever seen one in a serious tournament before.
So then let's take a closer look at what Vibrator is bringing here. So this deck relies on cards like the new Spitfire, that 4/4 Fury guy that just got released with the latest expansion.
Sure, the World of War.
With the World at War expansion, exactly. And cards like the Zeus and the B4 203mm howitzer. That...
and then you so is the Zis the main way of blitzing out our units, or do we have any backup way?
Yeah, as you see, that 2K order finest hour, he has 2 of this in the deck. So this is an option to give the Spitfire blitz if he's not finding the Zis.
Now, this deck's name, I heard a bit of a story about this.
Yeah.
It was submitted, and it didn't really have a great name. So we went to him and we said, what's the name of this deck? Has it got a good name? Has it got a cool name? And he said, no, I've not really got a good name for it. It's really unnamed. So we've decided to dub it Britain Deck Free, named after the deck it was submitted as. It was submitted as Britain Deck Free, so we're now dubbing this deck this. This deck, we did the maths last night when we worked out how good this was, how much damage it could do. We worked out that this deck can do 52 damage in a single turn.
Yeah, in an optimal setup, when everything goes like all stars align, you just get 52 damage. But
have you ever heard of it being, I don't know, doable, I suppose, for an OTK deck to do 52 damage in one turn without a card like Great Patriotic War to reset that HP point to 12. It seems like a ridiculously high amount of damage, and for a resistance deck, you sort of think, I can out-heal these OTKs, I gain 12 health, I'm fine. But to do 52 damage in one turn, and don't get me wrong, that's a perfect scenario, but it's scary to know that no matter how much you heal, it can sort of catch up with you. And then do you want to take us through the last deck, I believe it is?
Yeah, last deck will be, surprisingly, I mean, it's not a weird deck, it's just the standard US Germany, we call it mid-range deck, right?
Yep,
it
mid-range.
developed from a way more aggressive deck into a more mid-rangey deck. And this deck is heavily relying on having the front line and get draw with your Shermans and just overwhelm your opponent with pure board presence. You have cards like We Can Do It in the deck that helps you keeping your units on board, and then you just, as I said, you overwhelm your opponent and kill him. It's very hard to deal with this, because even if you play control decks like Soviets with Confusion, but your opponent is having units with We Can Do It on it, you can not really trade into them. They're just surviving and you wasted 3 credits. So very hard to deal with. That's why it's so popular at the moment, and I'm pretty excited to see how it's playing out today, because I also think a lot of players are prepared to deal with this.
Something interesting I've noticed in this one, which we've not seen in as many mid-range decks, like you say, they like to go more aggressive on that, sort of be a little bit more aggressive. The second California very recently got changed. It was given Blitz, a weaker effect, and a cheaper deployment effect. How do you feel about this in this deck? I notice it doesn't really synergize with the We Can Do It anymore, because by the time your unit's taken that many hit points, it has 0 attack, and it's now just a large guy in the front line with no attack. Do you feel like this finds a home in the deck, or do you feel like this is maybe a little bit out of place here, and this is more trying to force the card into the deck?
I think with the new Blitz ability, it can also be a chance to regain the front line.
Sure, for your Shermans and things.
Yeah, because as I said, it has Blitz, so it can clear the front line, and then you have a smaller unit that goes into the front line. You can deploy a Sherman additionally to refill your hand with Sherman. And with he's also playing the variant with island hopping in it.
Yes, which combos now quite nicely with strategic bombing, right?
Yeah, and with the island hopping, you can just give your California attack back if it's hitting the California, for example. So it would not be too big of a downside to lose all the attack on the California, because you have the potential chance to regain attack with the island hopping.
Sure, and then if we go over to Bison's first deck, which I believe is a Britain-France mobilized deck. Now, this deck, we've seen it see a little bit of play. We've seen it come and go, and a lot of pros seem to not favour it as much. A lot of pros would rather bring other decks. And I'm very curious if there's any clear difference you can see on why certain pros favour this deck and certain pros don't. Is it a sort of bringing it because less people bring it, or is there just sort of, I don't know, play style involved?
I'm not really sure. Actually, I'm really a big fan of Mobilize. I like how this deck is playing, because you have several win conditions. You can play it very aggressive with all these 0k1 drops, or 0 drops then, that 0 credit deployment unit that has 1/1. And you can just, if you have a perfect starting unit, you can drop 4 of these turn 1. Sure. And on turn 2, you have 4 2/2s in your support line, which is really insane. But you can also play it in a control style way and try to get to your Commonwealth to turn 12 with the Potas, which has an immense draw and heal potential. And that's why I like this deck. You can make really fancy plays with it. It has the airdrop in it. If your opponent is in the front line, you drop an airdrop on that unit that is in the front line. It's getting retreated. You get 2 units out of it. You pin your opponent's support line, you can't do anything.
And I've noticed as well, we've got some interesting cards here from the French side. I've noticed we have some interesting cards for the French side. We have Call to the Colonies, which isn't quite as popular normally. And then I'm going to butcher the pronunciation here. It's the 1E Regiment Intranga. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it, but this is a very weird card. We don't see it played very often, so I'm curious to see how this works out. And then if we head over to the second deck here, which I believe is a Germany-Italy control deck. Hold on one moment, just having some tech issues. So yeah, this is a German-Italy control deck. I noticed.
No, we're still at the Mobilized deck.
Okay. So yeah, Brit France. How do you feel about this 1E regiment?
I'm not sure. It got changed recently, right?
Yes, it got buffed recently. I'm not completely sure what the change was, but it's. Do you think it's viable now with being buffed? I know we saw it see almost no play. I saw people give cute nicknames to the card. I've heard this been called the Rooster and things, but I've never seen it see serious play. And this is a serious tournament. This is the World Championship. People are taking this very, very seriously. I'm very curious to see how this works out, if it's better now or if it's pretty much still a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, I think we have to find out. I mean, usually you play this in a resistance style deck because you can have the opportunity to fill your opponent's hand. But Bison is playing it like a mobilized version.
Sure.
And if your opponent is having only 3 cards, you have a 5-drop which is a 3/3. So
although it is worth it, it does have Blitz. And I believe the change might have been a decrease in operation cost. So this means you can drop it and run it out to the front line very quickly. I mean, I like this deck, and you do have these airdrops, but without the airdrops, you don't actually have many ways of quickly taking the front line. So this does offer you a bigger avenue. I'm curious if part of why he's run this is the US mid-range deck is really, really meta at the moment. And for that deck, the front line is super, super important. So actually having this in his deck offers him another way of controlling and fighting for the front line, which maybe was one of the lacklusters of this deck if you didn't draw your airdrops.
Absolutely. So I'm excited to see if that deck is going to be in play today. And as I said, I'm a really big fan of the mobilized archetype, and I like him for bringing that deck.
Sure, it's definitely...
And the nice point is that he's French and he's bringing French ally here. That's also nice.
I mean, you've got it. You can, if I came and I didn't bring a Britain deck, what kind of man would I be? You have to,
Sure.
show some representation. And then if we're able to see the Germany-Italy deck, I think this deck has some uniqueness to it. There's a lot of cards in here which don't see much play. Namely, the 80mm flak. It's a very weird card. I know we've seen some people try and bring it before. I believe J King gave it a go.
Once, yeah.
However, I believe he didn't stick with that for very long. So I'm not completely convinced by this card. It's definitely sort of dominant in things like draft and sort of these limited events. It's very dominant there where there's a lack of ways of dealing with it. But I feel like in these sort of high competitive environments, I'm really not convinced by it. Now, I do understand that it multiplies its damage. So with Mare Nostrum, you can very quickly heal a lot of damage, a lot of health. But against mainly infantry-based decks like this USA mid-range,
it's basically a dead card. Yeah.
It's a dead card. This ambush and this multiplier on damage is going to be very, very inefficient against those. We also see some pretty nice late game cards. We've got the new Schwabel, which recently got changed. And then we do have the JU88, which not everyone plays. Very nice at generating lots of cards for you, giving you sort of a way of fighting an attrition war. And interestingly, we have the Hornisi.
Yeah.
Not everyone likes this.
No.
I like it. However, I do get bullied mercilessly for liking it.
Actually, I talked with Viabator what he's thinking about Bison stacks, and he said that Hornisse would be a very good card against him.
Oh, so maybe this card is the sort of the secret ingredients he needs. I suppose it is a lot of damage, and in these longer, more gruely games, for instance, against like an OTK deck that's trying to find its combo and you're grueling out against it, it not only gives you the potential for large amounts of damage, but damage aside, I think people underestimate the pure strength of drawing 2 cards a turn. This is a really powerful ability. I mean, we see 22nd Infantry, the 2-1 German guy, who generates draw for you. This guy sees a lot of play, and it's not for its body, it's not for its stats, it's purely for the power of drawing an extra card each turn. It's a really, really strong ability. So I think maybe it gives this deck a little bit more, I don't know, draw and attrition, which actually... I know this deck is seen as sort of anti-aggro and very good against attrition. I see this deck suffer against attrition. You trade 1 for 1, but one of the things Germany-Italy lacks is good, cheap, efficient card draw. Maybe this is the solution.
Yeah, and also with the Hornisse on board, as you look through the deck, there are 8 drops, there are 10 drops, like the Leopold, 7 drops. You want to have this thing off of the board, and your opponent has to spend probably a lot of resources into removing this, giving you more space to bring you even bigger threats.
I mean, you know how frustrating it is when your opponent top decks a Leopold. Imagine he top deck a Leopold and does half your health in one move. It's just a little bit more packed to it. So I think that's potentially a really, really good deck. Although I am concerned about this 88mm
Yeah.
effect. It's also worth noting, I think it's 17 one-offs in this. There's a lot of 2 copies, a lot of, not a lot of 2 copies, a lot of 1 copies. You might see this here. This deck, those cards are really small because there's a lot of them. It's really long. So just a sort of interesting thing about this one. And then I believe the next deck, if we can go to that, is Soviet Italy. How do you feel about Soviet Italy?
Yeah, I think it's very popular today. We might see more of Soviet Italy later. So people are preparing, I guess, against Bison's OTK deck, kind of,
Yeah,
because
they're
you want to
preparing, they want to
out-heal
heal,
them. You want to
yeah, yeah.
out-heal them. And Italy as ally is your opportunity to heal a lot. And especially with Soviets as your main ally, as your main nation. You have cards like Road to Berlin in it. You have these 845th. You have these battalion that is healing. So you have so much healing. And you additionally have the KV1
Yeah.
as an option to bring it on board, and your opponent cannot really do combos that draw him cards.
And I suppose this could be a real issue for any of Vibeta's OTK deck, because I want to draw lots of cards, I want to ignore your board and draw lots of cards. I can't do that against a KV. I'm just taking damage, and it can become a real issue where if you don't have a solution for this, you have to draw to find a solution to it. But if you draw to find a solution to it, you end up just damaging your own and burning your own HQ, and it can become a real problem really quickly. And it may not kill you on its own, but it will certainly put you into a position where they can kill you. It can get you into that lethal range.
Yeah, like as you see, there's also a Siberian transfer in
Yeah.
the deck, so that's another 5 potential damage you face. So you're under pressure as long as the KV1 is on the board. So he has to find a way soon to get rid of it, and that's what I think is the strength here of that Soviet Italy deck.
And also Winter Offensive. I know it's seen as a board AoE and a way of wiping board, but this can be lethal. This is 4 damage to all. This hits the enemy HQ. Your opponent's on 3, your opponent's on 4, can't quite reach it. Winter Offensive does the trick. It can be used as burn. I think that's one of the things people don't always take in mind when valuing this card, is actually this is 4 damage to your HQ. And I guess I get that it costs 8 credits, but I think it's worth it for these situations.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then I believe this is the 4th and final deck. This is Classic Blitz or Japanese aggro, Jaguar as we like to call it, Feigned Retreat aggro. Now this uses a few core cards to sort of pop off. Why don't you share with us what those cards are?
So I think the main part what this deck is built around is the Feigned Retreat, that 6k order.
Sure.
That whenever you play this, you discard your whole hand, and in the following, whenever you draw a card that is a unit, you draw an additional card.
Yeah.
So, and with him having cards like the Akita Regiment, the Maido Regiment, that can deal a lot of burn damage alone. So they have dead effects or destruction effects that have the potential to deal damage to your opponent's HQ. And just imagine you can drop this after, and your opponent can't do anything because you have the Feigned Retreat, and whenever you drop a unit, you just draw another one and another one. So that's a lot of pressure for your opponent. And additionally to that, if you do not find the Feigned Retreat, you just have the Enigma for this insane amount of draw. I think that's the core card that this deck is built around, and then you just want to outburn your opponent, right?
And then for a little bit of extra burn as well, I noticed we do actually have Yamato in here.
Yeah.
So this gives all your Japanese units a destruction effect to do 2 damage, and this stacks with one like Mito's destruction effect. So suddenly your Mito, it dies, it does 4 damage to the enemy HQ. Not everyone likes this because it is an extra order and lowers the chances of you getting, say, your Feigned Retreat. But I've played against this card, and you're like, I have my Carpet Bomb. They can't survive this, and then they play Yamato, and it's worth noting, it's 4k. This is one of the key things about aggro-y cards. Like, we can do it, which I think is really good in aggro, and Yamato, you can get these off pre-Carpet Bomb. And this, you can sometimes even get it off like pre-root out and things. So this thing costing 4 means if you can go wide early if you have this in hand, and not worry about AoE because you have the perfect answer to it. I personally am scared of this deck. I was actually sitting, having breakfast this morning, and across from me were Darkness and J King, and they were saying, I think I'm scared of the Jaguar deck.
Yeah, especially via beta, right? He's playing decks, or some decks, the only exception is Japan Forensic.
Sure.
They don't run a lot of healing. So if your opponent is playing a deck that has the target to burn you, you're in trouble, right?
Yeah, and it also does have cards like these Shiden for a little bit extra reach to the face. I like Bison's deck because he's put so much effort into just making sure that he's not in a situation where his opponent has 3 or 4 health and he can't quite reach it. He has a lot of answers to that. So if he does find himself in that position, it's really unfortunate to him because this deck has been tailored to not have to worry about that. But I think those are the decks.
Those are the decks, and I think we are ready to jump into to match number 1.
Yes.
Do you know what decks got banned?
I do know which decks got banned.
Because each player had to bring 4 decks, as we already saw, and one of them is banned from each.
Yes, so Viapator banned Bison's Mobilized deck.
Oh, I'm sad.
Yeah, he banned the Britain-France deck. Bison, I believe, banned Viapator's Japanese Resistance deck. So these are the 2 bans. Japanese Resistance for Viapator is out, and Brit Mobilize for... Did I get the names wrong?
For Bison's
yes,
out, yeah.
There we go. So we see Jagro for Bison in game 1. Pretty scary deck.
Versus the baby combo deck. That will be interesting.
Now, I feel like as good as, or as powerful as baby combo can be, Jagro I don't feel like is a good matchup. I feel like it was a better matchup when you had Soviet ally because you had ways of healing and slowing these Jagro down. But with this Germany ally, with USA ally, sorry, I think it's going to struggle to survive. I think if he doesn't find his combo incredibly early, he may be forced to play this less aggro-y. And we see this already. Turn 1, he realizes as he drops his 32nd Infantry Regiment, this is him identifying, I can't play this like a regular game. This is one of the games where I have to switch and play this like a little bit more traditional. And if he gets Bison down to 10 health, he can still baby combo just for 10 health. You can still do this later into the game. People think of these OTK combos as all or nothing. It's really not. You can use it to get that little bit last burn.
Oh, look at this. Bison deciding to not go to the front line so he can activate his 35T the next turn. So making sure he's having an infantry unit on board so the Panzer 35T, that 2-drop, is getting the reduction on the operation cost. So he has the potential to rush 2 units to the front line next turn. But look at what Vibrator is building here already. And as you mentioned already in the deck presentation and already yet, Vibrator changed his strategy, or he adjusted it to his opponent, right? He's also knowing, I need to have board presence against Bison, so he can, additionally to all this burn out of his cards, I do not also receive damage from the units. So he wants to clear the board as soon as he is able to, and that's why he's developing a board here over keeping the cards for his baby combo. That makes no sense. So he knows that, and we're going to see how this game develops here with 3 of the Shotgun Boys already in game.
I wonder if we'll see the pack this turn come out from Viapator. A lot of Jagro cards are very, very aggressively statted, and this means they have 1, maybe 2 HP if they're lucky. So against this card is pretty much just going to be taking out cards. It's going to take out Akita, it's going to take out 22nd, it's going to take out like the Bicycle Regiment. A 1-1 arty usually isn't very scary, but for Jagro, in a behind situation, because right now Viapator actually has the tempo up against the Jagro deck, he may be in a little bit of trouble. He may put down this dinner because it has 3 HP and it sort of guarantees its survival. However, we do see this SD in Viapator's hand. He's actually getting very close to being able to kill it anyway.
Yeah, but Bison's task has to be now to get rid of that artillery, because it deals 1 additional damage to tanks when they are deployed, right?
Yes.
So Bison is not able to play his Type 94 or his Type 93. They just died to this. So Bison has to make sure he's getting rid of that pack, otherwise it's just ruining whole game plan of Bison.
And I think Viapator sort of saying, you know what, you're going to get the pack, you can have the pack. But while you're putting time and resources into killing my 2-1 artillery, I'm actually going to go ahead and start finding my combo pieces. And then I'm going to kill you and finish you off. We see he already has the auto cannon in hand. He just needs, he needs a lot of things still. However, if he can find those combo pieces while Bison is distracted, he sort of has a nice defensive setup here just by having more board presence. And it sort of put Bison onto the back foot, which allows him to maybe spend his credits less on tempo and more on just finding the things he wants.
Ooh, and there is the feint retreat.
Not what you're looking for there. Really, I think Desperate Measures is the prime one, and then you'd be happy with a bombing raid. I think Feint Retreat and Enigma, both in hand together, is sort of very sad for this deck. You kind of want one or the other, but having both in your hand when you drop the Arado, I think it's a really, really pitiful card to get out of it. And I think if I'm Bison here, I would very be thinking about, how do I get out of this situation? This is right now a difficult situation for him to be in.
Yeah, there's a 2-1 artillery waiting in the backline for Vibrator. Vibrator also with 6 cards in his hand and an additional infantry. So, but Bison deciding not to go for the pack here. I think he's not seeing this as the biggest threat at the moment. He wants to be in the front line, and that Akita, when it dies, that infantry in the front line, it deals 2 damage randomly to any opponent, it's whether HQ or unit.
Yeah, to anything random.
So he has 75% chance or 63%, 66% chance to hit any of the units after it attacked it.
Sure.
Depending on whether Vibrator is attacking with the puck or with the unit. So I think he's going for the shot there and hoping that Akita is hitting a unit to get 1 additional unit out of the way.
And we see him reducing those odds to 20% by putting down an extra unit. It's just a little bit extra of security. You know your pack is going to die at some point, but you may as well force as much out of Bison as possible. And unfortunately for Vibrator, the Akita hitting the artillery is sort of key card. And maybe we see this game swinging towards the pressure being on Vibrator again. Maybe Bison can start being a little bit more aggressive and forcing Vibrator to hurry up and find his combo. But we do see rush production, autocannon, and the Reichsbank.
He's very close to his combo here.
I think you need a bit of draw, maybe like a
second rush production, maybe.
Yeah, or the industrial might.
Industrial might, yeah.
And maybe 1 extra unit, but you do have this Arado to draw an order as you do it and get a little bit extra. We're looking maybe 2-3 turns minimum.
Yeah, I would say it's not that far away. He needs what, a second rush production very likely, and as you said, something that gives him additional draw, like the industrial might.
Yeah, and we see Bison realizing there's a clock which he can put Vibrator on and just saying, you know what, I'm going to put a unit in the front line, I'm going to put down my Type 93s. Now that this pack is dead, like you said, he can put these down and they don't instantly just implode, and he can start putting the pressure onto Vibrator. Flampanzer, not a bad draw. It can take out any of these 1-drops, including the Serrado, which is a little bit more difficult to reach.
So what would you go for here? For the raiding, for the bicycles in the front line, or would you like to take out one of these types? Type 94 it is?
It's a very difficult choice, but when you do take out this front line, it gives you far more easier trades, and it also means when you rush up and take this front line and pressure the support line from Bison, it gives you a unit with more HP that's going to be more durable sitting there. We may even see him trade and move up and kill the second Type 93. He's saying, you've used 2 of your Type 93s, you can have 1 more, these fighters only have 1 attack. The phrase I like to use here is plinky, they have a plinky attack, and you see it here. He's saying, you know what, this is the route. These fighters really aren't so scary anymore. Ooh,
that is a good find there for Bison, knowing that the Flampanzer is already out.
Just expired.
He's only having 2 in this sec. So 1 is already gone. And that Signal Regiment can be a big problem there for Bison, for Vibrator. Every unit that is dying when this is on the board, it's 1 additional damage to your HQ.
Yeah, it's a lot of pings, a lot of damage. And previously I was thinking, what's the most optimal route for Bison to take this front line from Via Beta? What's the most optimal way he can do this? But now I'm thinking, he doesn't need to take the front line. He just drops the signal and he just keeps trading things away into it. He can take out as many units as he wants, as slow as he wants. Doesn't really matter.
And Bison deciding to keep his signal here, maybe, just so he's dropping it when he's
I think
getting more value out of it.
Yeah, the plan is, I think, if he saves it, I imagine it's because he's waiting until he can drop it and get instant reward out of it. Instant reward is very, very powerful in card games, and especially in cards. You notice a lot of units with deployment effects and blitz are super powerful. The Kyusha, a very, very popular artillery, slightly infamous in cards, and this is partly because, or hugely in my opinion, because it has blitz. Less about this 50-50, which does make it more exciting, but just blitz artillery, blitz fighters, blitz bombers, these are really, really powerful.
Yeah, blitz is a really strong ability in cards, and units with that on board are very scary to deal with, and it's very hard to balance them even, right? Because, as I said, it's a very strong ability that can have instant impact on the match, and it's very good to have these units in your deck, and Bison is having a lot of them.
And we see Via Pator, unfortunately we can't see what the cards are. However, I imagine he's considering A, what's more likely to give him his combo, or B, does he need to take something non-combo-y to help him survive? He essentially just needs to stay alive until he can find this. He's not really been able to pressure Bison's face at all, like I thought he might be able to. Instead, he's now completely relying on the combo, and he gets the Leopold with the right back. This is a Leo next turn.
Oh yeah, that's also a nice combo.
Have you ever seen a Catty OTK deck Leopold you before?
Caddy OTK?
Not Catty OTK, sorry.
No.
Autocannon OTK. Autocannon OTK. Have you ever seen that Leopold you before?
Not really, I guess.
No, I haven't either.
It's very uncommon.
It is very uncommon, but by the looks of things, it's gonna work.
I think so. I mean, it might give Bison additional draw with the diner, but he's having a full hand anyways, right?
I would like to see Bison take advantage of this Signal Regiment now. Drop it now and get some instant reward out of it while you can. Get Viabator as low as you possibly can and just start pressuring HQ all the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I would go for the... I'm not sure. Maybe go with the Mido. That's 3 damage.
And then I think you move up the additional Mido to the front line and you hit face for 1. You get it down to 6. This is becoming scary, especially in a deck which runs Yamato and has Signal. 2 units, no matter what they are, if they have Blitz with Yamato and Signal, that's lethal. And with this Mito on board, it's becoming very scary HP-wise.
He's also playing the Shin, right? Which
yes, he is playing
so
the
once
Shin.
you are below 8, and the Shin combo is 11 credits, right?
11 credits, or
So
4 credit, or 7 credits. No, 8 credits for the first one. 11 credits for the 4. Well, the numbers are difficult, you know.
Man, I tell you. But he's down to 6. That's very frightening. So just imagine Bison finding the Yamato here. Then it's already almost game over. But there comes the
Yamato or Shiden, or even maybe Bombing Raid and Desperate Measures. Take in mind, he hasn't used these. These are still in his deck. Desperate Measures, 2 extra damage to face. Bombing Raid is 3 extra damage to face. And there's the Desperate Measures.
Speaking of the devil here.
I think you don't drop the Signal this turn because of the risk of it dying. I think the only feasible way that he loses this game is if A, Viabator pops off next turn and OTKs him, or B, he gets the Signal killed.
Yeah, the problem with Viabator's hand at the moment is that he's not having any follow-up draw, right? He could do a combo, but how much is it? He's having 3 units.
Yeah, if
he already bleeds 30 seconds,
yeah.
So this is not giving him an additional draw. So he's only having 6 damage here. This is not even close to killing Bison.
I mean, if he finds Industrial Might, he has the potential to do the combo and then find a second Industrial Might and more units. But this is a lot of RNG. It's a lot of ifs and buts. You know, I think realistically, this looks very favourable to Bison. And Bison has the ability to kill the Leopold. But do you even take it? Or do you pin the Flampanzer here? You don't need to kill the Leopold. You just need to buy time. Goes for the Arado pin.
That's interesting.
Why do you think the Arado pin over the Flampanzer?
I think it cost Vibrator 4 credits to kill a unit with the Flampanzer. It would only cost him 1 credit to kill a unit with the Arado. And I think that was the main reason, I guess.
And what can Viabator look in this Alpha Corps to try and stay alive?
I think he can look for a second autocannon, maybe.
But that, I think that's still not enough for lethal. He essentially has this turn to do something. I think if he doesn't do things this turn, he very much loses the game. And take in mind, he can't end the turn with the front line. Because if he ends the turn with the front line, this Mito comes down to kills itself. You have to figure out, how can I stop the board killing me here and not, you know, die to the Mito?
Yeah. Very tough situation that he's in. 3 units and the Signal Regiment, which is alone 3 damage. And all these units can also attack next turn. And there's a Mido sitting in your opponent's hand. And the Desperate Measures.
Yeah.
So it's looking really, really not good here for Vibrator. I think we might see a lead here for Bison. What do you think?
I absolutely agree. And I think considering the sort of slower start Bison had, I really thought Viabator was going to have a real advantage to this game. But Bison, you know, played really, really well.
Okay, and there's the lethal, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is lethal. I think Viabator may be feigning countermeasures here, trying to trick his opponent into thinking as a countermeasure, as a very, you know, desperate measure. But as we know, Bison has the true desperate measures and can use it for lethal.
Oh yeah, and we might see it. You can just do bombing.
I think he's just thinking, is there anything which can go wrong here? This is the World Championship. Why
rush
it?
You better think twice. You have your time, you have your timer. If it's not starting ticking, you have still time to think.
I mean, use the clock. It's a resource. Use it.
Really? You should. We saw it earlier in the qualifiers and in the OCCs. People are playing too fast, making mistakes. But Bison did not, and that's why he's taking the lead here. Very well deserved. And Viapator's autocannon deck did not really work that well against Jagro.
No, but I think Jagro was one of the more difficult matchups, and I think he still put up a good fight. Even if eventually it was a pretty clear win to Bison, I do think Viapator put up a pretty strong defense in the early game. He just wasn't able to find the cards he needs to properly transition into the late game.
He was very close to having the combo, but yeah, not there in the end.
Yes. However, Japan is now out of the way. You don't have to worry about Japan anymore. And I remember we were talking to Admirable yesterday, and he was saying he thinks Jagro or Mobilize are the decks you ban, and the other one you just kind of struggle against. And, you know, here you go. He banned one of them, and he struggled against the other one.
Yeah.
However, now he can turn around. Now he can say, I have the advantage matchups, and do his best to properly win this. And I don't think his OTK decks have a lack of damage, so long as they find their combos. So I don't think he's too worried about healing here from Bison. I don't think he's too worried about the healing from Bison, because he has late game huge amounts of damage. He can do, you know, so much damage.
Yeah. And I think we are ready to jump into the next match. I'm not sure if the players are. Look, they were having a little interview. Okay, I'm excited to hear what they are saying.
Oh yes, we chuck it back to Thomas. Back to Thomas for an interview. Not back to Thomas for an interview.
Where did the players go?
Yeah, we've lost the I think there's possibly a volcano erupting in Iceland, and the players are escaping.
It looks like.
Yes. The players look a little bit confused.
Same as we, Barbara. We look at the moment.
And they're back down. We've regained our players. Sorry, we were a little bit confused there because we saw our players run away and we thought, must be going to an interview. Where else could the players be going? But I think they just wanted to stretch their legs, you know.
Yeah, it's always good to stand up and walk around a little bit so you can focus on the next match. That's a good way to get your head clean. And yeah, let's jump into the second one.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Is Vibrator bringing this again? As you mentioned, he has now, where the Mobilized deck is banned, the Jagros out of the way. He has free way for his OTK decks to work out. Do you think he's just bringing that autocannon deck again?
I'd like to see him bring the Britain deck, because his Britain deck isn't banned. It is Resistance deck, which is banned, and I want to see the Britain one work. But we see the Germany mirror, so it's autocannon OTK once again, and it's up against Man Nostrum, Germany, Italy control. The reason I say Man Nostrum is I think this is one of the key cards to look out for this game. You get Man Nostrum out on something very big, something very scary, maybe an 88mm flak, and you heal a lot of life, and it makes the autocannon deck have a much harder time to finish you off. I think this is pretty much who finds what they need first.
So do you think Bison is hardly mulligan for the Man Nostrum here?
I think you have to. He has kept the Bologna, which I think makes sense, because you're saying I need to play early game, I need to play tempo, and this Bologna regiment, very high tempo, very nice early game. So you know, and the chances that he loses a unit, pretty small. It's pretty much a guaranteed free drop, and you get maybe a Man Nostrum off this. That can be a potential for a lot of heal. Although Viapator's hand, that's a strong hand. That's a really strong hand.
That is. He's almost he just needs the autocannon now, and then
autocannon and 30-second infantry. That's game. So I think look out for Viapator this game. Maybe even if Bison finds what he needs, it's just not going to be enough for this crazy start from Viapator.
Yeah, he's having the Bologna regiment, but that is very, very slow, right? You have a 3-drop with 2 operation costs. If this is in the front line, he's already there.
You know, we're seeing my favourite thing in cards, which is both players have a Rados in their hand, but neither player.
Yeah,
they're both just waiting for the other person. It's a back and forth.
You do the first move. No, you do the first move. Yeah.
I mean, they're too polite. They're letting the other person go first. It's a battle of politeness.
So do you think it was a good idea from Bison to keep this in mulligan?
I think it's difficult. On paper, or when you first glance at it, it makes sense because you want to find your Man Nostrum. And when you last saw Viapator play this deck, he put down lots of early game units. What was to say he won't do it again? And this will help me find my Man Nostrum. However, I do think it's a bit baity because the chances that Viapator does that a second time when you're not Jagro, I think from Viapator last game, that was very much a deck reaction play. He didn't do this because he wanted to. He did this because there was Jagro in his face.
Yeah.
Although, saying that, Viapator putting down multiple units, allowing them the Rado. There's also a Man Nostrum. There's also a Through the Breach. There's a lot of options here for Bison. I think the most optimal one is to save the Man Nostrum, run up the guard, and then just try and, I don't know, solidify yourself in the front line. Second Man Nostrum.
Oh my god.
I think we're going to see some healing, Spoos.
I also expect some healing here.
Yeah, just a little bit, an okay amount of healing.
So, when you only have one, you have to be very, very sure on what unit you want to play that Mana Nostrum on. If you have two, you can spend one on that Bologna here, because you know you have a second as a backup that you can do later on another unit. So I think we might see... I'm pretty sure we see one next turn, right? If this Bologna stays there where it is, we see a Mana Nostrum on it.
I think it's almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
We see Bison saving the Freer Breach. He doesn't feel under much threat right now. No reason to really drop it. I can't tell you exactly what he's saving it for, but I do understand the fact that he's not under any pressure. And actually, if Viapator wants to draw his deck and try and find the combo pieces, he's not going to use that one-up cost anyway. For him to play, say, his Panzer to draw an extra card and find what he wants, that artillery just sits there. No need to kill it now, just be patient. You know, I think patience is a really underrated skill in card games, and I think we see Bison showing a good, use of that.
Yeah, absolutely. All he needs right now is this autocannon. So he needs whether to find it with the Panzer, with the 4-drop in his hand that he's playing right now, or with the... I'm always forgetting the name, the 2-drop that gives you a random elite.
That is, I believe, the Africa Corps.
The Africa Corps. I'm always...
Leopold,
in my head it's something like Desert Fox, but it's
got
not
Leopold Reichsbank.
Another Leopold.
Yeah, the Reichsbank Leopold. And he can use a Reichsbank, play this Leopold, and not worry about ruining his OTK combo later, because he has a second Reichsbank. He has a lot of credit gain in his hand. This is going to buy so much time, and it's going to remove Man Nostrum from this unit. You're only going to be healing, I think... Oh, I say only. You're going to be healing a total of 8 at the most here.
Oh, he's deciding to go face with it. Not going for the Panzer 2. I mean, it is a 4-8, right?
I mean, the longer this game goes, no matter how much health you have, you still are scared, right? You want this game to close quickly.
Yeah.
Viapator hasn't found his combo. Utilize that. Bully him. Pressure him. The most damage you're taking here is 2. You're doing that. You're gaining life quicker than you're taking damage from Viapator.
Yeah.
And Viapator realizing that and just saying, you know what, I'm just going to kill the Arado. Partly because he doesn't want a second Arado draw to come out when he plays the Leo. Partly because it's just a free unit he can kill.
So I'm pretty sure we
I'd like to see the Jag Bomber, right? And then you make Viapator overdraw, and possibly Viapator overdraws his autocannon, and that's a huge swing for you. Instead, opting put down the Panzer.
I mean, the best target, or the only target, well there would have been the Puck, right? You don't want to give him the Pencil 3 back.
Yes.
So I think it is okay to go this line. And look at this. Vibrator, or Viapator as we call him.
Yes.
Already down to 11 health on his HQ.
But he does have a Leopold.
He does have a Leopold. The question is he going for it, or is he trying to look for the... for the autocannon with the Heinkel, maybe?
You know what artillery are scared of? Naturally, in the natural environment, when growing up, artillery learned to fear one thing, and that's lions. And you know what I see sitting in the left of Bison's hand? It's a lion. I see a lion awaiting there. And like I say, these are natural, artillery are natural predators of lions. What are you going to do about it? It's just going to come out and it's going to destroy your Leopold. This is your Leo. Germany decks have been built around Leopold. This card is insane. This card is one of the strongest cards in cards. And you've just lost yours.
Yeah, very
but
soon, I guess.
He did gain a lot of tempo, to be fair.
And also look at this. Bison sitting on 27 health. I'm not sure. We should have done the calculations. How much damage output that...
He's not going for the lion.
Okay.
This is getting tense. I'm very, very curious. Is he going for the overdraw? Take in mind, this Leo can't get redeployed instantly because Viapator went for the Reichsbank.
For the Reichsbank, yeah. He's just having 7 credits next turn, so he cannot deploy it next turn, which buys more time to pressure the HQ.
Goes for the Freer Breach. Now, he does have a Man Nostrum to put on this Jag Bomber, heal a lot of card. Volksmaker, not an important card.
I really like that play, dropping or bouncing the Leopold back to the hand.
I think it's smart. I mean, you can tell by what I was saying.
Because in your mind, you think my opponent dropped the Leopold. If I bounce, it's a pattern that you have in your mind, right? If I bounce my opponent's Leopold, he's just redeploying it. But then you did not think about, my opponent is just having 7 credits next turn. He cannot redeploy it. So you just bounce it, leaving yourself a 5-4 fighter on the board, and your opponent has to deal with this because you are at 11 health. And if you're not dealing with this, knowing your opponent is also having an Honisse in his deck, you're in trouble.
I wonder if we'll see Viapator go for the kill on this. He can technically kill it if he drops the Heinkel and chucks everything into it. The issue is, with 9 cards in hand and the Heinkel giving you an extra card, you're still going to overdraw unless you can figure out a way to just get rid of something to, avoid such an issue. Viapator going for the right bank. I think everyone is assuming he's going for Leo. I'm assuming he's going for Leo. But he has the potential to win the game next turn. If he can find this autocannon, maybe through the Heinkel into Spoils of War, that could be game just there. There is industrial might in his hand. There is the potential for him to end the game this turn. I really think Bison needs to take advantage of this Man Nostrum now to buy time, because I'm scared that it's going to be too late if he doesn't.
Would the line be to just play Man Nostrum on the Jack Bomber go face, because you also set up lethal with this?
Well, the Leopold is coming out next turn, no question about it.
Yeah, there was a
However,
right bank. I see.
I think even with the right bank and even with the Leo, that's the play. I think you set up lethal in the future, you have an answer to Leopold with your Lion, and this heals you, this puts you up to 30. You now need to play, instead of 10 units from Viapator to also cannon OTK, you have to play 15 units. That's a 50% increase in units.
Yeah.
That's a lot of units.
That's a lot of damage output you need to find there. And there's the Kriegsmarine.
I think you have to Leo, right?
Leo, and then go with the Heinkel to get a Spoil of War to find your combo pieces.
I think that is the play, and you've seen it through the breach come out already. One of the downsides for Heinkel these days is with this 2 defense, it does die through the breaches. You can no longer use, you can no longer sit it in your backline and expect it to survive.
Yeah.
Bison goes down to 28.
Ooh.
It's a lot of health.
That's a lot of health.
Although, it is not unforeseeable that Viapator can do that much damage in one turn. And we see the third Reichsbank of one game come out here. I mean, he's not played it yet, but we see the third one.
This time on Bison's side here.
Do you bounce the Leo again? If you bounce the Leo again,
your opponent cannot deal with it.
He cannot play it next turn, and you give the potential to set up for lethal.
I'm pretty sure that this is what Bison is thinking at the moment. He can drop 2 units.
You can drop the double fighters as well. You have the potential for the Hinis later to give you lethal.
What if he's going for the Africa core and finding an autocannon for himself here? Wouldn't that be the biggest turnaround in ever KARDS history?
I think you've got to do it now just for the meme.
Do you do it for the memes just in a World Championship?
Autocannon, the autocannon deck.
Just to become the ultimate legend in this game. Killing an autocannon OTK deck with autocannon.
Going for the sensible option with Leopold. And notice, Viapator has quite a few units on board and a really, really large hand. This means this Leopold is going to overdraw loads of these units, and this is a huge amount of stuff lost. And then not only that, with a full hand, Viapator is now going to overdraw 1 extra card. And this deck's getting thin. This autocannon is in here somewhere. There is genuine risk of you overdrawing this autocannon, and that is just your game ruined for you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, looks like Viapator did not find the autocannon in the Spoils of War. I think otherwise he would have snap called it.
I think he would have snapped. Gets a 30-second infantry. Really, really nice. He just needs his autocannon now.
Just needs the autocannon. If he's not finding it.
We see the second Spoils of War. Into another Spoils of War. This is getting tense.
The tension again.
Here comes the clock. I don't think he's seen the autocannon. Or like you say, I think he would have snapped it.
Yeah,
man. Unless he's giving us some suspense. He's giving us some drama. Is that another Spoils of War?
And then Aradu.
Now notice he just drops the Aradu to not overdraw because he's scared of overdrawing. But you know what? You're going to overdraw. We have Leopold. Doesn't matter how badly you don't want to. You're overdrawing. Do you feel like there's any option other than dropping the Leo here?
I don't think so. You can get rid of so much stuff from your opponent, giving him just 1 unit back. The rest is is just killed because there's not enough hand space.
Is there any better line to protect yourself from getting OTK'd though? Or is this the best line? This is what I'm curious about.
Honestly, I would have preferred the line that we mentioned earlier, like dropping the Leopold again with the FW and drop an additional unit to apply the lethal pressure for your opponent. Because now, what is he having? A 2-4 on the board, and that I think it gave Viabator a little bit too much time to find his combo pieces here.
Sure, sometimes you play it a little bit slower and you actually do end up giving your opponent that breathing space they need to sort of find their combos and find what they need, especially in these OTK decks. And here comes the clock.
And I think it's also kind of obvious that Viabator is not having the all cannon in hand. So it's a good play to play the Leopold here.
And a Rado to hand, everything else gone. And we do get one overdraw.
Oh.
I thought it was going to be the
I was also pretty sure.
I was so ready for it.
That would have been a little bit too much of unfortunate.
Viabator needs to end the game this turn, or he is done.
How is he doing it?
He's got a Spoils of War. He's got to find an autocone.
Oh, he has it. But is he having enough?
No, he has it. He has it. Autocone. Autocone, double rush production.
What?
We start dropping
in the
unit
world?
into unit into unit.
And the
just
Industrial
you wait.
Might.
The Industrial Might is going to come out in a little bit. This hand is going to get full. The only way Viabator doesn't win this is if he runs out of cards.
I want to have his face in full screen.
Yeah, I can see the player reaction.
He's not smiling, but you can see his smile in the face,
You can
right?
feel it. You can feel the joy.
You can feel his
Oh
smile.
my lord.
It's going from one ear to the other. He's just sitting there. Finally, I have it.
And look, refills his hand.
Oh,
you know what his
God.
biggest enemy is right now? It's the clock.
It's the clock.
He's racing the clock.
Which one is decreasing faster, the timer or the HQ
Oh, there we
health?
go. There we go.
Oh, wow. That was last chance to find it, and he found it.
Viabator's one on his screen, but it's torturing Bison. It's forcing Bison to continue to
that
watch
is really
the combo.
torturing.
Yeah.
Guys.
Oh, watch yourself lose. Here you go. We're going to do a bit of damage, bit of damage, bit of damage.
The most annoying part is you want to surrender, but you can't.
Yes, the button disappears.
The button disappeared, and you just have to watch the whole show.
They force you to sit there and just take damage.
Viabator bringing off his combo with the autocannon deck just in the last second of the possible situation there, and therefore equaling the match here.
Yeah,
wow.
1-1.
Intense series so far.
You know, I'm excited about this because now this German deck's out the way. Maybe we see the Britain deck. I'm really excited for this Britain OTK deck. We looked at this deck so much last night. I so want to see this deck. It looks so fun to watch. And I have an idea of how it operates, reading it on paper and looking at the deck list, but I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I've never seen it, and I'm so excited.
When you take a first look, you think, this should work.
I thought it was a commando deck.
Yeah.
Until I saw there were no commandos.
Yeah. So we are ready to see that match, the next match. I'm pretty excited if we Brit OTK deck. If not, we might see it later. So
we may see it later.
Let's just jump into it.
Yes, we are just waiting for the players. However, do you feel like you bring that Germany-Italy deck again for Bison and try and out-heal, or do you feel like you put that in the shop and swap out and you bring it out a little bit later? There are some other good options. I believe he has Soviet Italy.
Yeah. And Soviet Italy has way more guards, right?
It has a lot more guards, and one of the key OTK elements of this deck from Viabator is this fighter. So you put up 2 guards, a Fury fighter, no matter how big it is.
Even one first rifle stops it, right?
One first rifle stop it. And no matter how big this fighter is, it can be 100-100. It doesn't matter. If it's got to hit twice before it attacks the HQ, you're fine. So you chuck a couple guards down, and it doesn't have any breakthroughs or anything like this to remove all guards. That's a really strong way of fighting against these. Is you just remove all guards and all destruction effects, or not all destruction, but you have like patrol to remove destruction effects, and that just perfectly counters, say, the first rifles.
Yeah. So I think that's a good argument for Bison to switch to Soviets. Maybe now. He's also having maybe even more healing as with the German deck, right? And I think you want to take a chance to have the guards plus the healing option.
Yeah.
So you have 2 good answers to this Brit OTK deck. So I think...
No, I agree. I think there's a lot of logic to bring this Soviet deck, especially if you're expecting the Brit deck, right?
Yeah, I think so. And at some point there are only 2 decks left.
Yeah.
So at some point he has to bring the Brit deck, and
I believe we have the game in a moment. We're just getting into it now. I'm curious to see if our predictions are right, and I really, really hope Via Beta. God, English is such a difficult language. I think
tell
we
you.
should
I
should
tell
switch to Icelandic. I've been practicing with the
tack,
locals.
tack.
Tack.
Yeah.
But no, I'd really like to see this Brit Soviet deck come out. However, I feel like he's going to tease us. I feel like he's going to leave it here and wait until last.
It looks so interesting, and I want to see it in action. Do we?
There we go.
There it is. Yes. And Bison sticks with his German deck.
It's not a terrible choice. You do have some cards in there. You got some.
Yeah, and you have
PLO.
cards as we mentioned earlier. The Hornisse.
And you also have cards like From the Deep, which can perfectly counter this combo. I was talking to Vipator and I said, how do you deal with From the Deep? And, he said, I have a couple of ways I can use, like, his magic. He's chosen to find something. He really likes this Pioneers Regiment, because you drop it down, it eats a Careless Talk and the From the Deep, perfectly sets you up, but it's still, it's something you have to work your way around. So, just waiting on the mulligan here, we see a pretty nice hand from Bison, right? Other than the Decima, but I'm saying, looking at the Flampanzer, this can kill a potential early Pioneer, and as much as I'm excited for this deck from Viabator, it is a slow OTK.
It is a very slow OTK.
Or at least it appears as a slow OTK. So these lower cards like Man Nostrum, Flampanzer for any early Pioneers to speed it up, they could potentially work quite well. I'm not a huge fan of the Sudden Strike here. However, I'm very excited for this.
Yeah, did he keep it in hand, the Sudden Strike?
I don't believe so, no.
No, he got it. He got a full mulligan.
Viabator actually quite a strong hand as well. That's going to be a huge order swing. He's going to gain essentially 4 credits the moment Bison plays a unit.
Yeah.
He can then also use all of these orders to draw new cards with the Crusader. That hand can very quickly pop off and give you a lot of HP, and Aspiring coming out here for Viabator. If you find this Radar, you have 2 Radars in hand. That's so much hitting and so much drawing with the Crusader.
Yeah, he has the Crusader, plus the potential to get a Radar, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Crusader draws a card whenever a British card is played, and Radar on its own is also drawing a card, so it gives you 2 cards for 1 card.
Oh, but look at this. Bison having the option to put up a From the Deep and not play any units. How long? Okay, never mind. I was wondering if he was just going to sit there and not play units. Procking the aerial reconnaissance.
You could do this, but he wants to have a unit on board to play them on Nostrum.
Sure.
Because you want that healing, and you have to, as you mentioned in the last match, you don't have all the time in the world, right? You cannot give your opponent the chance to fight all his combo pieces and then just kill you. You also need to apply some kind of pressure, and that's why I think the Flampanzer was the only possible choice here.
Absolutely true, and we find the first final push. This is the first way of achieving OTK. We have a long way to go.
Yeah, because
I
he's
think
not
it's
having
like
any...
1 out of 4, 1 out of 5 for the OTK pieces.
1 out of... Oh, he's playing 6 units in a stack.
Yes, but for how many pieces? He needs 4 or 5 cards for OTK,
Yeah,
right? So he has 1 piece out of a potential 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Alongside the HP to not lose the game, of course, and the credits to fully play the combo. Observer Core, very nice. Helps him lower the cost of some of these combo cards, make it more efficient to play.
So usually you want to play this on one of your combo pieces, right?
Yes.
Like the Spitfire, Finest Hour, whatever. Probably not on the final push, right?
Cards 4 or higher, though, so he has to...
he has to do it on the Spitfire, absolutely. It's not all cards, it's just 4 or higher.
He can also do it on the Fury Artillery or the Zist to make these a lot cheaper as well.
There comes the Flying Bomb. Getting rid of the Flampanzer, not giving Bison the chance to play a Mana Nostrum on it and get the heal.
Don't you hate it when your tank gets hit by a Flying Bomb?
Sure.
Yeah,
I hate it when all of my units are getting hit by a Flying Bomb.
You look out the periscope, there's just a...
Especially when it's coming out of Aspiring.
Yes, that is especially frustrating. You're like, that was a 1 in 3.
You're just sitting there, don't give him the German research. And then you see, there's a Flying Bomb.
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye Flampanzer. But the JU-88, that's a big unit to deal with for Vibrator.
I think this Crusader is a sleeping giant here for Vibrator's hand. He's holding it for now, and whenever he feels like it, he can accelerate a huge amount of draw out of nowhere. I wonder if we just see him double fortify up this turn and just play very defensively and just buy time.
Look at Viabator's hand. Which other player or streamer does this remind you of? Doesn't it look like a Scout deck?
It does. It looks a lot like Scout.
Really insane. It's so nice to see off-meta decks in a World Championship.
You know something as well. Scout he's been playing the game for a very long time as well. So I wonder if it's just old players that have been playing the game for ages. They're just bored of regular decks.
Yeah.
He's only bringing these because he's like, really?
It's
Jackro?
also a good chance to catch your opponent off guard, right?
Oh, absolutely.
They trained so much all the meta decks, all the matchup. They know the win percentage. If my opponent is bringing this, I have like 70% chance to win against this. But have you ever trained this one? Britain, Soviet, OTK? I think not. So that's the big advantage that Viabator is having here today and in this World Championship. He's playing decks that you usually don't face. If you're not playing against Scout, you don't face these usually.
A National Fire Service being procced by something that does 1 damage, and now Bison knows not to hit with this JU-88. This is a National Fire Service that's reduced a total of 0 damage. It's reduced 1 damage to 1, and that's it. It's really not what you need. And Hornisi may be the option here. A real lack of removal in Viabator's deck. It's mostly healing and ways of buying time, like pinning the board and
he's
this sort of
going
stuff.
for it.
Yeah, I think it's got a lot of potential, this game. You draw something big from this, maybe like a Tiger or a Leopold. It's a huge amount of damage, but you don't draw one of those from this. You still have a huge amount of cards to pressure a lot of damage. Now,
we might just see an Hornison next turn, I'm pretty sure.
I think we will, yes.
Oh, what is he going?
It reduces the Shalling, can play the Shalling this turn. There's some very fancy footwork that comes with Observer Core.
I really like Observer Core, honestly. It's opening a lot of new strategies.
Yes.
Like, you can play 4 drops on turn 2 with these cards, which is really insane. Like, especially against, I don't know, Japan aggro. When you face this, you just play turn 2 Seafold Highlanders. Your opponent is not having any answers against turn 2 Seafold Highlanders.
No, and especially cards like, I believe the Marauder from US, that saw a little bit more play because of this. The idea of getting a turn 2 Marauder and increasing the op cost from turn 2. But look at this. Bison can't Hornisi here because of this Shalling. He's been held back 1 turn because of his credit slots. Sent back down to 6. He can't do his like huge card that's going to do a huge amount of damage, and it buys so much time for Viabator. And honestly, we spoke to Viabator and he said this card is scary. So I have no doubt that was 100% intentional, playing around this Hornisi, this very, very scary card. We are going to have to see him proc this from the deep on something. He does have this His Majesty's Chosen, which is a way of giving you an extra unit just to proc this countermeasure.
Crusader is giving him so much value
He's
here.
getting close to the combo. There's air units on board. He has the Finest Hour. He's got double, what do they call it, Final Push? A lot of Fs in this. Final push, Finest Hour.
And there's the Spitfire.
There's the Spitfire. There's a Pioneer to check for a countermeasure. Are we going to see it?
Is he doing it now? I
No,
think you want to do it when you do the combo,
He
right?
doesn't have the credits yet.
He can drop the Pioneers.
Yes, but for the Spitfire combo.
No, but are you checking for from the deep now? That's the big question here.
Yeah,
and
you are.
He's deciding to do it.
Because if it doesn't proc from the deep, you know what? All your orders cost 1 less, and you can get hyper tempo, and you can find yourself your second Crusader or something like this to check that. I think it's because the sheer amount of draw you get from it. And all that's between Viabator and a huge amount of damage is credits right now. He just needs more credits. One of the downsides of Britain Soviet is a lack of way of cheating credits. This is part of why we see the Observer Core in here, because this is a way of cheating credits, which previously wasn't an option for these nations.
Yeah, because you don't have the Reichsbank in it, right?
Yeah, no Reichsbank, no rush production, anything like this. A way of getting huge amounts of credits very quickly with a little bit of janky combo.
So Viabator not in the worst spot here, right? He's sitting on 30 HP. He's having a National Fire Service left in his hand. He's having Spitfire, Finest Hour, the Finest Hour to give the Spitfire Blitz. And then he's having 2 final pushes. He's very close to doing the combo. He just needs some more credits or another aerial reconnaissance, and then he can just kill him.
And this Spitfire comes down with 5 attack. it gets +2 from the finest hour, and then +6 again. So it gets, what, 13 attack, I believe that is? That's 26 damage, which coincidentally is exactly how much health Bison has.
Ooh.
Ooh, yeah, very spicy.
And there's the Sis. This is not really needed when you have the finest hour in the hand and the Spitfire. I think that this is just the backup plan. When you don't find your Spitfire, you have that 2-3 howitzer with the Sis combo.
And look, we see him going for the synthetic rubber to give himself extra damage very, very cheap and efficiently.
That is very
This is
smart.
his way of, I mean, this is what, 6 or was it 4 extra damage?
It is plus
+4, right?
+6.
It's some amounts.
Somebody should have hired some guys that know
Don't
the
worry,
cards, right?
We're good at the game. I swear we played this game. We've played this game before.
Once or
I promise,
twice, yeah.
yes. Anyway, it's essentially his way of accelerating lots of bonus damage for essentially free, because you make synthetic rubber 0. Well, synthetic rubber costs 0, but you set it up prior, and now you have a way which costs 0 credits of giving yourself bonus damage. I think for such a deck which relies so heavily on so few credits, it's really powerful to be able to set up your synthetic rubber before, and then you have this way of doing this later in the future.
Did you just overdraw with the convoy?
Yes.
For the synthetic rubber.
I believe.
What could be the reason?
I believe it is because when these fighters hit face, they only do 1 damage. So Bison is going to gain a total of 2 health maximum this turn. Or a little bit more if he wants with the Man Ostrom. But realistically, he'll gain 2 health this turn, because when he hits face, their damage gets reduced to 1. And then Man Ostrom heals you for 1. It's actually a really neat way of dealing with Man Ostrom units, is saying, you know what, you can hit me, but you're only going to gain 1. There you go, he gains the 2 health. I doubt we'll see him go for the Man Ostrom on this second on the JU-88, the second fighter. I imagine we'll just see him do maybe the flak, maybe the FW, something which is a little bit slower and sort of sets him up for potentially more lethal in the future.
Do you think Bison should have just gone for the Honestly here? Instead of... I mean, I see that he wants to heal.
In hindsight, yes.
Yeah, in hindsight, yeah.
But
okay.
he doesn't have this knowledge of the National Fire Service that we have. Now, I believe that is drawing either a Crusader or a Fury Artillery.
With the promotion.
With the promotion, yes. I don't think.
Do you even play it? I mean, you have your Spitfire. What else?
I don't think you bother playing it. That's my point. I think it's very redundant at this point. I think another National Fire Service preventing Bison from really flash healing, right? Because you can only heal 1 per Man Ostrom.
How many credits does he need to bring the combo? He needs 4.
So it costs 8 currently for the Spitfire Fury, and it costs an extra 2 to give it Blitz, and then it costs an extra 2 to give it the bonus attack. So you're looking at 12 credit combo at the moment. So what he's looking for is he's looking for an Observer Core to drop that down to 10. He's also looking for Aerial Reconnaissance, because that can drop it down a huge amount. You can drop it down by 3 or 4, and then you've hit it. Yeah. Now, going for the promotion, I think this is either...
Oh, that's the better Spitfire. He got that other one from His Majesty's Chosen.
Yes, he did. So he puts down the first Spitfire versus a fully pinned board. Now, I imagine we'll see a Lion for a day come out here. Just remove this. I don't think you can leave this on board. I think there's no way you can leave this on board.
Bison has to play the Lion here.
I mean, it's sad to not play the Honisi, but do you have much choice? I honestly don't think you do. I was also surprised to see that he goes to the 88 flak over the FW.
I think you can just go La Decima here, right?
Yeah, you
giving
can
yourself a
well.
guard.
That is true. Decima, give yourself
That's what
a
we
guard.
mentioned earlier. Vibrator's deck is struggling with guards.
It basically forces him to rely on his Fury Arty, which means he needs more credits and needs more combo pieces.
Yeah, you cannot OTK him with the Spitfire as long as this guard is there. That is just not enough damage output. And meanwhile, Bison is developing its spicy board here, right?
Yeah, but however, Spyring, finding a second Royal Research, he can get double synthetic rubber. That's potentially a lot of damage. And remember, maximum damage, 52.
We did not think about the synthetic rubbers, right?
We thought about 1. We didn't think about
one.
We didn't think about 2 synthetic rubbers. I mean,
who's thinking about 2 synthetic rubbers?
Yeah, were we seriously expected to think, well, hold on, he could Spyring twice and get 2 extra synthetic rubbers here, so we've got to account for 3 synthetic rubbers in 1 turn. I think at this point, you know, we're getting to like quantum mechanics. This is too advanced for us.
Yeah, it's also not guaranteed, right? I mean, we should have considered, but
I mean, I just heard we have an astrophysicist outside who's going to explain the max possible damage Viabator can achieve. He's using some very advanced scientific techniques here. I believe 3 or 4 years ago, it would have been impossible to work out the maximum damage. But nowadays, with modern technology, we're finally able to do this. And we see him prepping up this third synthetic rubber. And, I mean, double rubber, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. He just needs to find a way to get rid of that Ladeshima, and then he's good to go. But how is he dealing with it?
I think you're bypassing it by using the Fury artillery. I think that's your only real way of doing it.
Yeah. And in the meantime, you give Bison a lot of time to heal here. Oh, wait, what?
Oh.
What?
Oh, that's...
Wasn't that the biggest mistake?
I think he wants to put
make?
down his Hornice. I think he wants to clear space for the Hornice, but I think it's...
Move anything, but not... Oh, yeah, he needed to move this because all the other units have 2 operation calls, right? Because this was... If he wants to have a free space in his support line, he needs to move this. But why would you
assuming he
move your
goes
guard?
face to heal first, which I do think is a pretty valid option to go face, heal, get yourself up. But it is put yourself in a lot of risk. And we see this first Observer Core.
Wait, that's lethal, right?
I don't believe it is.
With Observer Core on the Spitfire, you have the...
Well, hold on, it may be.
You have the synthetic rubber.
I'm sure Viabator knows. We'll just wait for him to show us.
I'm pretty sure it is.
No, I think it is. You're right.
Like, look at this. Why would he move that guard there? I cannot believe it. I mean, Hornice is fine.
12-12. Hold on.
It is.
That's it.
That's an...
And the huge Spitfire, 17 attack. 20 attack. That's 40 damage in 1 turn. That was certainly cool.
Would have been nice if a guard would have been there, right?
It would have been beautiful if a guard was
just
there.
imagine having a guard. But why not moving it to the front line? Oh, man, that was a big mistake by Bison.
Oh, it's painful to watch, but look at that smirk. Look at that evil smirk. That man has killed somebody. That man has killed Bison right in front of us, in front of all of us to watch.
He fell for my trap.
Yes. Oh, look at him. And you see the villain always takes the drink afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. Fresh Icelandic water.
I love it when a plan works out. Yeah, that was a big mistake by Bison. He should never have moved this, and Viabator would have had a way longer game there.
I mean, it's really difficult because you have to move up the 1-op cost, like you say, if you want to put space for Hornice, and you also don't want to leave yourself on 24 health because that leaves you open to this artillery OTK. However, this is what greed can do. I'm a greedy person. I'm a greedy player. I always take as much as I can. I'm like, I want everything. And we see here greed coming back to bite him. He goes, I want this Hornice on turn, down on this turn, so I'm going to do everything I can. You know, if he had just been patient, I think he probably would have taken that one. I think Bison has shown excellent patience, and the moment that fell from his grip...
I think he also was a little bit trapped in a thought pattern there, where you could clearly see on his play, at some point he wanted to play that Hornice. When he had the choice, he chose it, and I think he missed the spot where it was a good spot to actually play it. And then he was just thinking every turn, can I bring my Hornice? Can I bring my Hornice? And he was thinking, I think this is a good spot. I can move this to the front line, play my Hornice, and he completely forgot that this is giving Viabator the chance to OTK him. And yeah, Viabator having it, finding the Observer Core. I think without the Observer Core, it would have not been possible. He would have missed one. Oh no, he just would have had to play one last final push, but it would still have been it.
You see, I don't want to be too brave with my claims here, but I think if we discount the potential, if we discount Great Patriotic War, because that's not true damage, that's health setting, I think that is the most damage we've seen in 1 turn in a pro game ever. I think 40 damage in 1 turn is the most we've ever seen in 1 turn. That's a world record at the World Championship. That's something to sought after. And I think out of all the people that have the potential to hit loads of world records, it's just Viabator with all these crazy awesome decks.
But do you know what is the sad thing about him winning?
We don't get to see it again.
We're going to see him playing a meta deck.
Yeah, however, tomorrow we'll get to see him play something else. Or this deck again, right? Assuming he doesn't lose.
That's a good assumption.
Yeah, I realize I'm making
Because we have one or two matches to go,
I'm making
right?
a big jump in my logic here.
He's just having the 2-1
Yes.
lead here, but he has to play his US Germany mid-range deck now, and Bison just sticking with his German deck. He's refusing to switch to Soviets, because maybe he also expected Viabator to bring that US deck.
That
last
is
night,
true.
right?
That is very true. He could have expected this.
And with
deck.
all these Flampanzer, Sudden Strikes, Through the Breach, you have good answers.
And then you have
against
this late game Leopold.
Yeah.
To your opponent has a huge board with loads of weakened dirts. You can't AoE it. You can bounce it. You just send it all back to hand. Very, very simple solution. Pretty perfect, actually. And without like a tactical strike or something from Viapator, it's really, really difficult to reach that backline and deal with this this Leopold.
Oh, and look at this. Decent starting Antian for Viabator. Finding the 32nd. He's also having the Gebirgs Pioneers in hand, which will give him a good start here. But on the other hand, Bison sitting there with Through the Breach. So I think if Viabator decides to drop these, they're not.
My
staying.
favourite thing about casting in person is...
We can look each other in the eyes.
Well, I do like that. However, even though we're in a soundproof room, when something awesome happens, I can faintly hear Ollie going, "Yeah!" I think that just adds some spice to it, And we see Through the Breach take out the turn 1 Pioneers. I mean, for Magic players, this is essentially a bolt the bird situation. You just have to kill this turn 1. If you don't kill this turn 1, the game's getting really out of hand. You bolt it. Just play the Through the Breach, get rid of it. We see Viabator start to go wide of his board. I'm wondering if we see the Heinkel come out.
I think the Heinkel is a good find here. You can drop it, clear one of these.
Although it is weak to the potential of 35T. We know it's not in Viabator's hand, but Bison does not know this. The Flampans is a safer play, and the Bologna is the potentially safer play because this is going to get bounced by 99th and half tracks, but if you play it early, it costs you 3 and you can try and move it into the front line. It very much forces Viabator to push up the front line this turn and not continue to, increase his board size. Okay, he's going for the Heinkel.
Yeah, I think it's okay to go with the Heinkel here, because if Viabator would have had 35T, don't you think he would have played a turn 2?
He didn't have any infantry turn 2.
No, he played 32nd, right?
No, turn 1 he played Pioneer.
Ah, yeah,
got
you're correct.
Shot.
You're absolutely correct.
I am.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Well,
How
okay.
dare you doubt me?
Touché.
Get out, you're fired.
Oh no.
Now we see
Flampanzer on Viabator's side.
Yeah, it's the only way of really pressuring that, right?
Giving Bison the chance to get draw of his Arrow.
I think you can also, you can go for the guard now, you put down the Bologna now, you protect your bomber, and you take out this 32nd infantry. This means Viapator has 0 US units on the board. Now, it's very important to take the front line in this deck, but it's extremely important to have a US unit in the front line for these M4 Shermans. And he can essentially block that if he wants. I'd really like to see this 32nd infantry die. Even if we let the Flampanzer move up and kill our guy, I'd like to see this 32nd die. It doesn't have to die this turn. It can die next turn, but it has to die before German turn.
Yeah.
When we see the 99th Infantry, that is a really, really powerful card. And this is a lot of tempo from this. It's a 2/3 for 2 that sends a unit to its hand. That's just amazing.
That's so much value at some point. And if in special setups, it is just too strong, right? Opponent can have a 8/8 tank that cannot be targeted by orders. And it's just getting sent back by a small little guy. 2 credits. Bye-bye, go back.
Off it goes.
Leave the battlefield, please.
Yeah. I mean, they're scary guys. I'd run away from them.
I would run away probably from everything.
Yeah?
Even from Eider Ducks.
Eider Ducks. So, Viapator taking his time, thinking about it. I guess he's considering moving up the Marines. He's considering, dropping the combat engineers, rushing the front line with everything, or just moving up maybe a little bit less and using the 99th to bounce this Bologna, buy yourself a little bit extra time, maybe set up the Sherman in a couple turns. How do you feel you'd go about this?
Honestly, I think that the Heinkel is more of a problem for Viapator than we actually think, because it gives Bison indirect draw with the Spoils of War. And it's not even draw, it is better than draw because you can choose between 3 options. So I think he's, first of all, looking for a way to get rid of that Heinkel before getting rid of that guard.
I'm curious if we'll see Bison secure himself the front line this turn. Because, like you say, this Heinkel being a bit of a problem, not just in draw, but also just a little bit of poke damage every turn for 1 credit. He can clear the front line and push up this Radar, prevent the Sherman, or he can just search his deck, find a Jag Bomber, find a Lion for a Day, things that are going to kill the Sherman or get rid of the Sherman when it comes down. I think the Lion for a Day is very nice against the Shermans.
Yeah, I think that... Do you want to put the Jag Bomber on bottom of your deck? I think it's just too good to put it back, but yeah, very tough decision.
But there's a lot of deployment units that you really don't want to target. And do you really want to drop a Jag Bomber and target a unit which costs 1? Part of why this card is so good is because you get a 5/4 fighter and your opponent has to spend, I don't know, 4 to 7, say, credits on redeploying a unit. That's why it's so powerful. If you bounce a 1-drop, you lose a huge amount of value from it. It's a little bit better if that 1-drop has been like, we can do it on it and it's just a bit bigger. But I think still, you don't really want to do it on the Flampanzer. Maybe you can sack your Radar and do it on the Flam. You really don't want to do it on the Sherman or the 99th Infantry. I don't know. I think it struggles in this matchup.
Honestly, I would have liked to see Bison getting rid of that 32nd.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's more important to prevent your opponent's draw in this time than to focus on your own.
Yeah. I think there was a slight mistake to not get rid of it with the Aradu. You could still do your other stuff, like dropping an FW. He did not have it at that time, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea to keep US units on the board when you know your opponent is having 4 Shermans in the deck that give him 2 draws each time you deploy it.
I mean, these Shermans are just insanely powerful. This deck has been built around the M4 Sherman. This deck was originally built around the M4 Sherman, and it saw some good success, and then we added in a bunch of We Can Do It, and this deck just popped off. These 2 cards are so core to it, and you've essentially let your opponent enable their M4 Sherman. If your opponent can Sherman train, and what we say by Sherman train is you play a Sherman, you draw a couple cards, you find another Sherman, you play that, you draw a couple cards, you find another Sherman, and you're training Shermans back to back to back, and it's just... I mean, it's like the US military in World War II. They just loads of Shermans everywhere. You knock out one Sherman, you knock out another. You're like, oh, I've killed 3 Shermans, and you look over. It's just a wave of Shermans coming your way. I think playing around this card is super important, and we see him now realizing that, pushing up the front line with the guard, pushing up the front line with the fighter, really saying, you're going to have to fight for this front line if you want it. You want these Shermans to come out and be super effective. Take this front line.
Absolutely. The main part for Bison is here to keep units in the front line.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Viator is not able to build a huge board where he gets massive value out of We Can Do It, and to not get value out of the Shermans. If you compare Sherman with the convoy from the Britain, it is costing 3 credits and gives you 2 cards.
Yeah.
For 1 more credit with a Sherman, you get a 4/4 body on the board, right? This just shows how strong this card is.
Yeah, it is insanely powerful. And
so, Viator has to find a way here to reconquer the front line, right?
Yeah, it's really difficult to do so. I feel like you don't try and reconquer it this turn. Yeah, you put down a little 1-drop. It's either the guy with smoke screen, the engineers, or you can try and put down the Gebergs and hope it survives, or maybe bait a lot of damage to it. You play the We Can Do It, and you play a little bit patient. Give yourself some time to sort of find a way of efficiently clearing this board. Now, we can see some really effective things from Bison here. We can see a V1 flying bomb take out a 3/6 Flampanzer. That is prime estate for V1 bombing. We can also see this Panzer Owl get rushed up into the front line, and it gets to the point where this is a unit with 5 defense being pushed up to the front line very quickly. He can push up the Flampanzer as well if he wants. This is essentially him saying, you're not taking this front line. And it doesn't even care. He
doesn't even care. I mean, it's Vibrator's task here to reconquer that front line, right?
Absolutely.
So why would you trade units into his units when you know he is forced to do the same with mine? So just go face here. I mean, it's 6 damage to the face. I think you take it. And let your opponent spend his credits to kill your units.
Half-track potentially a bit of a saving grace here for Viator because he can push back one of these units and not have to trade into it for now. However, we're saying this is him taking the front line, right? Once he's taken the front line, he still has a game of cards to play, and he still has a game of cards to win. This isn't him battling for victory. This is him battling for a chance. And it's great that he's found this to give him that chance. But you have a lot of other things you have to deal with. And if you don't push up and take the front line this turn, which I don't think he has the credits to do effectively, it's just Bison's just going to retake it. He's just going to put more things into the front line. And it's like this onslaught of German, Italian cards being pushed up in there in a matchup where you're supposed to be the player pressuring them and you're supposed to be the tempo deck in that front line.
Yeah, and Viabator deciding not to use the half track because even if he would have bounced that Bologna, there would still be a 6-5 tank in the front line, right? And so he decides to just get rid of that Bologna with the Sherman and kill the tank with the rest of his units.
Quite a few options here for Bison. He can go for this Africa Corps, possibly find like a Leopold, and then he can also right bank to set up this Leopold. He can fairly effectively kill a lot of this board. He can use his Bomber to hit into this Flampanzer and this Arado to hit into this Pioneers and just really effectively clear this. I'm very curious to see what he's going to opt for and what he thinks is best and in what order he's going to do it in. I think those are the two things to look out for right now.
Also very interesting to see that Bison by turn 8 is still at full health.
Yes.
With Viabator playing that very strong deck that has very, very good chance to have early aggression with this 190, this 35T. Unfortunately for Viabator, Bison had also good start here, right? And that's why at the moment I think Bison's having the better options here to winning that match.
Viabator able to take the front line this turn.
Ooh, there's the second California.
There's the second California. However, Bison, a lot of credits next go. And he's got a lot of opportunities to find stuff like Leopold, chuck down the FW, he can ramp up his research, he can put down the Tiger. But I do think the Tiger is really risky against this 99th Infantry. Your huge tank, it just gets sent back to hand.
And there he is, reconquering the front line.
Yeah, it's only turn, what, 8, 9?
It's turn 8, yeah. It was turn 8. And look at this, Bison, so many options now, you already mentioned it. You can use the Spoils of War to look for... Is it good to look for the Leopold here? Would it be a good...
I think you're better off playing the Africa, actually, to look for the Leo, because then there's also a lot of other strong options you can find in that. You can find the Panzerau, rush that up, you can find the Volksmaker, another Blitz unit. There's actually quite a few nice options in there.
Yeah, that's... Sometimes it's a problem when you have too many options, right?
Yes, you don't
You're thinking about all the options, and then you have to decide which option, and then you also have to proceed the option, right? And then there is this thing that is showing up on the right side of the screen, the timer. And yeah, we saw that in the past Cards Open. The timer can be a factor when the ticking is
100%.
in your ear, and you have to fell a decision.
He's got 2 credits. You've got to pick insta snap an elite here. Go for the Leo. Oh, I thought he was going to pick it in time.
What is it doing if you don't pick it? It's just random.
Gives you random.
Yeah.
So maybe you get a Greif there. You know, oh, my tanks are cheap.
Wow, I'm not playing any tanks. I mean, he has a Tiger.
Yeah.
And there
2 op cost Tiger. I think that's pretty overpowered.
Oh, and there comes the second Sherman for Viabator.
However, these units on board are probably just going to get deleted, especially if he puts down the Skytrain. He may feel like putting down the Skytrain because there's, he's got a frontline presence and a good amount of units on board. However, the chance of it just getting deleted when this Leopold comes out is really quite high. And this Skytrain, we've seen a very important card in some of these longer games.
Also with the Ladeshima on board, Leopold is really a problem for Viabator, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Is he having Stars and Stripes in his deck?
I can very quickly find out for you.
It's right here. I think he is not.
Nope, no Stars and Stripes.
Usually players play at least one copy to, even if you don't have it in hand, your opponent knows that you have it because this is open deck format, and he's not going too wide. If he knows you don't have it, he can go as wide as he wants.
Absolutely, and especially with Stars and Stripes and Strategic Bombing, you have one of each of those. It massively improves the consistency of the deck. We've seen this pretty much be the standard for a lot of USA, Germany mid-range decks is 1 Stars and Stripes, 1 Strategic Bombing. I've even seen some people do no Strategic and 2 Stars, but personally that's a little bit too, I think it's a little bit too risky for me. I like the guaranteed free damage, and I like the face nuke for finishing people off around small amounts of health.
Yeah, it's not like only this 3 damage, right? It's also robbing your opponent 1 credits.
Absolutely.
And it's also 3 damage to face.
And we see FW come out here and not opting to protect the fighter. I'm surprised we see him go for the Sherman over the California, because with the new California, 1 damage to that, it brings it down to 3 attack and makes it a lot less scary.
There's the island hopping for Viabator. Also, it was a very interesting card when it came out. Suddenly its popularity dropped.
Yeah.
What would you think is the reason for that?
I think the potential for this card is very high. You know, a reliable way of rebuffing your board over and over again. And buffs are very powerful in cards. They have a lot of effectiveness. So I think the sort of allure of it when it first came out was really what drove lots of people, including myself, to build decks around this. But then as we saw USA, Germany sort of surge back into the meta after sort of disappearing for a while, I think people found it a little bit too unreliable. It's sort of, yes, it has this huge potential for infinite buff, but realistically, what you want is instant reward. We spoke earlier about the effectiveness of blitz and deployment effects. This is because they are instant reward things. And island hopping, only really useful when it gives you this instant reward. But this is a 7-4
That's what we
California.
spoke about
yes.
earlier. You have the chance to give you just give your California +2/+2 again. Suddenly it's a 7-4. So your opponent needs to attack it twice.
However, Lion for a
Oh,
day.
you just use Lion for a day, right?
Comes out, only costing him 2 credits because of this Naship.
But that is a Lion for a day that he's not having for other stuff now, right?
Yeah, but it was a 7-4 Cali.
Right, but maybe it gives one of your Shermans a longer life now after this is already up.
No, there is the potential that you need it later. However, we do have Leopold just chilling in our hand. I think I love it when I see players having Leo and not playing it. They're just saving it and waiting. They're like, you know what? I don't need this. I'll save this for a rainy day. It's sort of like a jar of coins. You just wait, and then, you know, big bill comes out, you drop the Leopold.
Yeah, he can save it for a way more threatening spot where he really is needing it. Now he can just look at this. He can go for Mara Nostrum, go face, killing himself back to 21, knowing that Viabato, this time not playing an OTK deck. He's not having that sudden damage output in one turn. He needs to develop a board before he can deal damage.
And the moment he develops a board, you know where that board's going? Back the hand.
Right. So I think Bison in a really good spot here in equaling that matchup.
And we finally see this this bomber die. This bomber has seen so much value this game. It's seen so much use. This bomber, it was played, what, I believe turn 2, turn 3. It's now turn 11 and it only just died. It gives draw, it gives lots of free damage. This bomber has given it a huge amount of value. And we see the Skytrain come out now for Viabator. Bison, he's been sitting on a Sky Barons for ages. He's finally the one air unit he can target with it.
There's also the Catalina.
Yeah,
but
yes.
Yeah, there's not too much air units in Viabator's deck, I agree. This is looking really tough for Viabator. It's turn 11 and you don't want...
The double Leopold! Oh!
I mean, just
drop one, just drop one, just for the sake of it. See what happens, it might be funny. Just drop a Leopold?
Yeah, why not? You have 2, right?
Yeah, you just
even if it gets killed, I'll just drop a second one.
Yeah, and look, he drops the Panzer Grenadier first, just in case there's some way that it can be, you know, eliminated. Don't drop the Comet into the Whirlwind. Please don't drop the Comet into the Whirlwind.
That would be
he's downstairs. If he drops the Comet into the Whirlwind, I'm going down there. I'm going to go down there.
Yeah, that's the big advantage of being live on stage here, right? Or live in Iceland. If somebody's doing a fall, we can go downstairs, ask him, what did you do?
That?
What did you do? How could you play a Comet into a Whirlwind? But he's not going for it. Just stop the Leo.
Oh, go on. Oh, he's doing it.
That's a lot of pressure from Viabator.
The first Leopold, but hopefully not the last. And Viabator now forced to find a way of reaching this support line and killing this. He can do 3 damage to it, but he only has 1 engineers. He needs 2 engineers. And I mean, this is assuming he's got the credits to rush up 99th to guard and get to it. I wonder if we'll see him rush the front line and 99th it and just buy himself some time with that. But you know what's scary about bouncing a Leopold? Your opponent now has a Leopold sitting and chilling in his hand, waiting. And I mean, maybe you find a solution for that and you buy time, you find like somewhere reaching it and killing it, like a strategic bombing with the Whirlwind. There's a second one. This is Leopold mania. There's Leopolds everywhere.
Absolutely hard matchup here for Virbator. What are you doing if you're on his spot? I mean, he can secure his HQ with the first Marines, giving them smoke screen. But yeah, is he really bouncing the Leo? He
is. But you know what's going to happen next turn?
Yeah, but then he's overdrawing again, right?
Yeah, he's overdrawing again, and another Leo comes out.
It just...
And there's a Red Devils that could actually potentially be very useful. However...
That did absolutely nothing than just delaying one turn. So he's not finding options when he's overdrawing, right? He's just having the same hand again next turn.
We can rinse and repeat this same turn until Virbator starts taking fatigue damage. We just redo this same turn over and over again.
Yeah. So bouncing the Leopold is not the option here, I guess.
I mean, I think you bounce the Leo and then you start looking for cards you can get rid of. Because, you know, the issue here for Bison is if his Leopold now gets overdrawn. That could be an issue. However, he does have a second one. Goes for the spoils first. I like it.
Oh, you can sudden strike and play the Leopold.
Yeah.
Oh, that not.
Yeah, no, he's got the Nashab.
Yeah, but he doesn't. This does not make too much sense, I guess.
No,
right?
it doesn't, but he can't.
You want him to overdraw, so
yes,
you don't want to kill units from him.
However, you do also empty your own hand size, and look, he gets rid of the Ju-88, gets out of the soft lock situation, and just says, "I'm just going to play some fighters."
Yeah, look how smart.
It's a lovely,
you know, at this point, I don't need a Leopold at the moment. He can let him just develop another board.
He's panicking. No credits. Play cards.
The timer.
I'm telling you, the clock is the MVP of this tournament. I know we said a lot of players could win. I think the clock's going to win.
In the end, the clock wins. And Virbator, what is he even looking for here?
I guess he's looking to just swarm the board and then play a weak and do it. Try and give himself a huge board that's really difficult to deal with.
But knowing that your opponent is having a Leopold, it's so tough to play against this. I mean, you know your opponent is having it in the deck. Okay, you play a little bit around it. But knowing for a fact that this is in hand, it is a complete difference.
I am enjoying, though, the fact that he doesn't know there's a second one right now. I'm very curious if the second Leopold never comes out, when he goes back and watches the game and he goes, there was another one? I think we just see a Leo come out here. I think there's not much reason not to play a Leo. I think, funnily enough, I think it's pretty expendable, which is not something we usually say about a Leopold. And here we go.
Leopold definitely the MVP of that match here so far. I would have been really annoyed if I would be Virbator here.
He doesn't even know about the second Leo, though, right now.
Wait until he sees that one. Bison going again for the move to the front line. He might have flashbacks from last match.
He sees a guy.
But I think he's way safer this time.
Oh, and the 35T on, that is a blitz unit deleted. And that's not just a blitz unit, it's a blitz unit that can reach the support line and attack. It's not just a blitz infantry, it takes the front line. This is a way of reaching and killing the Leopold.
And these 1,097 Volksgrenadiers, they're really paying out here, right?
Yeah.
2-5.
2-5 for 2 with guard.
And it's doing its job securing the front line here.
I mean, this is a card I have trouble succeeding with, but I think that's down to me and not the card. I think this card, when you know how to pilot it, becomes extremely powerful in use.
Yeah. A 2-5 guard is not... It's usually what you want to have in your deck, especially against an aggressive deck.
So
right?
if you're Virbator, how do you stop yourself from just being killed by Bison here? Bison has 11 damage next go. You're sitting on 4.
I think.
Oh, on 14, sorry.
So honestly, I think Virbator lost this match when the first Leopold came out.
Yeah?
Yeah. With a guard protecting a Leopold, Virbator is not having that great answers against the Leopold.
Guarded Arty is such a classic in cards. Yeah. We usually don't mean Leopold with that Arty. You know, it's usually like a 2-attack Arty, and it's like, oh, this 2-attack Arty is such an issue for me. I can't beat it. Yeah, well, I have a 6-4 Arty, and you have no board.
Absolutely, and look at this.
Oh, it's lethal.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
2-2.
2-2.
These players are making it really exciting here.
In my mind, when I saw the whirlwind earlier, I crossed off the Leopold. Oh, not the Leopold, the Comet, sorry. I forgot that we could play it again. Now the whirlwind's gone. It has just been crossed off my mind. I was like, oh, that card doesn't exist anymore.
There we have nice match from Bison. I mean, as we said, Leopold really being the MVP here. not giving Virbator the chance to develop the board that he wanted to have and to play the match that he wanted to play. So we have a nice 2-2, and yeah, next match will decide who's going to the semifinals, right?
You know, Virbator never saw the second Leo. He never saw the second Leo.
Yeah.
So
I think it's better for the fifth match here that he's not knowing.
at some point, though, he's going to learn.
It's not
I think
not good for your mindset to know.
No one tell him. No one tell him about the second Leo. I think, you know, it's a little bit disheartening when you're like, oh, if I could have just killed that Leo, I could have won that game. Oh, we had another one. You know, it's... I mean, what can you do? It's one of the strongest cards in the game, and they have two of them. It is very intimidating. However, this does mean we have a 5th place match. This is our first game of the day, and already a best of 5. And I mean, best of 5s are great. We get more games, we get more gameplay, we get to do more, we get to watch more, we get, you know, people testing out more decks and playing their theories. I mean, these players have probably spent hundreds of hours testing these decks and practicing them. This is when they get to put those theories to practice. This is when we get to say, I thought this was good, now I'm going to try it. And we saw that already. Virbator's, you know, his OTK deck with Britain Soviet, I imagine he's put so many hours into practicing, but that can flop. You know, I have spent hours practicing decks before and thinking, this deck's great. I get to the tournament, it flops, and I'm so disappointed in it. So I really like getting to see people actually try out their theories, actually put their theories into the spotlight and the practice, and potentially ruin ladder in the process. You know, that is a side effect of these decks.
Yeah. Whenever somebody is successful with a deck in the tournament, you might see it more often in ladder later. And if it's a very annoying deck, bad times for ladder players. But yeah, as we say, 5th match coming up next.
Yeah.
I think the players are ready and pretty excited to see who's advancing to the next step here.
Yeah, and I believe it's going to be Soviet versus USA
Soviet
mid-range.
Italy from Bison.
Yeah.
Versus the US German mid-range deck that we just saw. What do you think? Who's having the advantage? I think Bison has a slight advantage again.
Really, I thought Virbator would
close,
have the
right?
advantage because Virbator gets these very high HP units, and a lot of Soviet guards are infantry, and these can just be bounced by the 99s.
That might be an deciding factor here, that all these guards that Bison is having are infantry, and Virbator is having a lot of bounce cards that can bounce,
the
especially
99 infantry.
99s, and also the half track, which is designed to bounce air or infantry.
Yeah, no tanks. Also, it's worth noting, Soviet, they're very defensive, not so aggressive in taking the front line. They do have cards like Cossacks and things that can very push up, but they struggle to take the front line. Now, some of you at home may be thinking, he does have the confusion though, so he can confusion Urals take the front line. He is not running Ural factories. This is a confusion with no Urals. This is a pure. This is just for the confusion value,
which can be a trouble against these US deck, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Once the We Can Do It comes out, you cannot do these confusion, trade a unit into another one, both die. You cannot do it. They're just surviving.
No, they with a 3/6. What does that do? What does a confusion do against that? You do 3 damage to both of them. That's not bad.
Yeah,
it's
you
not
still
terrible.
have 2 3/3s on board,
Yeah,
right?
but
That you have to deal with, and you just wasted 4 credits into this. So we will see how this works. So this confusion have to come early, or they're just useless.
I absolutely think so. And we see Virbator not putting down his Gebergs on turn 1 this time. And I think this is a really safe move against Bison's deck, because Bison has a lot of bloody sickles. And as we see, he is sitting on one of them in hand. I'm curious, though, if we'll now see Virbator think, okay, the coast is clear, he didn't sickle that, I'll put down the Gebergs, or if he's going to continue to hold it. I know it gives you a lot of tempo if you play it in the early game, but if you hold it and wait until you can play it with a We Can Do It in the late game, I don't like it against every deck, but against decks with lots of pings, like Soviets, you can give yourself a 1/4 that gives you lots of credits to operate a very wide board. We often see USA having a very wide board, but not being able to operate all these units because most of their units have 1 op cost, or sometimes even 2 for things like the Shermans. They have a real lack of units with 0 op cost, which is something Jagro really excels at. And we see the second sickle here.
That was a good find, so you can get rid of both of them now.
And you can get rid of both, and also
Virbator really
thought
thought to kill this 2/3 with a sudden strike, but he decided to go this line.
Well, we can also see Bison take the front line, right? And I think this is a scary unit to have in the front line because, you know, if you want to blitz out a Hellcat to kill this, you give your opponent 4 HP. And we see Bison saving the second sickle. I think he's just thinking, you know, 30-second infantry, it's not that high value of a card. It's a 2-1 with an op cost.
And you want to trade your opponent's units into it, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And knowing that this 30 seconds is only having two attack, your opponent probably needs to spend 2 units into it, mean giving you double the amount of draw, but also giving your opponent less resources for later.
There is also the idea that if your enemy has multiple units on board, a 3-1 is a really nice confusion target because then you know that it's going to die afterwards. So I think leaving it on board, there is some serious logic to that. We also see the 507th pair or PIR in Viabitor's hand. This gives confusion a lot more value because we said, you know, you have a 3-6. What does confusion do against that? Well, now you're going to have things like 6-6s or 6-3s maybe even. And these are things you can confusion and get a lot of value with.
Absolutely. And that's why he decided to leave it on board and probably get a good confusion target later. The problem with confusion on infantry is when they're in the support line, they're also getting into your support line. So you cannot attack anything with it. So he has to wait until Viabator moves to the front line and then he can go for the confusion.
Absolutely. If he was to confusion one of these units right now, it would go to his support line and it would just sit there until he passed it.
You can move it to the front line, but then after his turn...
Does it then stay in the front line for Viabator? You've moved it to the front line for your opponents?
No, I don't think so. No.
No? You just help him? Kill me faster.
Kill me faster. I move your units for you.
I mean, you know, if you've got a flight to catch, you help them.
Yeah, just do it. Not deciding to go phase again.
And we see him opting to heal for 2 over put down the T60. I personally would have preferred to put down the T60. However, he was also sort of baiting Viabator to push the front line with all these units, which sets up a nice confusion. He's also... He's left it potentially open for, you know, a sort of bait. He's left this fighter here. Oh, look, my fighter's free. If you have a Whirlwind, you can push up and trade my fighter. But little does Viabator know, this sets up a confusion for Bison.
There comes the first Sherman with 2 more cards to Viabator's hand. And look at this. I think and the third confusion. Are you serious? So everything is going against Viabator at the moment.
That's a lot of confusion.
Do you confuse the PIR into that 3-1?
Yeah, I think you do.
Or is it 109s? It's close, right?
I think you go PIR.
PIR, and then next turn you can confuse the 109 straight into the Sherman.
Exactly, you can trade it into the Sherman next turn. But instead, opting to go for the confusion. Now, take in mind, as Viabator ends his turn, he's also going to give bonus attack to a unit, which then sets up the Sherman trade still. He's still going to be able to do this next turn because this PIR is going to give bonus attack to one of these 2 units, and this is going to set up trading into the Sherman anyway. So, in a sense, doesn't matter too much.
Wow. So 2 more confusions left here for Bison.
I mean,
really
it's
good.
Gonna buy him a lot of tempo.
And Viabator not finding a we can do it. He's playing 3 of them, right?
I believe so.
That's...
You know, since Skytrain is a fighter now, you can actually confusion that and hit it into a Sherman, just delete the fighter straight away, no matter where anything is.
Because 0 attack units can attack now, right?
Yes, 0 attack units very recently got the ability to attack, and this was alongside a Skytrain, which is a 0-4 fighter. So if you confusion this, you can just trade it into the Sherman. I mean, it's not very effective to the Sherman. The Sherman just brushes it off. It doesn't take any damage. But it does kill a Skytrain, which is a really important card to kill. And Soviets do lack ways of reaching the front line, and especially killing air units. So it's a very nice way of dealing with a Skytrain. Very neat and effective.
First Maurice goes to the front line. And Sherman too. Ooh, hitting the first Marines. Yeah, that's a guaranteed confusion, right?
Oh, dude, that's spicy. That's what that is. And you know, you can also then hit this infantry in the back line. There's 30-second infantry with your...
Yeah, I think you're getting rid of it now, right? So the
Yeah.
PRR is buffing itself and can be traded later into another
Exactly,
Sherman.
and you also don't even have the option of going face instead to heal, because these first Marines pushing up gave the HQ smoke screen. So you can either do that, or you can go for the Heroes of the Soviet Union and try and find yourself something very useful. If you was going to do Heroes of the Soviet Union, I'd like to have seen him do it first, because there is the potential for this Engineers, this 04 Engineers,
That's
which
giving
heals
heal.
you as a
Yeah.
unit dice. You would have gotten a little bit +2 HP from doing this first. We see him go for the heroes. Oh. Now, he can actually go for the armoured train because he's put his fighter on the left side of his HQ, which means it's very... You know, this is a very smart thing to do, because this means when you play your armoured train, you're spitting out your 1-1s coming out the side, and there's no risk of doing anything weird. It means you can put down a T60 and protect your face and your fighter, and not risk the armoured train pushing these out and ruining the plan.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a downside of an armored train, that you can sometimes not guard important units and your HQ. You always have to decide. But it still is a 3-7 with heavy armor 1.
And produces a
And
lot
it
of
can only
infantry.
be bounced by the 99s, since it's no infantry unit. So
Although, a very nice answer to this is the M18 Hellcat, which is sitting in Viator's hand.
Yeah, it's the
And,
most left
do you
part,
just
right?
drop it this turn? Winter Offensive. Just drop it now. There's no we can do it down. If you wait, we can do it's going to come down. This board is going to become unclearable. You drop this now, you
don't
take
get
some
good
damage.
confusion value this turn, right? You cannot confuse any of these
Nope,
forward tag units.
No
you
double
can,
kills.
but you don't get good trades out of it. You don't want to confuse the 35T. I mean, just go for it, right?
I think you just go for it. It'd be a lot more appealing if we had one of these 2-3s that heal when it takes damage on board. However, I think it's still appealing enough, and we do have 20 health. We're sitting on a comfortable amount of health. We're okay to go down to 16.
I think
It's
you
not a
cannot
big
wait
deal.
here. If your opponent plays a we can do it, you're basically screwed.
I think your only other option is to put down, say, these tractor factories and get some 5/5s down to then trade into these units that will now have 4 and 5 HP, such as the 32nd and the 35T. But there we go, the winter offensive. And I think we've been feeling a bit of this cold ourselves the last couple of days.
Oh, I tell you, 3 hours boat trip.
No
Whale
whales.
watching too.
No whales.
Without any whales, that was really worth it. So
no dolphins, no harbour
we can
porpoise.
relate with the winter offensive for sure.
We can do.
I'm still freezing.
But there you go. Bison bringing the cold himself and completely wiping Viator's board. He does have a few options. He can push up a First Marines, go for an M4 Sherman. He can now take this as an opportunity to put down the Sky Train and start rebuilding really quickly. Going for the Hellcat, going for the pressure on the face damage. But this Hellcat offers a huge opportunity. I think... Oh, it's difficult. Do you Hellcat into the Sky Train? What do you do here? What do you feel like is the optimal play?
It is really tough. You don't get a good trade of it. Sure, you get rid of the Sky Train, but then there's still the Hellcat on the board, right?
Do you just go for the armored train and sacrifice it, knowing it's going to eat this guy, this Hellcat? I think there is some...
You can drop armored train into T60.
That
with
is
2
true
guards
as well.
On board and
However, that doesn't... That does block you from sickling this Engineers, and if this Engineers moves to the front line, it could be more problematic. He may go for the confusion on the Hellcat and then go for the sickle on the Hellcat to finish it off, and say, you know what, ooh.
ooh,
Did you expect that?
no, that is a line I did not see. Because what are you doing now?
You know,
Drop the armored train.
he's still done it. He's done it, and I still don't see the line. I'm not sure what the strategy is here.
Maybe he wants to kill him later with the tractor factory Siberian transfer.
It may be so.
He
However,
saw that line, I guess. Siberian transfer next turn. Go for the...
when are you taking the front line, though?
Yeah.
When is there
The
going to
problem
be...
is the Skytrain, right?
Yes,
That is constantly creating 1-drops now that go to the front line. So I'm not sure how Bison will ever get through with these T-34 to the front line. But he also has the KV-1 in hand, right?
Oh, that is true. That is very true. Hit with the KV-1, right, and a hit with a T-34. That gets Viator down to 1 HP, which I mean can still be pretty difficult for a deck without many blitz units to do.
And Viator is also having the 99s in hand, which means basically these Hellcats just have free way to set Bison to 7, and then Viator is also having the strategic bombing.
And also this we can do it with the Hellcats. It's a really strong combo. Hellcats have a lot of damage output from them, but they're very fragile in HP wise. So putting down the we can do it offers him a lot of survivability this board. I think Bison may be regretting the way of going face damage, and all hopes of just killing the HQ from far away with Bison disappear as the Skytrain drops a Jasko onto the battlefield. All his the KV is set to 1 damage per turn for the pings. It's really quite. I mean, generally you don't want the Jaskos if you're USA mid range. I think in this situation you're happy with this. You'll take this.
Absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, whatever plan Bison had, it's not working out because of Jasko, right?
Absolutely, and we may see him go for the Siberian transfer
I
here,
think so too.
just to clear this front line.
And give himself a little bit more health.
Yeah, and then he will have enough credits to go for the armored train. And you know what answers armored train? Hellcat. You know what's no longer around? Hellcat.
Come on. Do you go T60 or armored train?
I think you go armored train because then you start spewing out these 1-1 infantry, and these can heal you a lot with this engineers. It's pretty funny actually. We have both players producing a 1 drop each turn. At the end of each turn, they both get a 1 drop. It's sort of US and Soviet waves of infantry charging towards each other. Unfortunately for Bison, most of the infantry that Viator gets are higher value.
Yeah.
However, you know, Soviet blood, it's strong. It can still take this back.
Bison not in a good spot here.
I'm curious if we just see the strap bomb and then the push up. I know it doesn't really pressure Bison a lot, but it's such a high value card to get down, and it does also this free damage isn't going to get reduced by the armored train's heavy armor. So it's a really nice way of pressuring the armored train because it does free damage to it, which is 4 combat damage worth.
So both 1-drops, those 0-4 1-drops like the Jasko and the Engineer Battalion, they're really annoying for their opponents, right?
Yes.
Bison cannot do his game plan with a KV1 because Jasko's denying 1 damage. And Bison is having these healing guys. Whenever a unit from him died, he's just gaining more health.
I really like these engineers comboed with the armored train because you produce so many of these little 1-1 infantry, and they can generally be pretty useless. They're quite nice at like blocking the front line from things like, I don't know, a big tiger or Pershing that wants to push up. But with engineers, this is like 2 health a turn from these trains. I think it's a really nice combo.
Absolutely. And Bison finding another guard here. So he's sitting on 3 potential guards.
You know what Bison needs? He needs one of his Leopolds from last game.
Yeah, where is it?
Yeah, I think. I mean,
they retired, right?
Yeah, he used both last game. If he had one left over.
Did not bring it to this match.
I mean, what can you do? Sometimes you forget your lunch, sometimes you forget your Leopold. It's just part of life.
Yeah, it's really a tough spot here for Bison. Viator really developing a strong board here. He is out of the winter offensive.
I honestly think if I was Bison here, I would feel a lot of pressure to play this tractor factories and start fighting back against the units in the front line. But the more units are in your support line, you know, the bigger this strap bomber gets. And Bison
deciding to
he's
fire back here with the KV1.
Oh, with the Flampanzer, the healing
gone
for Bison can just be removed from the game from Viator, and he has a lot of potential to do a lot of things. He can push up these engineers that give +2 to units that are adjacent to them, and then suddenly this armored train is a lot easier to trade into. It gives him a lot of opportunity to do it. And it also clears space in the support line to play an M for Sherman. We are reaching a sort of critical mass with Viator's board where he's no longer going to be getting units from the Sky Train, so he does actually kind of want to kill some of his own units. I'm curious if we'll see him trade this Whirlwind away in an attempt to clear space in his support line to get more units out. And he goes for the 99th. I don't think that's quite lethal.
He's very close. How much is he having? 10?
Yes, I'm doing maths in my head.
But next turn he has this dread bombing.
Yeah, and he pushes up the Sky Train to make space.
So Bison needs to win now.
Bison has to win now, and you know what?
He cannot really heal, right?
there's nothing he can do about this.
He can heal, but it's not doing that much. He can do the tractor factories, trade into one of these units, go to 5 health, but then there's a support line full of waiting units, right?
That doesn't exactly save you. You just get strap bombed.
You just don't die to strat bomb.
I hate to predict everything that's going to happen, but I think Viapator has this game, and I can't see any path in which Bison can bring this back.
No.
I feel like using the Hellcat to pressure phase may have been the point where he started losing control of the game. Where he stopped playing like a control deck and switched to an aggro deck, but I think he just switched a little bit too early.
Yeah, absolutely. He did not really apply that much pressure to set up lethal, even if he would have dropped KV1. And yeah, I think that was the point where the match turned around.
Now, if he puts down this 845th, there is... He needed that 845th. Well, take in mind, he doesn't know it's a strat bomb.
Yeah.
We have all-seeing vision. He does not, as far as we know.
As far as we know.
And here comes the strat bomb. No? And
just
here comes
sure.
the strat bomb.
Not just to make sure.
I mean, it's the World Championship. Why not take precaution?
Yeah, just play it for sure. And Viapator,
our first player to advance. And I believe that... with that, we're going to send it to Thomas in a moment for an interview.
Yeah, we're going to hear the players' impression after that insane series. I mean, 5 games and
Absolutely.
a very close 5th game with
and 40 damage in 1 turn we saw earlier. That's something.
We had everything in this series, right? Some nice OTK kills. We had a close 5th game with all these players, with both players back and forth, both sitting at around 10 health, and then just one micro misplay. Just turned the whole game around.
It's super easy to make. And when we talk about pressure in tournaments, when you're there live, it's even more pressure. Anyway, that's enough from us. We'll be catching you later. And for now, it's to Thomas for an interview with the winner.
Yeah, congratulations. That was well done. What's your first thoughts?
My first thoughts, I was super excited that I got through. Like, it was much closer than what I could even imagine. There was a crisis last game. I was thinking what terrible decks I brought and stuff. But I made it.
Yeah, really super exciting. And I mean, it was close. Did you think it was beforehand that close? I mean, 3-2?
Yeah, I expected that because like my qualification was all like that.
All right. You started with a loss, right? So how do you deal with that? It's a bit of a setback, right? I mean, starting with a loss is not ideal.
Well, with that deck, it's kind of expected, you know, because sometimes you get the draws and sometimes you don't. Right. And so, well, second time it went off.
Yeah, indeed. How much a role plays mental strength here? I mean, you're very experienced, obviously, and of course. So what do you think? Is a mental strength then the deciding factor, or what's your impression on that?
Yeah, I think like today I'm more focusing on the like being chilled more than like last time strategies, you know. There's like just sit there and go my like do my stuff. Yeah, and just focusing what is under my control is important.
Right, and it obviously worked out. So really, congratulations to that. Very good. What's your next step? Are you gonna relax now, or just take it easy and chill out a bit, or are you really watching and focusing what your potential next opponents will do and prepare throughout the day?
Yeah, as I understand the tournament structure, I'm done for today, right?
Right.
So yeah, I will enjoy the rest of the day, and I will be looking to others how they manage with their stress.
Right, that sounds like a good plan. Definitely. I mean, there's lots of more exciting stuff going on, for sure. But yeah, so just relaxing, chilling out, having fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Well deserved, I would say. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you very much.
All right, good luck with that. And again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome back, and what an amazing series that was to kick us off here. Went all 5 games. We got to see 40 damage done in a single turn, something I've never seen before, guys. Let's recap this series a little bit, starting with game number 1. In game number 1 for Viapator, the baby combo didn't go off, right? It didn't work. Tell me a little bit, how did that happen?
It felt like a pretty straightforward game in that one. It was Japan aggro versus a fairly fragile combo deck that doesn't really have a huge point of defense involved. We saw 30-second infantry at the board, and it's like, putting a bunch of 2-1s in play, trying to fight for that position. It's really not enough to fight against Japan aggro on that one. You just get kind of overwhelmed.
Yeah. But then in game number 2, we saw baby combo work, but it worked later in the game than I would have expected it to do, right? So, leading up to that, what was the play that kind of unlocked baby combo there for it to actually work? Bison had healed up a bunch, right? He had units on the field. Viapator was halfway through his deck, but he still managed to pull it off. Like, what happened there, Bubbles?
I think he showed his experience with the deck. He really knew this isn't over until it's over. Like, this is the thing with autocannon decks, is you can get very, very close to killing them, and then they suddenly just come out and do this huge amount of damage. And I think understanding when to pop off and when to try and go for it and when not to, I think is a really important part. And we saw him be really patient and holding all these things and just waiting and waiting and waiting. And then he found the combo, and he did, I think it was like 26 damage in one turn, just out of nowhere. And I think it just shows to his patience and experience with the deck. He knows how to run this deck. A lot of people meme around with this deck, but he plays it seriously. He knows what he's doing.
Anything to add?
Well, it just kind of demonstrates like the importance of a combo deck and like the knowledge of it as well. Like, you don't have to be using your deck at the maximum speed that it can be at.
Yeah.
You need to be doing it at the maximum win rate that spot is at. And a lot of times in those slower matchups, you have plenty of time to build to a spot where you don't have to take nearly as many risks.
Yeah.
The earlier that Viapator is trying to go off in that game, the more reliant he is on actually finding that autocannon as quickly as possible. So if you just take your time and wait, you'll get deeper into the deck. You have a higher chance of simply finding it to begin with, and then you don't have to be taking that big of a risk. The deeper you are into the deck, the less of a risk it is that you have to take with that situation.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I think it goes back to what you talked about, Bubbles, right? A lot of people meme around with this deck, right? They try and do it as fast as possible. But he plays it for real, right? He takes his time. He knows exactly what combo pieces he needs, and then he pops off. And talking about combo pieces, I want to spend some time on game number 3, because in game number 3, we saw a new British deck centered around a new British fighter deal 40 damage within a single turn.
Yeah.
And I am in shock.
So we were sitting backstage, and I'm sitting there with Darkness and Jay King, and we're kind of like talking about the situations that are up, and we're like, oh, what about this play right here? What if they did this right now? Oh, what about this situation? There's tons of spots in that game where you can go back and actually look at all the critical points in the game and what players could have done differently to help manipulate the situation. But then we kind of just got past that point, and we're like, oh, no, he's got it here. 40 damage. Ollie just bursts out from the back into the door. He's like, what?
We heard it. We were sitting there casting, and I see the combo, and I just hear in the background, what? And I'm like, well, I can hear Ollie. And we're in a soundproof booth, taking mine. There's no sound in or out. We hear him still.
I got yelled at, right? Because like upstairs, they're casting like Formula One as well, right? And I interrupted that broadcast as well. There was like a nice little what that came in through there, because my God, that combo is absolutely insane, right?
Yeah.
Just recap a little bit how that combo works.
Well, quite frankly as well, I also want to point out that in that game, Viapator's draw, I think, was very utility heavy and very much not piecing together the combo pieces like quite as quickly as you normally want to in that matchup. But typically what you're trying to do is you're trying to just buff a big Fury unit and then buff it more, and then buff it more, and then attack twice. Like, you have two evasive methods that both attack from the back line. Yeah. And obviously the new Spitfire, that's the one that's dealing the maximum amount of damage. But if your opponent has guard units in play, that's what the Howitzer's for. Is now it's that you have that artillery line that can shoot twice instead. So you don't get quite as much damage from that one, but a lot of times you don't need quite as much damage. It's not really about, again, not maximizing your damage. It's about maximizing your win rate. And so finding the right time and the patience on that one and understanding how the deck is piecing together, I think it's a very important one. And I think in that one, I just really want to stress, I think Viapator's draw in that game was quite below average, I would say, for what it's normally going to do.
So what you're basically saying is that this deck is on par, stronger than what we saw in that game?
I think so, yeah.
Oh my God.
It's in a slow matchup, though. Very favorable matchup, I want to stress.
I'm completely with you on that one. I think the deck has so much potential. And I think he's done something unique, which we've not really seen. We did see some literal Scorched Earth tactics with the card Scorched Earth to just delay the game as much as possible. He's not got any of that, and he still is running like no removal. He's like, I don't need removal, I'll just heal. I'll just do National Fire Service. And then he used the National Fire Service to prevent the Man Nostrum healing. You can heal for what, 10, 15 that go? No, you're healing for 2, 3. It just completely shuts down the healing. And if it wasn't for National Fire Service, I don't think he would have had that game. I don't think he would have gotten to the point. I think he may have had to do like 50, 60 damage to win that game. I think those are really unique and really overlooked by all of us, and he's brought it, and he's shown us this card has potential in these sort of OTK decks to really pop off.
I mean, in the cast, you guys touched a little bit on Scout, right? And I'm pretty sure he's watching at home with a big smile on his face, seeing, National Fire Service and Aerial Reconnaissance being played in the World Championship. These are like some of the least popular cards in the game, the least used cards in the game, but we're seeing them here on the grand final stage being used to perfection. So moving on to game number 4, that was just an extremely well-controlled game there by Bison, right? Like, there was a lot of pressure coming out from that US frontline deck over from Viabator, but, it was just control over time. Was there anything special that kind of stood out for you guys in that game? Any specific plays?
I think really just the big thing that stood out was that there was a backup Leopold.
Yeah.
Like, it's very rare that you have like the first Leopold pulling quite as much weight as it was doing in that game. When you have a second Leopold, when you have the option to just crank yours forward and be like, no, go ahead, knock this 6-4 out of the park, there's another one coming. Like, it's very rare that you're in a situation where you could literally throw your hands up into the air and crop your feet up on the table and just do whatever you wanted and still walk away the winner in that game.
Get up on out of here.
That was the advantage that Bison got to in that position. That is partially matchup based that's in that one, but it also is just understanding the matchup as well and taking advantage of the fact that you have an advantage in this matchup. It's not just about getting the advantage, it's about closing it out afterwards as well. Bison had complete control over game 4.
Anything to add?
No, I mean, it was so fun to watch. And I just got such a chuckle out of the fact that Viabator didn't know about the second Leopold. I feel like, I have ladder games like that where I walk away, I'm like, I could have won that if I just drawn this one thing. But then in reality, he's got another Leopold just waiting.
Still had all these.
But I mean, that could just be good for, your mental state. It's just like, okay, I mean, he isn't quite, top decking and drawing, 2 Leopolds, right, at least. So, but game number 5, it looked like Soviets just couldn't keep up with the pressure, right?
Yeah.
That just felt to me that was the story of that game, right? The units kept on coming. There were answers, there were guards, but they just kept on being bounced, they kept on being killed. Didn't really kind of see the success on the control side, controlling that aggression from the U.S. Anything different that you guys saw in that game?
I mean, I just really kind of want to emphasize that point again too. We saw the situations where I feel like the Soviet deck had opportunities to come back, and really I think one of the big keys is the critical timing on a Leopold there. When is the best time to use it in that game? It's extremely difficult to discern, and we can see both of the hands. Let alone when you can't see both of the hands.
Yeah.
What's the timing on a play like that? So I feel like that the Leopold timing there is very critical into kind of creating a state where you now have the advantage in that one. But it just felt like that was a really tough position to get to.
We are talking about the Soviet game though, so no Leopold in that game. That was the.
I'm sorry, not the Leopold game. Excuse me, the winter.
Winter offensive. Yes,
winter offensive. I'm so stuck on the double Leopold.
No, I mean it's stuck in our mind, right?
The similar idea. It's the board sweep.
Yes.
There we go. So having that winter offensive, that was a big debate that was sparked between Darkness and J-King as well, where they both were seeing different lines of play that were available there as well. I think that the winter offensive is like a pretty obviously strong play.
Yeah.
I think that was really the critical point of that game, though, is when do you actually use that? And again, we could see both of the hands, and it's a difficult one to discern, let alone when you can't see both of them now. That was a tough position, and US mid-range did what US mid-range does, overwhelms the game.
Yeah, that's a good recap of what happened, right? I do have one thing that I want to point out. You talked about a 3-0 Admirable. That was your prediction.
Yeah, I thought it was very possible, and I did assume initially that Japan aggro was going to be banned when I came up with that opinion.
Sure.
It did not get banned, so that's kind of like I think versus Viabator's lineup, Japan aggro feels like kind of a free win.
Yeah.
But the Britain deck I felt like probably was more powerful against the whole lineup across the board in that one. So I do agree with Viabator's ban at the end. But seeing it go to 5 games like this, it's kind of showing like the importance of partitioning your resources properly. You know, we saw Bison taking very aggressive lines in that game, even despite the fact that he was often on the defensive foot, because the offensive line is now opening up opportunities, and that's having to shift the lines of play from Viapator's side. Very light on removal across the board from that one. So Bison recognizing that the aggression really is also a defensive factor in that matchup, I think, was a really key part of getting to Game 5.
Yeah. Anything to add, Bubbles?
Pretty sure I said 3-2.
Nothing
else to add.
You
Nothing
did.
else to add.
I want to talk about a little bit moving forward what this means for both Viapator and Bison, right? Of course, Bison is now moving on to the lower bracket. We'll see him play again in the final series here today for his tournament life. Viapator, having finished his play today, can now kick back, relax, watch the rest of his opponents play. Do you think we're going to see that Britain OTK deck start drawing bans moving forward? Because you just saw what it is capable of.
I definitely think that matchup knowledge is a really key factor against that one. And since Viapator's not going to be playing again today, that gives whoever his next opponent's going to be, either Darkness or J King, time to actually practice against that deck specifically and see if you can craft up some game plans and cobble something together that can fight that strategy. And that's always one of the most powerful things about a new strategy is that your opponents don't have experience against it. You have crafted this, you understand what your game plan is. Your opponents know what it is, but how do they actually counteract that when it's a hand range that you're playing against instead of an actual visual hand sight? Very different prospect.
What about you, Bubbles? Do you think this is going to be the new kind of target ban? Would you? The question is this, right? Would you rather play against Japan Resistance or that Britain Spy Ring OTK deck, right?
Honestly, I would highly consider banning the baby combo OTK.
Yeah?
Reason being, it's the least. It's the one where you have the least control over the solutions. With that one, you're mainly just hoping you can kill them before they combo off. That's the main way of doing it. With the Britain deck, we discussed more about guards and even like Blackwatch, this sort of thing, which very slows down the deck. So you've got weapons of fighting that. And Resistance is a difficult one, but I honestly think J King and Darkness don't fear Resistance in the same way the rest of the community does. I think their sort of level of understanding is, quite frankly, above most of us with the game, so they don't see Resistance as the same threat. I do think this German OTK deck, since it ignores guards and it's got a lot of little guys, so it's very easy to check for from the deep and these countermeasures, I honestly think if you don't want to leave it up to chance, which, as I know, these players generally don't, this is the deck to target. So I imagine they'll want to target that one, and then, like Admirable said, they have time to prep and find solutions to the other decks.
It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. But all right, with that, let's take a look at the updated bracket and see what is ahead of us here. Viapator has taken down Bison there 3-2 and moves on to the second game in the upper bracket there. His opponent is going to be either J King 7 or Darkness, which is the series that we're going to be having come up next. Now, I don't think, we're not going to go into that series now, but I can just tell you right now, I'm really, really excited. We're about to go on to a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we'll have that series. I cannot wait. These are two good friends, teammates that have practiced together, that have, theory crafted together, and they're about to go head-to-head on the big stage.
Yeah.
I'm excited. You should be excited.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone at home should be excited. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, so don't move a muscle. We'll be back with Darkness versus J King right after this. Welcome back to the 2021 KARDS World Championship Grand Finals. My name is Olikrummi Steinarsson and I am your host. With me now on the analyst desk, we have a couple of handsome gentlemen here. We have Spoos and Bubbles. You know, they're fan favorites. How are you doing? We've had you here before, Bubbles, but Spoos, how are you feeling, man?
Yeah, great to be on stage finally. It was really insane first series, and I cannot wait to see the second one, honestly. And it's so nice to be here in Iceland. All these nice people. We also did some nice sightseeing with Bubbles, and yeah, really cool to be here and be part of that.
Yeah, you guys went whale watching, right?
Yeah, we're watching without seeing any whales, actually.
Yeah,
the Highland has
You
been
went sea watching.
We
right?
went sea watching, we went
Yes.
ocean watching. We got to see some nice landscape though. We got to see snow at sea, which is a little bit different from the snow at land we've come, gotten used to at Iceland. So it was pretty good, pretty exciting.
But yeah, so you guys enjoying your stay so far?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. Well, we're here to talk about the next series that is up, right? We can talk about Iceland all day long, but the fact of the matter is we're here to crown a world champion, and to do that, we have to eliminate some players, and to do that, we have to play some series. Next series up, J King 7 versus Darkness, two of probably among the most decorated players in KARDS history. Good friends, teammates, have practiced a lot together, going head to head. Let's start talking a little bit about J King. Maybe starting with you, Spoos. What kind of defines J King as a player, and kind of how has he been evolving tournament playstyle wise in recent weeks?
I mean,
and
J King is one of the outstanding players in KARDS. I mean, out of the last 12 seasons, he won how much? 11.
Yeah, I think so.
And it's not that everyone is not trying, right? So he's just one level above it, it seems. And he also proved that by winning several tournaments, like the last KARDS Open.
Yeah.
So he is well prepared for today, and I'm really thinking he is the favorite today and tomorrow, and I hope he's the best bet for being the world champion.
Do you agree, Bubbles?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on ladder, his only real competitor is Neon 5, and luckily for J King, Neon isn't here today, so I think there's nothing between him and, getting that world championship.
All right, if we switch focuses a little bit over to Darkness. Darkness, obviously, he's a big streamer, right? A really recognized name around the game, but he's also a consistent tournament player that we've seen win back-to-back opens in multiple OCCs, and in general, just being active in that scene. How have we seen kind of Darkness's play, and how has he evolved as a player over the past couple of months, Bubbles?
Yeah, so I think he's been a household name in KARDS for a long time. I think that's safe to say. I know when I first properly got into KARDS and I opened Twitch and I was in Darkness's chat, and I got very happy when I was playing against people that were, oh, this guy's great at the game and he's streaming it, and I just matched against him. How awesome! So he's been around for a very long time, and I think his understanding and knowledge of the game has matured a lot over it. I think he's sort of set himself out as a control player for quite a while now. I mean, no one plays Brit Ramp like he does. Whenever I face him on ladder and he's Brit Ramp, he just destroys me with it. And during the qualifiers for the World Championship, we saw him scrap what he's used to and scrap what we know him for and go for these reactionary decks, sort of countermeasure decks and things to counter the meta and strong points, which are really, really common and understandably done strategies. But unfortunately, this didn't work out for him. He didn't quite make it through with those. He got very, very close, but it just let him down at the end. And since then, he's put those in a box, put them away, not deleted them, but put them aside and said, for now, I need to do what I'm known for. I need to do what I'm good at. And he's brought back what he's good at. He's got his favorite decks here. He knows how to use them. And he's really, reflected on what went wrong during the qualifiers and realized what went wrong and done it. He fixed the problem and done that all himself. And the reason I'm so certain that he's fixed these is when you talk to him and he talks about it, and we did speak to him yesterday, he's able to explain what went wrong. He's able to say what went wrong. And that shows a level of understanding that which is really, really important for self-improvement at things like a card game. To be able to say, this is what went wrong, and even to be able to present that to other people. I mean, it's very easy to learn, or not very easy, but it's easier to know yourself, but to present it to other people, it takes a lot. So I think he's constantly improving, and I think whenever Darkness stops being a threat, wait a bit, he comes back as a threat. I mean, it's sort of like a Hydra. You cut one head off, two come back, and you know, I think he's got a lot of heads today.
And I think you touch on a very interesting point there, right? And that is the fact that like when you're trying to improve, especially in something like a card game, you need to be really honest with yourself. It's super easy to just be like, oh, RNG, right? If I had gotten the draws, you know, he got lucky, right? Those are the cop-outs, right? Sitting down and being like, I did this wrong. I should have done this in a different way, and I'm going to try that out. That takes true maturity, right? Now, about the series. I have the bands here in front of me. J King banned away Soviet Italy from Darkness. Darkness banned away Brit Air from J King. So the only Brit Air deck in the entire tournament has been banned. We just had the Open last weekend, and there we said, oh, everybody's going to bring Brit Air to the World Championship. Turns out we were wrong. But moving into this, what are your predictions? How do you think this series is going to go, starting with you, Spoos?
I think, as the last series we saw, it will be a very, very close series for sure, because both players are on an equal level. But I think there might be a slight advantage for J King. Also knowing that Darkness, when he was asked who his biggest, or who the opponent is, who's he most afraid of, it was first of all the Chinese players. But since no Chinese player could make it to Iceland, it is probably J King who his biggest, his biggest enemy is. And unfortunately, he's facing him here today in round number 1. And yeah, I think he needs this little bit of luck to beat J King today.
What about you, Bubbles?
I mean, I don't disagree. I think everything Spoo said there is true. But I want to emphasize to people that when we say J King has the advantage, what we mean is a small, very minute advantage. It's not like, oh, J King has the advantage, so he's going to win this series. It's J King has the advantage, so he can get a little bit less than Darkness, and Darkness needs a little bit more luck, but it's still really, really close. And since I think Darkness still has such a strong chance of winning this, and I'm a very competitive person, I'm going to go Darkness, just to prove you wrong.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Well, we have 1 vote Darkness, 1 vote J King. I think it's just time to find out. So let's throw it over to Thomas, who is standing by with the players for a quick interview before we get into the game.
Right, I'm here with Darkness and J King, live on the set, right before the matches. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little bit excited. Well, we were waiting a long time and watching the other games, and now finally we are allowed to play. I'm looking forward to this.
How about you?
I'm just very excited to play and just see what happens, get the games underway.
Right, you mentioned earlier that you watched the previous matches. Is that an advantage, disadvantage? What's your thought?
Nothing. Well, it's a completely different opponent. Sure, when we are going to see to face the next opponent, we already analyzed their play style with a calm mind, so this can be an advantage. But for this series, it's just fine.
In general, I prefer to go first, like in tournaments, just because you can get your first game out of the way and start preparing for your next round. But I don't think it's going to have a huge impact because Darkness also had to wait, so yeah.
All right, that's very exciting. You know each other quite well. Now it's time to really find out who is the best, right? With that, good luck, and may the best win, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Good luck.
It's the 2021 World Championship for Cards. I'm Nathan Zamora. I'm better known as That's Admirable Online, and I'm joined here by Ali, whose name I cannot fully pronounce.
Ola Rapstenos. It's easy.
What he said. And wow, we talk about a match that you're excited about at pretty much any point in the year. How on earth could it get more exciting than the highest stakes matches of the year, Ali?
I don't know if you've noticed, but and heard from the story downstairs, I disrupted multiple broadcasts across multiple soundproofed booths. I got so excited over a single play, mind you.
Yeah.
So what this series has in store for us, and I'm finally now in the casting seat, right? So I get to be hyped. I get to be excited. Oh, I can't wait. Let's do it. Let's do it.
When you're down there in that hosting position too, you can get hyped and excited about it.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be happening here today. If you are not hyped and excited, and you happen to be influenced by perhaps the folks around you, get prepared. All right. There's going to be some excitement that's taking place in this one. Two of the most decorated players in the cards scene. Two of the most veteran players in the cards scene. And now they're playing the first match here at the World Championship. And frankly, despite the fact that they have very similar views on how to play these tournament situations, they've kind of showed up with pretty different lineups.
Yep. Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's super interesting, and we've touched upon this multiple times, right? J King, he took his agency back. He brought decks that he can win with, that he doesn't just have to, sit back and wait. He can win with these decks. Darkness went back to his, proper home stay, which is control, right?
Yeah.
So why don't you just head us through the decks?
Yeah, let's go ahead and start getting into this one. We'll start over with Darkness' side of things, since he's the player on deck at the moment that we're kind of addressing, and we can take a look at his decks. And as we saw, the Soviet Italy control deck was banned, so we can kick things off here with the Britain deck, the Britain USA deck that Darkness has brought here, and this is pretty much his bread and butter right now. Like, this is the ramp deck that's taking place in this one, and frankly, I feel like this deck is just getting stronger and stronger over time because its option for threats and for endgame potential just continues to widen.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. And I think also with the addition of something like the Churchill Avra that allows you to retreat all the ground units, it just adds that additional control that kind of was able... Sorry, we're doing the wrong deck on screen, right? We're doing the Britain...
yeah, right now it is the Germany deck that's on screen right now. We were addressing that one, but let's go ahead and address the Germany deck since that's the one we're here with right now.
Sure.
We get this set up.
Find that. There we go.
We got lots of papers that are involved with this one. This deck, it really is, I think, pretty much the most modified one that we had seen from the last time.
Yeah.
There were a lot of countermeasures that were brought, but we saw a pretty big change in the cards game that happened. Not only did we see an influx of cards come in, but we also saw a pretty big balance change to some of the cards that were out there. The biggest one, I think, to really highlight from that in this one is going to be Root Out the Enemy. It went from a temporary reduction of units to a permanent reduction of units, and the -1, -2 across the board forever.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes it a little bit more painful to play it on your own units, but as a kind of counterattack to large board flooding strategies or heavy frontline pressure like you have from the U.S., it can absolutely decimate any type of momentum that you built by just playing that single card. So, and I think on the topic of countermeasures, the fact that you have Envelop and From the Deep in there, these are two high impact countermeasures. They've Darkness has weeded out all the other ones that were kind of just filling up the hand, not really getting the value. And I think that's, what you talk about, really kind of tightening down on being control, allowing you to own the agency and not running a ton of countermeasures that rely on your opponent to play something into them.
Yeah,
right?
Stop taking as many reactive measures, take more proactive measures that are involved. And I think one of the big highlights about this one is it seems like kind of a small inclusion of this one, but the L640 in the 1 credit slot from Italy here. This is a 1/3 operation cost blitz unit. It's a tank as well, so it gets to move and attack all in the same turn. And in this particular deck, when you take a look at this top end and you have cards like Latachima at the top end, suddenly this 1/3 retreat your own units has a much bigger measure than what it typically does. Typically that's a liability to retreat your own units. With Latachima, that means that's another support line unit that you get to destroy when you're in those big slower matchups.
Yeah, I mean, that's super interesting. I hadn't really noticed that. And that kind of interaction, I think, is extremely powerful. You can also, you can buff up the L640 on turn 2 with a Mare Nostrum and start your healing right off the bat.
Start chipping away at the boards, like against Japan aggro, for instance.
So I think
have a unit that lives through a little bit of that early pressure that Brit Air can support. Of course, he's banning out Brit Air in this matchup that he is against J King, rightfully so. I'd say probably the strongest deck that's in the game right now, just the most consistent overall and well-rounded. But I feel like that just the way that Darkness has developed this, it's a much bigger difference than what we saw in the last time, and I think it's a much more effective strategy. So we can go ahead and move on to the next deck that Darkness has on deck here right now. It's going to be the Soviet Italy control, and pretty much across the board, this is really I'd say the staple factor when it comes to control decks is that Italy is just truly the support nation for this because of how powerful the removal cards are.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree, and I think there's a reason for the fact that J King banned this out. This is the deck that he decided I do not want to play against this, and this sees also the new modified ISU 152 that destroys all damaged enemies on the field when you deploy it, and that change has really reinvented a lot of these Soviet decks, right? So I think some of the recent love the Soviets have been getting, there is somewhere, it may be this deck, it may be something else, but there is somewhere a world-class deck hiding in the Soviets right now.
I definitely agree with you on that one. This deck has been banned out from Darkness side, so let's go ahead and move on to the next one that we have on deck here for Darkness. And as we take a look, there are two left, and here we are with the Japan Resistance deck. This deck pretty much has I think a staple of a base that it plays in this one. But I will say that that there are some pretty interesting additions here that Darkness has included, and I would say the main one is you look at the 4-credit slot. The 61st Infantry Regiment has been included in this. It's a 4-credit 4/4 guard unit that says destruction, draw a card.
Yeah.
And this is a very interesting inclusion to me because A, this is a defensive measure.
Yeah.
But B, when you're in a situation like the mirror match, you now have a threat that's in play. And then C, this is always a card net positive style unit that you're putting into play here. A very unique one. It's nothing super oppressive to write home about, but frankly, it's just a pretty strong card for what the deck's trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it also, the fact that you manage to block with a guard and then you replace it with a card, that card could be a naval operation. It can be, so many different things that help you deal with a board that remains after that guard unit has done its job. So I think it's an extremely interesting one, and I don't see, a whole lot of other kind of tech choices here. Now, a lot of the times you're running the 2/6 guard that discards from your opponent, right? But I kind of like this one better. I kind of like it that, you're refreshing your hand.
Don't worry about their threats. You're kind of ignoring that measure for a large part, or even just their technology plays. You're trying to dig deep into your deck, and really the major change here that's been included into Darkness side is you look at the 8-credit slot, Sneak Attack.
Ooh.
Ollie, 8-credit, destroy a unit, and then you rip the rest of them out of your opponent's deck and hand. Like, what a very unique card to be playing. Like, this is a removal card, but quite frankly, this is a close the game kind of card. Like, say you're against U.S. mid-range, and their first Sherman comes later in the game because you've been actively contesting them in that front line. Suddenly this Sneak Attack can rip all those Shermans out of play, or it can rip both the Hellcats out of the deck. Like, there's a lot of strange, powerful things that Sneak Attack can do, but at the same time, I do think that in just a general concept, this card can definitely be a liability at the 8-credit cost.
If you draw it early, I can definitely see that happening. But I mean, I now that you're talking about it and you're mentioning stuff like the Shermans, I just wonder why Sneak Attack isn't standard in this, because it feels like it when you get value out of it, it can win you the game, right? So.
Well, I can tell you why. It's because it's all the way off in turn 8 land. Yeah, we start the game in turn 1 and 2 land. We need the turn 1 and 2 style things that are happening.
I mean, Japan, France, the Japan Resistance whole concept is like, I'm going to go late game, right?
Yeah.
So, you'll find an opportunity to use that Sneak Attack. It might not be, the very, very optimal use. I don't see it like losing you the game too often, but I can definitely see it winning you the game. So it's going to be interesting to see if it finds a lot of success here for Darkness, and then we might see it become standard.
Yeah, a bit of a slower matchup that hands across the board here when you take a look at J-King's lineup. And the last deck here for Darkness was the deck we were addressing initially, the Britain Ramp deck. And again, this is kind of the bread and butter play from Darkness's side. I feel like that he plays this deck extremely well. He understands what's happening here. I look across the board at this deck, and it's really tough to find like a weak point of this deck. It really just got a stronger inclusion when you look at the 6-credit slot with the way that Wellington has been changed to where now it is a dynamic cost reduction of each order that has been played this battle, and it's a 3/4. Very often it's not 6 credits anymore. It's then like 1 or 0.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost always going to be around that 1 or 0. I think that's when you kind of wait to play it as well, right? Like you wait until you can blitz it out for 0. You can pay 2 credits and you can kind of trade favorably, getting at least a 1-for-1, potentially a 2-for-1 if it survives into the next turn. I think what's interesting to me is that there is no Commonwealth in here, so Darkness is not going for any type of mass healing or Commonwealth as a win condition, and even so, like even to the point where he just removes it from the deck because he doesn't feel like he'll ever get a chance to use it. Apart from that, Brit Ramp, that's taking me back to like 2019 World Championships, right? Like this deck has been around for such a long time, and of course there are improvements and changes here and there, but I'm just excited to see how it performs in 2021.
Yeah, it really has that team ammo flair on it too with the Lend-Leases. 2 copies of Lend-Lease, my gosh.
Absolutely.
I mean, how many cards can you really draw before you run out at that point? My gosh, 7 credit draw 4. That's so many cards.
8 cards drawn.
It just feels like a team ammo thing. Every single time I see these players show up at an event, it feels like that Lend-Lease is somewhere across the lineup.
Talking about team ammo, let's jump on over to J-King's decks, see how they are looking. starting off with his Brit Japan deck here, and that is the Brit Air deck. This one has been banned. You know, there's not a whole lot of huge changes here. We've seen this deck. It's been very, very much refined over the past couple of weeks. It's down to only 5 cards on the Japan side that are just focused on buffing and removing.
Yeah.
And everything else is just Brit Air, you know, superiority.
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredibly refined list. You know, I would say like the major things that have changed is we got the new Spitfire that's in here, the Spitfire MK2A. Like that is just a huge unit at times. You know, Churchill obviously a very powerful effect. Wellington a very powerful effect. This one's been banned away. It's Brit Air. If you play the game, you know the deck.
You know the deck.
So let's move on to the next deck here from J King and see what's actually going to be on the play range here from his perspective. And again, I really, my one concern with J King in this matchup is that these are going to be slower matchups across the board.
Next deck.
And that's really the one thing that I'm worried about for J King as we can move on to the next deck here from J King. You know, we talked a lot about how Darkness, you know, the slower matchups I would say are like one of his specialty spots that he has going on.
Yeah.
And, you know, frankly, that's once you ban out the British Air deck, that's pretty much J King across the board.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. While we're waiting for the graphics to catch up, but let's just move on over. There we go. USA, Germany. This is the USA front line, right? You got the C47 Skytrain in there. You've got the 3 We Can Do It. You know, this is the frontline deck that we've kind of come to know in recent times, and this is the one that could suffer at the hands of the sneak attack.
Yeah, and I would say like the two you know, staple effects that have really fit their way into this deck right now is going to be Red Devils.
Yeah.
Big inclusion that players have realized is just very taxing when you're fighting for that front line for your opponent.
Love those Red Devils.
And it's also going to be the Skytrain. You know, it's recent change to where at the end of the turn now it simply summons a 1-cost unit.
Yeah.
That's a humongous change for what this card used to be, which was effectively you know, please don't use this in your decks.
Yes. And it was the least played elite in the game before the change. Now it has seen quite a bit of popularity. I also want to highlight the 2K507th PIR there and the interaction that can have with the Skytrain, right? Constantly buffing, constantly generating. So if there is a lack of removal early, this could really snowball out of hand.
Yeah, it definitely really could. And so, you know, taking a look at the last couple decks here for J King, we've already talked about the Japan Resistance deck. He does not have the unit inclusions that J King has had across the board, but it's, again, a very small change, but a very interesting one that can play a key role. And then the last deck for J King, this was really the deck that drew my attention, I'd say, the most from J King's lineup. It's the Soviet Italy control deck that he has played. However, it is some pretty massive changes to what this deck kind of normally looks like. Just across the board in general, when you look at this list by comparison to others, this kind of feels like a list that, quite honestly, could go into like the fatigue state.
I mean,
when you get down to it.
I like when you joined the game, you know, J King had migrated a little bit away from the Soviets, but I mean, he was known as a Soviet value player that, you know, his ultimate goal and his favorite playstyle was having games go to fatigue, right? So when you see J King bringing a Soviet deck, you know that's his goal. So, I mean, like, I'm just ready to get going. I just want the players to start playing, but because we need to see this deck to really understand how he's thought it, because I can go on a limb here, I can say there is probably no one in the game that will be able to completely break down the thought process behind every single card in here but J King. He's played that much of Soviets.
Yeah, it's just very clear that these have like specific roles in mind, and that you know, they're pretty easy to like see a general role for these, but you know, in terms of specific role, that's been planned out from the J King side of things.
Admirable.
I can tell you that.
It is happening.
Game 1 is getting underway. We have a best of 5 that's logged up here. The player of this is going to be moving on to tomorrow. The loser of this match is going to go down and face Bison for their tournament life that's taking place. J King going to be going first in this particular series. It's going to be the Brit ramp deck from Darkness's side, and look at that, J King. Right away, you said there's going to be no player who could talk to us about every single play in this deck. We're about to see all the plays in this deck.
Oh, I can't wait. I mean, this is also like, this is Soviet control into Brit control. We're going to be here for about 45 minutes, Admirable. I can tell you that this game.
Both have insane draws.
Yeah, I mean, this
game ends in 4 minutes. Like, I'm like, oh no, that's not what we meant.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at J King's starting hand, and it does not look good.
Yeah, not a blistering start for this one. And so Darkness now already faced with the decision point. And this is, I think, one of the biggest inclusions that's here is going to be the Observer Core. When you use this, how you use this, and what you use it on. This was such a unique introduction to the game because this is a temporary ramp that's taking place here, so it's more of like a tempo and momentum shift. But it does also open up opportunity as well. You know, like we're seeing a possibility of lowering a Lend-Lease so it's more playable. The We Can Do It so it's a more accessible card. The Seaforth Highlanders, which can come down like on turn 2 all of a sudden in an aggressive matchup. He's not facing that right now, so Darkness very much concerned with just a setup. You know, all of J King's removal, it's almost all of it's going to be damage based.
Yeah.
And so being able to buff that board a little bit more effectively, definitely a big play. Blackwatch added to hand, and that honestly, Blackwatch is a card I feel like that has largely rotated out of the metagame when it comes to these situations.
Has, but if you look at J King's hand right now, he is holding 4 orders, right?
That's it.
And he's 4 out of 5 cards are orders. So, you know, 5 out of 6 cards. He is getting so much stuff that he does not want in his hand right now. I mean, that Parade can give him a unit, so he definitely knows that he'll have something to play soon. He's got that tank to play on turn 4 to guard up. But I mean, I think the line that Darkness was looking for using the Observer Core on the We Can Do It is he's looking to basically just go Honey, Kitty Hawk, Seaforth, and then just We Can Do It out of nowhere. Right.
And that's like, you know, largely something that I think J King wants to have the attention for in this one is that neither player really has the ability to just go full on aggro in these matchups. Like this is very much an attrition matchup that's looking for that key critical moment where you can strike and perhaps catch your opponent off guard and really have an overwhelming factor take place. For Darkness here, I'd say that opportunity is kind of opened with these initial 2 drops here and the fact that Blackwatch is in hand. But for J King, we just saw 2 3/7 guards get drawn and a Mare Nostrum added to hand for here. I don't think J King is really under the threat of pressure at the moment.
No. He has plenty of healing to do and sights to see. I mean, we're on turn 4. I told you this game is going to be 30 minutes, even with the good draws.
You said that, but Rule Britannia now added to Darkness's hand as well. I mean, look, how often do you see the Brit ramp deck be able to have a unit drop into a unit drop that's disruption into unit drops into potentially a Rule Britannia right afterwards? It's pretty rare this card shows up this early and that you're going to have an active board presence.
I'm looking at the deck list now, and there's 3 Observer Cores in the deck there for Darkness. If he picks up one, is able to throw it onto that Rule Britannia early, then I think that's how we do this game in less than 40 minutes.
Yeah, this is a pretty scary point here. I think for J King overall, like he can't see the hand, of course.
Yeah.
You know, all these considerations are always going to be in his idea of what the hand range from Darkness is, what the potential plays are, and so really again, it's that critical striking factor that really is going to make a difference here. And so for J King, I think the plays are looking pretty straightforward. It's going to be develop some more 3/7s, start taking the front line, and start threatening the pressure that can be presented here as a War Machine now gets added to Darkness's hand, and this could potentially amplify the time that the Rule Britannia gets here.
I'm looking at that Blackwatch. For me, dropping that Blackwatch, knowing that you have a 3 cost, We Can Do It next turn, and that it's very, very unlikely that J King has kind of hard removal for your stuff, at least not the Blackwatch, right? And then you're staring down the barrel at a later Rule Britannia. If you get that onto that Fury unit and you've buffed its HP on top of that, you know, the Rule Britannia plus We Can Do It, that would put it at what, 11 Fury?
I think it's going to get chipped away at a little bit here by J King's side, but I'm very much on board with you on this one. Darkness's play, it's like Blackwatch seems like the strong one, but I think that he's constructing more so his next 2 or 3 turns.
Yeah.
That's what he's utilizing this time for right now. So, in my head, Blackwatch into We Can Do It plus the War Machine, that opens up the Rule Britannia right away. Darkness, I think, very much is seeing this, and it is a heavy consideration as that hand gets heavily taxed
2, 4,
on J King's
6,
side.
8, 10, 12 credits added onto the cost of the hand of J King there by that single card drop from Darkness. That slows him down so much.
Yeah, and again, the slowdown isn't necessarily a huge factor in a matchup like this one. However, it can be.
Yeah.
And we're seeing, I think, one of the more rare circumstances right now where tempo quite literally could be the deciding factor in our first game here, which we expect to take quite a time.
We do, but then again, the Mare Nostrum comes out. There's the Observer Core. He can play Rule Britannia next turn. He can play We Can Do It, and he can Observer Core the Rule Britannia, and he can play it next turn.
We can load an Ultra this turn. He can warm it. It's not only that he can play the Rule Britannia next turn, it's that the Observer Core gives him the option to now consider playing the Rule Britannia plus attacking. because he's going to have those 2 extra credits loaded up. I think when you make a bunch of 10-10s and stuff, attacking starts to sound like a pretty good deal. So yeah, let's go ahead and use this Observer Core.
Yeah, I mean, he can attack with 2 units, and J King has to recognize this, right? Well, has he like, does he have to? How does he know that there's a Rule Britannia in hand that just got Observer Core? How does he know that that's the play that he's setting up for?
He certainly doesn't know that, but it has to be a heavy consideration, and J King does have quite a few strong plays to counter something like this, and that's exactly what he's going after here. Weaken the Black Watch, that way it's not quite as powerful. Go ahead and eliminate one of the units that's in play. J King, fighting his best against what the most punishing hand range is from Darkness' side, which is Rule Britannia.
Now, Darkness has to make a choice, and I like playing the 85th, the Pioneer Company first, then you Rule Britannia, you make that Pioneer Company, that 0-4, do some work for you. Now it's a 6-6.
Kind of looks like a familiar unit in draft that I see quite often, that US 6-6 unit that just costs 4 to operate. You've suddenly bootlegged your own variation of it here in the British version, and so now Darkness... Look at this board position that he is in. Suddenly, this C4th Highlanders is not just a threat on your opponent's turn. It is a humongous threat here.
We're on turn 8.
J King does have, I think, tools to battle against this, but this is going to be quite a rocky battle.
Oh, yeah. He's only going to heal 4 from that. Darkness opting to use the Kitty Hawk to deal the damage instead of using the C4th Highlanders. I think if you're J King, you probably even look to. No, you're just gonna sit back. You're gonna sit back.
Oh, it's removal time. Like this is like the primary power, I'd say, of these control decks, is that when your opponent has these big setup turns, you get to counteract.
J King is running 2 partisans, right? And that's what he was hovering there. He's running a Lion for Day, and then he's running partisans. I'm interested in. I almost think it would be just worth it to partisan and send back to hand a unit there.
You think sending back a 12-12 with guards a good idea? I don't know.
I mean, he's going to lose the buff. I mean, you Lion for a day.
Excuse me, that's Lion for a day. Excuse me, because
like,
the tax on the Black Watch. Excuse us on that one. Spitfire. This is a big draw. Like, this is such an interesting unit, I would say, just because it's pretty tough to find like air units that are quite this cost to stat ratio efficient.
Yeah.
It's 4 mana 4/4 is not. 4 credit 4/4. Excuse me, is not really something to write home about. But it is a backline threat against a lot of this position here, and the sooner these threats get online, the more damage they get to deal. That's exactly what Darkness is hunting down right now. How can I deal efficient damage, and how can I keep my card count high?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that he's 1 damage off being able to deal with that Bologna regiment, both through the deployment effect of the Mosquito plus attack with the Black Watch, or by attacking with the Pioneer Company. So he kind of has to throw the Kitty Hawk into it. Now that Kitty Hawk can be taken out by a simple Bloody Sickle that's waiting in hand for J King there. This isn't perfect for Darkness, but he is in no means in a bad spot. There is no real turn here for J King next turn. He has that 4 credit, I think it's a T60 tank that gives him a guard up, but like he doesn't have any answer to what's on board right now in hand. He has a full hand of cards. It is a 10 credit Winter Offensive, 4 credit Mare Nostrum, another Mare Nostrum. He just doesn't have the units to play this on.
Yeah, you're going to be taking some damage here in J King's spot. The question is how you're going to be taking the damage, and then how are you going to be handling it afterwards. For Darkness, I'm really looking at this Ultra. Darkness had a couple ways to set up an Ultra this turn. However, it really conveys to J King that that's exactly what you've done.
Yeah.
Because everything would just float so many credits that J King goes, well, why would you float that many?
Yeah.
There's not really much reason for it, and there's also not really much of a reason to like bluff an Ultra here. And so for J King, I feel like one of these Bloody Sickles is going to be hung onto for a long time because he knows that situation is going to be a very critical moment. And Darkness, I think, is going to try as hard as possible to really set this Ultra up in a critical point where, maybe you don't get an opportunity to waste that 1 credit.
Here's the thing, though. Darkness is, we're on turn 9, turn 10, roughly. I mean, Darkness has a really dominant board out there, but he has no Rule Britannia left. J King has dealt with a lot of the stuff that came out. He dealt with the 15-11. He dealt with the Kitty Hawk that was 8-8. He's not dealing with the same huge threats now. And if he's able to weather this storm, it's going to be, now the ramp is coming in for Darkness. So it's kind of like Darkness has played this deck a little bit in reverse, right? He hasn't ramped, but instead he got the Observer Cores to get him the momentum that he needed. maybe he'll end, capping at 24 credits or whatever and get all his ramp basically post 12 credits. But I think it's going to be a tough game for him to close out now, because J King, even though he's gotten a bad hand, even though he's gotten a bad start in terms of draws, has been able to deal with what he threw at him.
Yeah, when like you said, weather the storm. I think that's really a critical point to emphasize. Is that if J King is able to do that, Darkness's next, I'd say, overwhelming factor would quite literally be card advantage.
Yep.
And so we're looking at the ability to just draw so many cards that you can find all your threats and overpower your opponent. That's not easy to do in this situation. Nope. And so Darkness is going to eliminate this guard that's in play and seize up 6 damage this Blackwatch is offering here.
That spawns J King a T-34 that has Blitz and is 5/5 and is able to trade effectively with that Blackwatch in the front line if he wants. There's also a Partisan Red Banner combo if he wants to do that. He can Lion for a day, either the Mosquito or even the 85th Pioneer Company. He has massive card advantage in hand right now. So even though it looked like Darkness was completely taking over the game, it looks like, now it's going to be dependent on what he finds from that Lend-Lease, how well he's able to refill his hand, because what's been put on board so far, J King has been able to deal with. And I love this play. Just pops the Winter Offensive. Why not? It'll take care of all of the threats on board, takes all of the pressure off your HQ, and, Darkness, he's drawing Monties.
Yeah, well, singular Monty anyway. If he draws Monties, we may have to adjust the game issue a little bit here. Wow, these are some strong cards that Darkness has drawn, though. This is exactly the type of thing you want to see. The question is, how do you actually craft this play in the meantime? Again, J King's deck is pretty much just, it's featuring ways to answer threats.
Yeah.
When I said this is very much a deck that could go into the fatigue state, I don't think that's the initial strategy. However, once that idea is presented, it sounds like a very appealing idea.
J King still has the 272nd guards that will spawn him a Joseph Stalin if they get killed. He still has the KV-1. He still has the Naval Brigade. He still has the Engineering Battalion to heal up. He's still got a Ledetchima. He has so much stuff yet to play, yet to even draw, that has tremendous value.
Yeah.
But then on the flip side, we also haven't seen Darkness draw pretty much any of his US stuff, right? No B-17s. We haven't seen any War Bonds. We haven't seen the Stars and Stripes. So, yeah, there's still so much left in these decks for both of these players.
Yeah, when you start to draw it side by side, I will say that it sounded a lot more appealing on J King's side, just because, it's threat density. Darkness has got 2 copies of Carpet Bombing. You'd mentioned Stars and Stripes. Like, these aren't really cards that Darkness is wanting to see at the moment, because J King, it's really not been about deploying units and pressuring your opponent. It's just been about, again, wearing them down. It's just purely attrition play. And this is, again, one of the primary factors, I think, that highlights J King's his tournament performance over the years, is that just this is very strong at this method.
This game, especially playing Soviets, I would say, nobody does it better than J King. Just straight up, right?
Look at that.
It's
that unit is when you're talking about an attrition battle, it's very rare that you can find a stronger unit than that little bugger right there. It's a 1-2 bomber, but let me tell you what, this starts putting a lot of ways to answer stuff into your hand.
Just from the people, it spawns the fact that you get 3 from the people, you can deal 9 damage for 9 credits by sacrificing those bombers and dealing 3 extra damage on top of it. It is pretty powerful, and now we see Darkness starting to ramp already all the way up to 16 credits, and it's going to be interesting to see if this ramp, this extension above the 12 credit line is going to be what allows Darkness to close out this game, to develop the board fast enough to basically outpace J King. Because if J King is allowed to just continue to draw out for the rest of the game, I think Darkness is in trouble.
Yeah.
But if Darkness is able to ramp up quickly, deploy a B-17, a Wellington, and a Sexton on the same turn, right, post Winter Offensive, that could potentially swing the tide.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point that you just made, is that it's really going to be about timing pressure here. It's very clear right now that just this powerful countermeasures are not actual countermeasure card types, rather just counter action plays that J King has been really a key pivotal factor here. But now you're looking at a Monty seizing up this board a little bit here, and then you're seeing some more units enter play. The timing here is really what Darkness has to seize, because I would say that just the strict power points have really gone out the window when that Rule Britannia got muffled.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really promising. You know what? I love a carpet bomb here.
Carpet bomb here is fantastic.
I just want to see him drop the carpet bomb, fill up the hand.
Churchill's fantastic. Wow, these are sick draws on J King's side. Or, I'm sorry, on Darkness's side. You know, I would say honestly that Lancaster was probably one of the ones that we didn't quite mention here. And Darkness is going to go a step further on this one and say, you know what, the timing is going to matter a little bit more. Let me go ahead and deploy a threat here.
I wonder if he's going to deploy that or if he's going to play the War Bonds.
So it is going to be threat. Okay. The War Bonds does offer an overdraw potential. And so now Darkness is trying to find a timing where literally all of this stuff gets stuffed back into J King's hand, and you get to punish that with a counterplay on something like Lancaster. You know, start to increase the cost of those cards, and again, try to really tax this hand down and buy yourself another opportunity to overwhelm.
I mean, just as much as we've talked about how, you know, J King has found himself in a really good spot after those Lend-Leases, you know, Lend-Lease coming in clutch.
Drawing
refilling.
8 extra cards. Is that a good play, Ollie? Can you explain why it is 8 extra cards? That's only twice as many cards as you start with.
Yep, it's a lot of cards, and it has allowed him to find that Lancaster. Of course, the Fiat now blocking the Lancaster from hitting the HQ, but a well-timed carpet bomb, meaning right now, will take care of that entire board.
Yeah, why don't we make it 11 extra cards that you drop the mobile? You know, I guess we got to spend some of these first here for the situation.
He's got multiple mobilizations as well. If I'm not, he's got 2 mobilizations.
Yeah, no, so it's a lot of card draw that's in here, and you can see exactly why. It's buy the extra time, buy the extra credit line, and then abuse it.
Yeah,
you got to take advantage of these extra resources you have. You can't just leave them lying around.
And I think you know, carpet bombing now, it's gonna basically fill up J King's hand. What it will, however,
do, draw.
It won't do that anymore. He's down to 7 cards again, so he's at 8 now. No, he's at 9.
To 9 from 2 destructions.
But the downside is you give him 2 from the people, so he's able to from the people and Bloody Sickle and deal with that Sexton. But the upside is there's nothing really. He's able to take out the Lancaster also. Ooh, but like,
we're at a critical decision point here. Darkness, you know, considered the Lancaster right away. Gonna go with War Bonds.
I like this. Just attack and ultra. Why would you not ultra?
Well, you know what your opponent has. So I think the whole point here from Darkness is that the ultra is trying to completely stuff a play from J King's side.
Yeah.
And so when there's Bloody Sickles left, when there's you know, this is an open deck list event as well, so he knows that there's like a Burning Sky in here as well. You don't want to just throw the Wellington away. They're taking into account as much as they possibly can at this point, and I think that this is truly showing a tremendous amount of respect on each side of this board right now, and how much they know the other player can be a major threat in this one. They're trying to take into account as much as possible, so that way they can seize the most advantage from these critical plays.
And then you just have me here being really hyped. Just play the units, guys. Just attack.
Jam that stuff in. Yeah, 2-4. Start attacking. Honestly, that's kind of our job, though, is to get hyped about this sort of stuff. So now Shelling gets drawn, and we see Observer Corps. So Observer Corps here, the job of this solely would be to set up a big play on another turn, I think. So Darkness here, again, I think it's kind of right back at the spot it was 2 turns ago, where you're trying to find out, okay, how do I set up a big play, and then how do I make sure that big play can critically strike my opponent here.
Look at how insane this is. Darkness just played and attacked with the Lancaster. He still had 9 credits left.
Yeah, so now he's playing a Shelling to stuff his opponent's board and deny a credit from J King, which, you know, they're going to gain back next turn. And then Ultra is coming down here.
He knows there's a Burning Sky waiting, right?
He knows that it's possible. Here's the thing: is like J King has pretty much used all of the little tiny, irrelevant, I'd say, orders that you can use in this spot. Burning Sky gets drawn, but however, J King does have to find something to burn in front of this first if he doesn't want to risk the Ultra hitting this. If that Lancaster lives for another turn, this is a problem.
Yep. I mean, is he going to play a Mare Nostrum, or is he going to play a From the People before to check for Ultra? Yeah.
Well, Mare Nostrum, I'd say, is probably the least valuable card that you have in your hand right now. So there it is. Going to check for the Ultra.
Finds it.
Gives Darkness a card. Of course, it's Stars and Stripes here.
Oh my God, so much board clear.
So much board clear. Burning Sky. Did you think you'd see that at the World Championship, Ollie? Burning Sky. At this time of day, in this part of the country.
I mean, these guys are, you know, this just shows you the World at War release and balance tweaks were really successful, right?
I thought they were impeccable.
Yeah, I mean, they really worked out well. I mean, we're seeing a massively diverse deck list here at the World Championship. We're seeing these players, build out new decks using old cards, old and forgotten cards, mind you.
Darkness is really going in deep
And
here.
he's gonna throw back half the board here.
He's starting to run out of cards in the deck as well. Like that's a real thing to think about. Churchill, of course, it's returning the ground units, or it's retreating ground units as well here. I would say that the other primary factor of this is, by the way, it's a 5/7 with heavy armor. It's a tank as well, so if this lives for a turn, it can just march to the front and start attacking.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what's scary for Jaking.
Wellington getting in a strike. Blackwatch going to come down and defend these units. Why would you defend your headquarters here? That's not what Jaking's attacking right now.
And now that is an 11 credit partisans. Keep in mind, there's still those partisans though, right? So they can send stuff to hand. The
Jaking
ISU
he's just got ways to fight this. My goodness, Ollie, that I cannot believe that Jaking is able to continue to strike this board.
I told you we would be here for a long time. This is the ultimate. You were sharing stories about like previous casts where control mirrors would last for ages. This is like if you rewound the clock back to 2019, and you ask someone what would be the kind of longest control matchup to happen in cards, and people would probably say Jaking versus Darkness, right? It's like the only
That's what I would have said.
Yeah, the only other contender in there would be like Gearbot and Drogear and something, and they were here for the first World Championship, right? So control clearly working out for a lot of these players.
19 credit turn here for Darkness. Can they find a way to take advantage of this and really strike back? Because time is starting to get to wear thin on Darkness' side of things. That deck is looking mighty thin. The threat count is starting to get low. When the appeal of drawing 3 cards starts to become not an appeal anymore, something's happening.
Yeah, I mean, Darkness is really starting to run out of time to push the damage to the HQ there. Jaking, however, look at his deck. I mean, it's pretty much as thick as we started, right? He's gone through like 10 cards or something. He's dealt with the entire deck from Darkness. It's been absolutely crazy.
Look at this. But to take out a 1/1. Yeah. Honestly, this is such a critical factor though, because
just recognizing he needs damage on the board.
You have to have it. And on Jaking's side, you mentioned the ISU change and how a unit being damaged means now it gets destroyed by that unit. That's now counteracted in a spot like this, and suddenly Jaking is at the helm for a lethal pressure that Darkness has presented. I can't believe that Darkness has been able to continue to develop threats from this point.
And Darkness, he has so many credits, mind you, right? He has so many ways of getting rid of anything that Jaking deploys in the backline. And Jaking, he can deploy 2 units. He can deploy 3 units, 845th, the T60, and the first rifles he's hovering right now.
First rifles got guard. That one feels pretty critical.
It feels pretty critical. The T60 also has guard, but there's a Stars and Stripes and a Carpet Bomb. It's just going to be 5 damage.
Gosh, and there's 2 bombers in play. This is not working.
So he can clear the backline with the Carpet Bomb and Stars and Stripes and still have enough credits left to attack with his entire backline, which means that if Jaking isn't able to do something drastic right now, this is going to be lethal next turn for Darkness.
And you know what? That's kind of what happens when you're able to draw your entire deck and then also kind of just play all those cards all at once. This is the ramp feature, is to be able to keep going.
Yep.
You keep producing.
Keep producing. That was definitely the motto for the US of A during the World War II, and it is reflected here. And you see, Jaking, he's setting up for the ISU next turn by putting some damage out on that B-17. He's really, really hoping that this is going to be enough. I don't know if Darkness doesn't recognize it, but I think he has lethal if he just clears the board.
He's counting up.
5 damage.
That was the first thing you saw. If you looked down at Darkness's camera in this
7,
one, look, he's counted again. He's like, now is not the time to miscount this.
Yeah, I think he got it. I think he has it.
He could be seeing an alternate line of play as well, which is, it seems like it's exactly what it was. Yep, it was the Draw the Royal Research. It's the different line of play, which this is going to load up this Blackwatch with a synthetic rubber.
That's going to be enough.
Multiple lines of lethal.
No. Oh, he's going for it. Nice. He's going for the Wellington, just using the bombers, ignoring the guards. Multiple ways to get lethal, and Darkness takes game number 1, and you can see how excited he is because that was a hard-fought game. Man, Darkness coming in clutch there, and what a back-and-forth slugfest that was. I mean, I was multiple times convinced that either J King had it and then Darkness had it and then J King had it, and just felt it was like a back and forth. And J King didn't even get to play half his deck.
I mean, you kind of see like that critical point there is they immediately go into discussing that match right afterwards. You know, these two players have largely been shoulder to shoulder for tournament play for quite a long time here, instantly going into discussing the game that took place. You know, it's showing like truly a passion for the game that's taking place there as well. But like when you really take a look at this and see what happened in this game, I'm right there with you. I was convinced multiple times that this game was completely seized by one player or the other, and it wasn't really till the very end when Darkness had really taken a number of turns off to be like, okay, let's develop the credit line, let's dig through the deck, let's build up another assault that's taking place here. And that's truly what overwhelmed J King at the end, was that plus the taxing factor that Blackwatch was able to provide in this one.
Yeah. I mean, we cannot discount the effect that both the Blackwatches and the Lancaster had on J King's ability to just empty his hand and get units out on the board, get his orders and get proper use from those. They definitely slowed him down to the point where Darkness was able to capitalize. Yeah,
I mean, you look at the end of that game, quite literally the reason that J King was overwhelmed is that everything just cost a lot more than it usually does.
That's true.
Very unusual feature, but it is a common thing when you're playing against the British decks, is that when they're slower variants, 2 copies of Blackwatch is quite common in a situation like that. What's not quite common is that your opponent drew 14 extra cards.
I mean, so there was a Red Banner Partisans combo sitting in hand for J King for a long time, right? But there was just never a good target to really use it on. And then all of a sudden, that Partisans was 11 credits. And all of a sudden, you couldn't do that combo anymore.
That first Partisans had to be used because of the Rule Britannia.
Exactly.
That left the second one completely wiped away at the idea of, comboing it by taking a unit and then destroying it and developing a random larger one. Yeah. It was never presented as an opportunity on that one. And that's truly just the force that Darkness was able to apply that game. Just extremely well played, I think, on both ends.
Yeah, and I mean, we're hearing that the players are ready, that they're heading on into game number 2, and I just want game number 2 to start. I'm just like, I'm basically now in the fan mode, right? Like when I get into it, I'm like, I'm gonna be the guy that's gonna be like, stop talking on that desk and just get me in a game, right? I'm that guy right now. I just want to see these guys go at it. And I don't want to listen to myself talk. I don't want to listen to myself babble about random stuff in between games. I just want to watch some card games because, my God, it is the World Championship, and we have Moscow again here for J King, this time going into Japan Resistance from Darkness, and that is another control-heavy deck. But let's see how J King deals with that. J King is not going to be taken down to fatigue here by this resistance deck, and that is a real win condition that these resistance decks often play around. So that is a good part here for J King. J King can wait and wait and wait and wait, and then he can develop his board with absolute massive units at the end of this with the 272nd rifles and the ISU, and he can take over the game. So I think this is an uphill battle a little bit for Darkness, but we'll see.
I do think that when you kind of like really break down this particular matchup and all the possibilities that can take place here, fatigue is always kind of an option that the resistance deck is able to play at. If J King doesn't have a lot of natural card draw in the deck, it's mostly just like replacement effects that are taking place. Your cards are just not going net negative. And so from J King's perspective here, if that hand size is not really well controlled, and when I mean really well controlled, there are 2 balance aspects of this. I'll get into it in a moment. That can completely snowball out of control. The first thing for J King here is to figure out how to maximize this additional defense on the headquarters here. And so that's one of the tools I think that's super in this particular matchup, is just making sure you're not falling into a spot where suddenly all of this damage that gets shuffled into Darkness's deck completely takes over the game. Number 2 is going to be hand size stuff, because you can lose the card advantage battle because Darkness is able to draw too many cards off of Phony War, and you're really not drawing any off of it. That can be a problem. But then pretty much the polarized effect of that as well. If you have too few cards in hand, suddenly that Phony War can set you into a spot where you're way behind in the fatigue race.
That's true. I mean, that's very true, and I'm looking at the deck list here, and in terms of units, these 845th, they were really missing for J King early on in the last game. He's now found one. He has even the possibility of playing Night Witches here on turn 3. He can also just drop the Engineers, advance the 845th, and get rid of that resistance cards. It's probably the lines that he's thinking about. But these are his only early game units, right? Then you got the T60s, and they're going to spawn him more cards, and those are going to be his mid-range units, right? So he is 100%, and the rest of the deck is late game. So he is 100% set up to go late with this deck.
Yeah, I mean, it is very much a mid-late deck, but, you know, is the resistance angle, is it really playing an attrition battle here, or is it playing a time sink here? You know, who has the inevitability clock in this factor?
I honestly think if J King is able to heal up his HQ using the Marin Ostrom, using the Fiats, using the Engineers, all those tools that he has to build up HP, he can weather the storm. I think, however, there are lines and draws that can come in from Darkness that will allow him to get some damage out pretty fast. So I'm gonna be looking out for those. Opportunities for Darkness to do that. You already see that there's a bonsai in hand, so he has ways to kind of deal with a board. But if J King continues to find all these early heal units that he really needs, then I think Darkness is in trouble.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. You know, pressure is really one of the things that Darkness is going to have trouble with. However, when you look at long range recon, this is a card that really can save the day in pretty much any scenario.
Yeah.
The difference in this match, with this card against, say, Japan Aggro, is that Japan Aggro tends to buff their board and kind of crank some more damage if you don't answer the threats. Against J King, long range recon is much more effective in buying time, and time is really, I think, on Darkness' side at the end of the day. J King does need to heal up, but again, I kind of demonstrated, like, I'd say, like, the 3 primary angles that J King is going to have to worry about. But, you know, resource partitioning, that can be a factor. You know, how much less powerful is the removal in this particular matchup? It's almost not powerful at all versus Darkness.
So
look at this. He's using this to gain 6. So now he has told us straight away, you know what? I don't worry about the pressure at all. It means nothing to me. It's the extra defense on the headquarters that matters.
I mean, he knows that there's not a lot of units in Darkness's deck, right? I mean, it doesn't rely on unit damage to kill you. It relies on fatigue and the kamikaze cards. You know, that's it. He knows that the units that are in there are there to either keep him from dying early or to buff up his orders. So that's where he's at, and I really appreciate that, you know, line of play. He's also emptying his hand so that there's a fewer number of units on board than in hand, that if there's another long-range recon coming out, Darkness is going to heal less. So it has a double effect for him.
Yeah, you're trying to find the right timing of this. Again, manipulating your hand size, an extremely important measure for J King, but so is this healing up factor. You know, how often is it that you're seeing players just be like, nothing to do, I guess I'll just heal for a bunch?
I mean, we're on turn 6 and both players have 30 HP.
Yeah, and neither of them are really showing, I'd say, like a big threat potential that's going to be taking place here. For Darkness, you know, a lot of powerful plays lined up. It's just how do you actually take advantage of these the most?
Yep.
And so that's really where the balance is. My eye is pretty much on that phony war, and when the timing of it is going to matter the most. J King, you can see here, has already demonstrated, you know what, the cards in the deck mean everything to me. This damage to my headquarters, I got plenty of it. So let's keep it churning right now. Darkness going into the 7 credit line range. And honorable death, you know, it's very rare that you get to say that draw a card thing is now a liability for your opponent in the long term.
That's
Darkness
true.
here favoring the killing the Fiat over the why can I never remember?
Engineering Battalion.
Engineering Battalion.
Yes.
I always want to just like go to like the complete distance and say every single thing that's in this. So the 329th.
Yes.
I did have to reference paper on that one. But the battalion here, it's a very important card that's going to provide J King a lot of health. But right now the Fiat is also, you know, counterattacking the health on Darkness' side. You know, I'd say there is a point where Darkness has enough health in the headquarters that he's just really not worried about a couple little things happening.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think both of these guys are going to be extremely, extremely healthy by the end of this game. One of the first things that I did after joining 1939 games was actually break a deadlock of a game where if I'm recalling correctly, it was Darkness versus J King, and they were both playing Soviets, and this was back when Night Witches basically spawned more cards in your deck. So and First Rifles also spawned units in your deck. So they were going back and forth, and they were basically going infinite, right?
Yeah.
And I had just started working at Cards, and I was sitting down my second day of the office, and somebody's like pinging us on Discord and going off, and is like, the game's broken, we're stuck in a game, and neither of them were willing to forfeit. So they played, and they were like, the HQs were at like 300 HP, and like their decks were at like 200 cards because they were just constantly going, and they just would not quit because neither of them wanted to lose elo. We ended up settling that match by killing the match and refunding them both the elo that they would have lost or won, and just being like, okay, this never happened. Let's
just hit the reset button.
Hit the reset button, and that shows you how competitive these guys are as well.
Yeah. We're telling a lot of this story right now because there is very little setup that's involved, I'd say, in these last couple turns that are taking place. It's, players are just trying to figure out ways, again, to balance their hand and make the most of it here. Neither player really falling into a spot where I would say big damage is really a concern. Darkness going to develop the Sheeden here and attack for 4. So he gets to milk 4 out of this, but also it's going to be answered by this, once again.
Burning Sky.
The Burning Sky. So far, Burning Sky is 0-1 in its record played.
The sky is on fire this World Championship.
Yeah, we're gonna find out if that Burning Skies can even the score up here. J King does have a little bit of threat pressure taking place here, but
Take the sneak attack and just kill the T60. Just get rid of it. He's only played 1. It's gonna get rid of all the guards, and it's gonna get rid of 2 spawned units as well from his deck.
I mean, that's a lot of pressure you remove. We're talking this is at the back end of this this T60 here. Those are 5/5s that are involved.
Yeah.
You get to effectively eliminate, your opponent doesn't have to spend credits on them, but you're effectively getting to eliminate a bunch of 5/5s involved as well. And frankly, when you look at the rest of the plays available for Darkness, none of them look too appealing.
And there they go. Bye-bye T60s. No more play for you today.
Yeah, so 1/5/5 does get to come out of this because it does destroy the unit. It doesn't, just completely, send it into the Shadow Realm and get rid of it here. So J King gets a big heal off the Mari Nostrum, gets to threat pressure for 6 here. But Darkness doesn't look too concerned about this one. Again, it kind of looks like of how do I keep balancing the resources and finding the time where I start utilizing all of these high-value cards at the end of the game.
I mean, he has a guard that, J King would have to use that 6/6 to fight through. But he's also got a naval operation. He can pin everything. He's got a to the last man. He can deal with everything. I don't think Darkness is worried. But what I want to point out, one thing with the Sheeden is that Darkness deploying the Sheeden, attacking with it once to the HQ, ignoring everything that was on board, shows you how much of a battle of the HQ HP this fight is, right?
Yeah.
He was willing to sacrifice Sheeden, which is one of the most valuable cards as a finisher in these resistance decks, for 4 damage to the HQ.
Yeah, plus the hand balance. I mean, it demonstrates the importance of the hand balance really that's taking place in this one, and kind of gives you that idea that this is another long match or a long game here that we're involved in. And from Darkness's side of things, this hand is kind of getting more dense, and it's like it's getting close to time to start doing some stuff. But Darkness continues to take a peek at deck size here. So naval operation is going to help control the hand size. Obviously doesn't want to bloat the hand and burn a card. But Darkness is -2 in terms of the fatigue race that's taking place here. If J King can manage to keep fighting without drawing cards, very realistic possibility that Darkness is at the helm for the fatigue battle.
Yeah, and I mean, the La Decima there can also have Darkness draw another card, get him even closer to fatigue, and that's just by nature of those guard units. And we were talking about them going into the game, that including the 61st Infantry Regiment was a really good thing. But then you go into this battle where it's basically the battle of the fatigue, and then that extra card draw might come back to haunt you.
How do you set up the phony war then?
Yeah,
you want to draw less cards? You want them to draw more?
Exactly. I mean, okay, defend in depth. I mean, there's 3 of these in the deck here for Darkness, so he's able to deal with a significant amount of threats. I'm still looking at this, and I'm thinking there is so much stuff left in J King's deck. Even if the T60s are out, there's the KV1 and all sorts of stuff. So those targets are probably what Darkness needs to keep those defended depths for. But what do you do if you're Darkness now? You got the Kika.
Honestly, that little 2/3 doesn't seem like a big threat, but again, that was the one that's kind of creating this big canyon between the life totals right now. Where it's it's a very little amount of thing that's happening, but over the course of 3 turns, suddenly that's a 12-point difference on the headquarters.
Yeah. And I think Darkness was trying to set up basically a double trade so that you could trade the 61st Regiment into the 1st Rifles, and then La Decima. No, oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong hand. And then, sorry, I was looking at the wrong hand. I got confused. I'm just so excited. I got confused. I'm sorry.
It's a long battle here. Again, Darkness continuing to check that one too. I'm taking a look at the player cameras as well. I'm trying to watch for it. Does a player ever have like a peak point of interest that's really taking place here? Because that's when that's when you get the notion they've spotted a line of play that is one of those eureka moments.
Yeah.
It's like, well, okay, what did they find? And so for Darkness here, though, it's still, I think, just about controlling the hand size right here. He's going to be willing to sacrifice some health total on the headquarters because he has to find the right cards in order to set this up properly.
So there's only 2 Tora Toras in the deck and only 2 Imperial Decrees, right? So playing a Tora without buffing it at all is a little bit of a waste for Darkness. I mean, he would have liked to have played that Tora on top of a big board of units with a buff on it, but
that's just not really a thing that J King does.
No.
Yeah. So.
And his deck is basically built to not do that. Another missed opportunity for damage. The bombing raid, they're only dealing 3 damage, not dealing 2 damage to targets on either side.
Yeah, J King, getting quite taxing, I'd say, at the possibility of what's happening here. And now the KV1 gets drawn, and so this is like an interesting spot for J King right now. Are you more interested in the timing of the KV to try to punish when your opponent's going crazy with the all the damage draw that it comes at the end of the game, or is the threat potential now really a big deal? Because Darkness, I think, has clearly demonstrated that the threats are taxing. He does not like it, but at the same time, his answers are quite weak that J King has seen so far. So this could be a hand read position where J King ends up using this card that can be critically timed to really disrupt Darkness's strategy, and instead just be, again, a very taxing threat.
Yeah, and I mean, he has to play it. Otherwise, he leaves himself in a situation where a single Viva Resistance is going to have him overdraw next turn.
Well, he doesn't have to play it. I mean, you could still just play a La Decima. You could play an ISU.
Yeah, but you lose on such powerful deployment effects there. Not that you necessarily have to use them that much, but like the ISU Bloody Sickle combo, for instance, right? You want to keep that.
He's thinking about hammering his own card. He's going to say, you know what? I am going to take the risk of overdrawing. There is only 2 copies, I believe, of Viva la Resistance in Darkness's side. One of them has already been used, and so you can't play around the Liberation effect. No. Completely, wiping out your next draw without playing too many cards. So J King here says that the disruption effect from the KV1 is more important in his eyes right now than the threat potential is. I frankly agree with him as well.
Yeah, and I think as well, if you get liberated with 8 cards in hand, you are only having to get rid of 1 resistance card. It isn't the worst thing in the world. So I think the big deal here is like the defended depth is coming out. Now, I think this defended depth is something that Darkness has to kind of keep for a while. He can't just throw this out here, deal with the second rifles in the front line. He has to be able to take out an ISU, take out a KV1, take out a La Decima.
I think the idea is he does need to be able to take those out, or he needs to be able to bypass them. And so that's really the play I think that Darkness is trying to figure out how to set up right now, is that bypass is looking, I think, like the more viable option, just because he has drawn all of these heavy play activators, but he hasn't drawn all the auxiliary that really gets the job done.
So, I mean, Darkness has multiple ways to deal with that unit, but I like this play the most. Just slow it down, wait until you draw more of your cards.
And J King has been seeing a lot of this from Darkness's side, where it's like, control hand size, control over and over and over again. Yeah. Like, I think that J King is starting to feel a bit of comfort here, but it's just how does it end up happening? He's going to destroy his own unit to manipulate hand size.
I can't believe that we just
pair
saw that
of fiats.
That is actually huge for J King.
That's a major hit for this one. And so now the question is, do you deploy 2 of these at once and risk the AoE factor, or do you just play one of them at a time? And it feels like one of them at a time has really been enough on J King's side.
Yeah, I think one at a time is the correct play. And my God, J King is on today. He is recognizing
Both of these players on. I think they're showing some. Oh, that right there, what we just saw from Darkness. Another utility effect has been drawn, and hand balance is the factor this turn.
Yeah.
So how does Darkness take care of this Fiat without using a very powerful resource? That was what Darkness's reaction meant in this situation, and I think that really demonstrates who has the edge at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, he was hoping for something like an Imperial Decree or something that would allow him to use the desperate measures to take out the Fiat.
It's pretty much anything that wasn't like an actual utility factor, and instead something that supports these plays.
I mean, we still haven't seen any of the take initiatives either from his side. So, drawing a take initiative there would have allowed him to push J King's hand size up to 9 as well, have him overdraw next turn.
I mean, we're down to 17 seconds. We can see both hands. We're referencing deck list stuff. We're doing all sorts of things that can matter in these situations.
He's
burning a phony war, saying, you know what? I just have to manipulate hand size and wait for a stronger play. My play right now is too wasteful.
You know what, Admirable? I feel like when there's a world championship, every single time there's a world championship, this happened last year as well, I feel like these players are so smart that the game just kind of metamorphoses into something else, right? Like, these guys aren't playing just the cards in their hand, right? They're playing each other as much as they're playing the cards in the hand. Yeah. They understand this matchup. They understand how each other's play. They understand what their decks are supposed to do. And I think that's just supremely impressive. And it just reminds me of going back to last year, with CCMS floating 14 or 16 credits back when that just wasn't a thing in cards, right? And I feel like we're seeing something similar this time around.
J King going to wait on the Night Witches to summon one copy of a card that influences your hand. He is going to have a card burned. Darkness says, okay, I'll cash in the Tora Tora. 1-for-1s, that sounds good for me. The 2-for-1 on J King's favor didn't sound appealing.
ISU and the Bloody Sickle can take care of it.
Burned that is the best burn that J King can see right now. That is the least invited card in the deck right now.
Oh, yeah.
And Ladachima being able to take this out, this is, again, another huge play that J King is being able to make. It's these very annoying-sized units that are presenting a problem for Darkness. I will say that Darkness does have Bonsai for the situation, and that is looking quite appealing right now, is you are getting to at least eliminate a Fiat, which is a primary threat, I'd say, from Darkness's angle.
Also found an honorable death, so...
taxes the fatigue state?
Yeah, if he wants, he's able to do that. That would bring them even in terms of draws.
Technically puts Darkness at a +1 because J King's going to 11, then drawing to 10.
Yeah. Looks like
Darkness going to say, you know what? I need more.
Oh, but there's the Mare Nostrum. That's a double heal if it drops it on the Fiat.
I'm thinking about a lot of different angles with that Mare Nostrum as well. We talked about the KV1 being disruptive to strategy. What does a KV1 with a Mare Nostrum look like at the end of the day?
It won't proc on the effect damage.
No, but it's now a 4/7 with heavy armor instead of a 3/6 with heavy armor. It's just when something hits that point, it just makes it harder to kill. Now, I will agree that cashing into the Fiat here, it just looks too good to be true.
It's just the double healing, right? And you haven't seen an answer come out of Darkness's hand for that Fiat last turn, so you probably feel like they don't have an answer, right? So you feel comfortable putting the Mare Nostrum on that, banking in 6 health. This is probably going to go to fatigue. You're probably also going to lose that fatigue battle, right? In terms of because Darkness still has a lot of stuff that can accelerate draw. And there we go. By the sword.
Well, that's the other best card I think that J King could have drawn.
That.
Now, Red Banner, not the happiest one to see go at this point. Now those
partisans aren't quite as appealing.
Much less appealing at this point. Not the worst thing to get burned in this spot, but J King certainly would have liked to see another card draw aspect get drawn.
Yeah.
But now Darkness is starting to draw Imperial Decree, which is looking much less appealing to the deck at this point. A lot of damage effects have been burned. So now this is just strictly like damage to headquarters, it feels like.
Yeah. I mean, but if you think about the fact that you have the Kawanishi, you still have Last Rites, and you have the Kika, right? So he can generate, 12 Kamikaze cards, if I'm not miscalculating. And if he has the Kawanishi out plus an Imperial Decree, each one of those is going to do 3, right? And if he has 2 Imperial Decrees, each one is going to do 4.
Ollie, it's big tank time.
It's big tank time.
That's it.
And I mean, it just got deployed dry, right? It was just like,
Well,
now I
no,
need
it's
to put
a
the damage
6-4
on
heavy
board.
armor too.
It is,
And it's a
but, you
tank.
know, it
yeah.
is.
That
It
doesn't
is,
look very dry to me right now. We're talking that Darkness has been using like heavy removal to blow up 2 3s that are restoring 2 health or that are adding 2 health rather to J King's headquarters at this point. You know, suddenly a 6-4 with some heavy armor loaded. There is not really, I'd say, a strong answer in Darkness' side of the board. And in fact, he's going to pass. He says 6 damage, take it.
I think that's really interesting. Why would he not use Defend in Depth on it there? Is he saving Defend in Depth just exclusively for the KV1 because he knows that that's going to be the thing that potentially kills him?
I mean, frankly, he's running out of removal, and you know we had talked about the KV1 being completely disruptive to the strategy. I think that's exactly the purpose of that defend right now is to make sure that the KV1 doesn't shut down your ability to win the game. And in the meantime, J King says, you know what? This is an opportunity to counter pressure or to pressure to full now. So here we go. That draw right there demonstrates why the 2 heavy armor is so important on that ISU right now. Your guard unit that's meant to really, really punish these kinds of plays suddenly isn't punishing it anymore. This is a big problem that Darkness has found themselves in, and it's all because of the way that their order of draws has taken place.
Yeah. One take initiative has been found, so we know that in Darkness's deck, there's still a 2nd raiding brigade.
Whoa, hang on a second. Why is that pointed at La Dejima? Yeah, that's got to be like kind of a is that like a it has to be a thought process, right? Like he's thinking through the entirety of the play. There's no way he's going to target the La Dejima.
Bonsai kills everything that has +4 attack, right? Like more than 4 attack. So he's probably thinking that he can get rid of the ISU with Bonsai, right? Or is it less than 4 attack?
I'm pretty sure it's 4 or less.
Okay. I haven't played it. I like
Oh,
Bonsai
okay.
hasn't
It's
arrived in my
It's pretty
decks
exclusive
yet.
to like this deck. 272nd. That's a big draw for J King right now. That makes a huge threat in the back line.
Yeah.
That card is not a joke.
And I mean, you have to basically that puts a little bit of a timer on Darkness, right? Because even if Darkness removes that, what does it spawn? A Joseph Stalin. So you basically just make a bigger threat when you kill it, and that threat is able to move across the battlefield, especially when when J King is holding the front line like that, has clear access to the HQ. So I think a lot of powerful, and this is what we talked about, right? The late game threats from J King. How is Darkness
all the 7s early?
Yeah.
I mean, he had to use to the last man. Like, I think the use of it was very powerful. I agree with the use that he had of it, but he had to use that very early. These 7s have been stuck in hand the whole game. He hasn't had a strong point to play them right now. Again, this unit that's meant to be strong in all the other matchups, instead has taxed him in the fatigue state. Take initiative here. Pretty powerful card to get drawing. But overall, right now, J King's winning the fatigue battle.
He is. He both has more HP and he has more cards. I'm looking at the fact that Darkness was able to fill up his hand at least, so there's going to be an overdraw on behalf of J King here, coming up next turn.
Another bloody sickle. I will say this: J King has been gifted, by the draw gods in this one. Like it has just been like, oh, your hand is full. Well, here, let's burn away one of these card draw effects.
Yeah,
it's like, oh, thanks.
Man, you know what? We're going to go late tonight. I did not expect us to go this late. We're only on game 2 in series 2. I expected us to be done in about an hour.
Yeah.
So this control
the year is
heavy.
2066.
Yeah, the year is 2066.
Legend has it they're still playing Fatigue Mirrors to this day.
We're on turn 5,836. Fatigue still hasn't set in.
Mars has been overtaken by foreign galaxies.
Darkness and J King, they turn cards into a marathon, an endurance competition.
Yeah.
It becomes.
That's my favorite.
I
love when it's like it feels like these completely senseless long-term battles where it feels like nothing you're doing matters until you realize it matters a lot.
Ooh, KV before the trade.
So J King here, I think when he goes with the KV here, I think he has identified just a pressure plan.
Yeah.
And when I look at this, it makes a lot of sense because he's able to kind of play Darkness's point of view, I'd say with a little bit of pressure. And that 272nd is now suddenly becoming a very, very real threat because Darkness is just running out of options to fight. Like Darkness is going to use he's going to use Bonsai here and leaves him with a defend. But there's 2 cards left. versus J King, who now has 5 cards left after the draw.
Yeah, so one of those cards is a raiding brigade, right? The second one is... I think it's not the last Viva la Resistance. No, it is. It is. He has three
No,
of those.
the other Vivas has been used. Or I'm sorry, it's there in hand. Excuse me.
Has he played 2?
Yeah, he's played 2 already.
Okay.
I
Then
haven't been keeping strict
Call,
count.
it might be Call to the Colonies. Call to the Colonies and Raiding Brigade, I think,
Winter
are the-
offensive. Deal 4 to each of us. Hand
No,
size
Imperial
control.
Decree, of course.
So Darkness here, let's say that he's able to get 12 copies of Kamikaze left in deck, and you're able to get the Kawanishi plus 5 of those in the same turn. He's manipulated this to where that is actively a thing.
Yep.
That is now 15 damage, plus you're looking at 2 more from Imperial Decrees. That's 17 damage, plus you're looking at...
He's going to play the Last Rites, and then he's going to play the Kika. No, he's going to wait with the Kika. Interesting. But this also plays into the fatigue, right? He just stacked, like, a lot of cards on top of his deck.
Oh my gosh, that is something I had not considered.
I completely spaced on that as well.
Oh boy, this.
And now he can draw his deck whenever he wants.
I'm going to be honest, Ollie. I have never played the matchup in such an advanced degree that this has even been a consideration from my point of view. One of the two of us has conceded due to pressure or to boredom.
Yes.
This angle of it is not one that has been introduced to me. And frankly, all my preparation for these situations comes into effect ahead of time. I'm prepared for this ahead of this. When I now see this, I take back what I said. Darkness has completely manipulated the fatigue state, and J King does not have threat pressure allocated right now that can counteract this.
The Kika is going to come out. It has Blitz. It can deal 6
The
damage
Kika's
to
going to
face,
wait. That's a
right?
removal.
Yeah, but basically what you want is you want him to trade out the Kika, ideally, right? All right, looks like he's just going to go for it. He's going to go for...
I mean,
5.
you're able to do this too. Like, you've
And
won the fatigue state
damage?
given the way that I have seen this right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely when he puts out all that damage, right?
Like the Kika's shuffling 4 more of these as well. You don't have to use these right away.
No.
He's choosing to use these because he has the damage amplifier right now. The rest of these, they're going to wait until the critical moment.
And he can do it again next turn, right? He has another Imperial Decree, and he has that Kika. So if J King plays a threat like the 272nd, he just barrels the Kika into it and wins the game.
I mean, this needs to be answered from J King's perspective. This has to be answered. And we've seen the red banner get burned.
Yeah.
So you're not fearing the takeover. This was an extremely strong setup from Darkness' side.
There's not going to be anything on the field for the rest of the game that he's able to partisan that Kawanishi and kind of drive it into to trade it. That Kawanishi is sticking for the rest of this game.
Yeah, making sure that you don't have like a plurality of threats, I think, is a very important factor from Darkness' angle, despite the fact that, there's a very limited amount of threat plurality in this case.
You know what? I think I've never seen a game that where the units have mattered less. It's just like everything has revolved around
It's all been
hand
resource
size,
partitioning.
resources, managing HP of your HQ, managing your draws. This to me, it feels like we're watching two players flex like completely different cards muscles that we normally see.
There's 2 major angles, there's 3 major angles I think that came into play at this one as well. Number 1, variance factor. Darkness had, I think, a pretty poor pan out of how the cards were presented in this game. It could have been much, much stronger. Number 2 was the tech options from Darkness' side. The sneak attack being able to eliminate the T60s here, that peeled away from J King's deck, as well as it peeled away 10/10 worth of stats that he didn't have to deal with.
It took 4 cards out.
And then number 3 is this strong understanding of the Kamikaze cards at the end. You do not have to use them and draw immediately. You can wait and counteract the fatigue battle.
Yep.
Brilliant play.
Brilliant play. I think everybody can agree with that. And I mean, I'm not like a very experienced control type player.
Well, how could you be with this deck? You finish
Look
like
at
3 games a year.
He defends in depth his own unit, and then he just attacks with a Kawanishi because he knows there is nothing that J King has left in his deck that's going to be able to kill that Kawanishi now. Is that going to be game next turn? No, wait.
Because Darkness here is also counteracting the idea that like the 2 card draw effects can fill up his hand and
Yeah.
prevent the card
Yeah.
draw in this state. God, very unusual spot. This is extremely well done.
See, I'm happy that you're saying that this is an unusual spot because you've been casting card games way longer than I have, and I don't have a lot to say because I just don't really understand this.
That's a way to answer that Kawanishi. You take it and use your own removal cards on it.
Okay.
Because you get the damage amplification from the Kawanishi. So now those
Yeah.
orders are enough to take it out. Another unusual line.
Wow, that is so big brain, Admirable.
And I'm curious now, does this 3/7 being in play fight the battle strong enough that
learning.
Darkness actually loses this fatigue
I
state?
am learning so much right now. I'm not going to lie. Because he has to take the time to basically wait with the draws, right? He can't Imperial Decree and just throw it all out there now, right? He has to
That is
wait.
not nearly enough, no.
He has +8 HP in the Call to the Colonies in his hand, so he's able to go up to 34.
So I see why Darkness destroyed his own Keycott in this game. It's because J. King takes it and blows it up.
Yeah.
And then they get the 4 shuffle-ins. Instead,
I just
it was demonstrated.
I had not in a million years thought about stealing Kawanishi, getting the damage amplification, and then bloody sickle from the peoplet. Like this was a move that was not in my card's ability repertoire.
Yeah.
Right? It is now.
we've now introduced it to the catalog.
Yes.
Now, are you ever going to get to use it?
No.
No.
Probably not.
Yeah, it's
But
very
if
rare.
I do ever, I'll feel so smart. I'll be like, oh, I just pulled off the move J. King did in the World Championships.
Yeah.
There is potential.
Just what an unusual game.
There is potential that J. King has won this.
I think that J. King has secured it. I mean,
Because-
Darkness, we know exactly what cards are left.
Yeah.
We can see the hand that's here.
So how much?
Can he answer the Joseph? Can he answer the 272nd?
14. So basically, Darkness needs to live. Oh, the Mare Nostrum! The Mare Nostrum is gonna basically do it. That's gonna do it. That's gonna make J. King win. Because Darkness has 14 damage that he can deal with. The rest of the cards in his deck, right? That's 14 damage.
Is it 14? You get 2 from the
Wait,
the initial decree. No, that's just
He can force 2 draws on J. King. He still has Phony War.
Oh, the timing of Phony War.
He still has Phony War.
I can't
So
believe
when
there are
J.
still
King-
factors.
When J. King plays something, he's not playing anything because he knows he still has Phony War. Phony War is going to draw 2, right? So Darkness, he can do. What's that? That's 5. He can do 14 damage with the Imperial Decree, and 7 Kamikaze
Because
cards.
the timing on the clock here is you're taking 10 a turn. J. King is offsetting 4 a turn. And so you have 2 more active turns for Darkness.
Yes.
You're taking 10 right now to 16, and then you're taking 10 to 6.
And I mean, he basically just
This is it's a solvable equation from this spot.
he's not going to draw anything from the Phony War, right? So it's going to be a free Phony War from him. And he's going to force 2 draws from J. King.
He's going for max because the
Yeah.
kamikazes hit you as well. It says draw a card.
That's true.
Wow.
Wait, so with that, surely the game's just over, right?
I mean, I don't think this is enough fatigue. 4, 5. And you're taking
That's
6.
that's not enough. That's
That's
not
not-
enough.
that's not nearly
J.
enough.
King has done it.
Wow.
What an insane game. Admirable. I have never, ever, ever seen cards played to this level.
Holy smokes.
Holy moly.
That is a game. This is game 2.
Wow.
We are in a tied series right now. And my gosh, I will say this. I think that the Soviet control was the weak point of the lineup here for J. King.
So you think he only has stronger decks left?
I think that there are stronger options left for him in this one, but I'll tell you what, this is a highly mentally taxing game. And by the way,
It's mentally taxing on me.
The player who doesn't win this one, they have to play another one right after this.
Yeah, for their tournament life.
That's a lot going on.
Wow, I am like.
Additionally, you're against probably your most feared opponent here.
Yes.
One of your most feared opponents on the planet.
A good friend as
on
well.
top
right?
of that, this is your highest stakes matches that you're playing all year.
Just casting that game, just looking at it, even seeing both hands and thinking about like all the stuff that could do, all that kind of thing. A, I missed a bunch of stuff. B, I'm exhausted. Like I feel like I just did a workout. It's crazy.
I'm excited about this. Like it's crazy to think about this too. Like we can see both the hands and literally like these inexperienced ticks.
Yeah.
Or it's just suddenly you're like, oh, I didn't think about that one.
Yeah.
And it's just like this major critical factor the deck possesses. Like I have not been introduced to that style of state at that point.
No.
And again, resource partitioning, major factor at the end.
Yeah.
Look at how long that J King held on to these threats to get them both in play timed when there was nothing left.
Yeah. I mean, and like just the calculation as well from Darkness, when he was calculating all the fatigue and all that stuff. And I mean, it was that last Mare Nostrum that won the game, right? Like the last Mare Nostrum that won the game. That's what swung the HP around. I mean, another game where I was convinced that on multiple occasions that either player would have it, right?
I mean, but look, both these players are playing brilliantly in this last game, right? Something has to decide who wins that at the end of the day.
Yep.
This is a tournament, and players have to win and players have to lose.
Yep.
Variance played, I think, a pretty major role in this one. Again, it was Darkness having the poor draw, and then also all of the overdraws on J King's side. Not really worried about him. The red banner, it hurt a little bit, but he demonstrated he was able to eliminate the Kavanishi anyway.
Yep.
So when you get to that end point, and instead you look down and you're like, wow, you didn't burn a single threat in this one. Wow, that's a major plus for the J King side there. But something has to break the tie. Both players are playing equally strong. I feel like in this regard, it's just someone's got to be on the short end of the stick here. Like
that's pretty much it, right? I mean,
it plays a role, and the reason it plays a role are situations like this.
And I think for anyone in the tournament, if you're looking at the other two participants left in the tournament, if you're Bison or Viator and you're looking at this series and you see, these two guys that are turned on to this level, you must be getting decently nervous for your matches, right?
Or you're taking notes.
I mean,
you're like, oh,
definitely taking notes. Definitely. I can guarantee you that there's probably like 3 full notebooks of notes from just those 2 matches, right? I mean, you could basically write a novel in the time it took for us to cast those 2 matches. So, but here we are, game number 3, Darkness versus J King. This is the most intense day of cards games that I have ever experienced so far, and it's only going to get better. Now we have J King rocking Japan into Germany here from Darkness.
Yeah, Germany control from Darkness's side. It is Italy is the ally that's at play here. Very similar deck to what we were seeing from J King's side in terms of the control factor of it. A lot of make sure you have the right timing on your threats in this one. And J King is now at the helm with the Japan Resistance deck. There are some differences that take place in this one. However, I don't think it's like a huge difference that's really going to be happening. We did see eventually, pretty a neutral state from the 61st Infantry Regiment that Darkness had included.
Yeah.
J King is not running that, and so when you take a look at this list and put it at bay here, there are some major factors that can take place. From Darkness's point of view, I would say that some of the biggest ones that can take place are going to be the timing on stunting your opponent's draws. I think those can play a huge role. As soon as you get that scent of blood that your opponent is lacking a removal card, that's when suddenly denying a draw can mean a huge factor in a spot like that. But at the same time, you are now the player with Mare Nostrum in here. Can you out-heal your opponent
now we're
in
watching,
this state?
We're watching the inverse here. Now Darkness is playing up into the Resistance. Oh, man.
From the Deep plays a major role in this matchup. The timing of From the Deep, and also, again, the partitioning of J King's resources. From the Deep is able to close out, I'd say, a very key threat.
Yeah.
Major differences in that one. There are some dead cards in here. Envelop, for instance. J King is never moving anything to the front line. That's just not how the deck works. Enigma does feel like it can be a liability in this matchup. It's drawing cards equal to your opponent's hand size. You typically want to, at times, avoid drawing cards.
Yeah.
Root out the enemies pretty poor. There's a lot of dead cards on Darkness's side of the thing here. The one card I will say that I want to point out that is absolutely a breaker in this one is Comet.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I think the Comet is going to be huge. I also think the Schwalbe could be huge as well, right? Because it destroys all enemy air units. So if it comes out in the appropriate
answer to the
time,
Kawanishi.
Exactly. But what I'm looking at here, though, is what I feel is a deck that has more ways to deal kind of damage to the enemy HQ throughout the game than the Soviet list from J King, right? The Soviet list from J King is like, I'm turtling up. I'm literally the Soviets defending Moscow in the Second World War, right? I'm digging trenches, I'm digging ditches, and we're just going to hold out forever, right? That's his style of play. I feel like this is a slightly more aggressive version that still has that ability to kind of fight on fatigue through the Mare Nostrum.
Yeah. Now, there's a couple different factors there, which, number one, we're not seeing Fiat
Yep.
in this list. That was very clearly an extremely important unit on J King's side in that previous game. However, I really got my eye on Tiger. I think that Tiger is a unit that J King is going to have a major removal card for.
Can't be
pretty
targeted with orders,
pretty
though.
much to the last man
Yeah,
is like
it's
the way
only
to
thing.
answer it, or like a lot of AoE at once.
Yeah.
And then again the Comet that is a consistent 4 damage that is going to be offered to Darkness's side. If that cannot be forced into an overdraw state, that Comet is a major problem.
Yeah, and look at that. J King immediately recognizing, oh, Mare Nostrum has been put onto a unit. Darkness is going to be healing with it. Get out of here.
It's suddenly a big unit.
Yeah, I
Could be
want
a
it out of
2-2.
here.
We got to get rid of it.
Yep, just don't care.
Black Panther number 2.
And again, interesting to see. Darkness is pacing himself, right? He could have dropped the L640 as well and gone phase for 1 damage, right? That's what most people on the ladder probably would have done. But he's just like, no, I'm good, right?
Well, this is not the feature of the card in the deck. It's meant to create a value situation for that card. Recreate one of the deployment effects that's available. You're trying to turn that liability effect into suddenly a benefit.
You have a lot of them.
Pretty strong way of doing it.
You have a lot of them. You have the Leopold, you have the Jag Bomber, you have the Swalbe, you have the Panzer 3H. Even the Arados have deployment effects. The La Decima has them as well.
Arado has a deployment effect you're not quite interested in. Like, honestly, this is just an annoying unit, I think, from J King's angle. Yeah, you just play it as a 1-2, and it chips away for a turn.
Yeah.
How often do you want to use a removal card on, like, a 1-2? Like, I don't want to do that.
Almost never. I love how the Arado is, like, the most common 1-drop included in, German decks. But you also almost never want to drop it if you go first, then you have it in your hand.
Yeah, interesting. Big development here on Darkness's side. Decides to make a push on the timing of this, and perhaps this is supposed to be inviting J King to use something here. But this is a pretty big play directly into the Imperial Decree Desperate Measures. Now, this is a specific card in the deck that J King would have to have. And Darkness says, you know what? These cards aren't important to me. It could cash in for something big here, so I'm going to go for it.
He just also has nothing else to do. I mean,
it's not abnormal.
That's kind of, he has no units to deploy. He hasn't found, any of his 4-cost fighters there.
It's like the control deck versus the time delay deck, right? A lot of times you don't have cards to use. We saw J King's side of that for the whole game. He ended up winning.
Yeah. Oh man. But it's the same thing from J King, right? Like, you have basically nothing that you want to play, and he's just like, all right, I'll play the bombing raid because I need to maintain my hand size. I need to think about that.
Or I'll accept 3 damage. And
dropping the raiding brigade.
Let's go ahead and play a 2-2 blitz and not move it.
Not move it. I just
Leopold is just a kind of a big annoying threat from Darkness's angle. Envelop, gonna get established here.
2 Mare Nostrum in hand now. What is that card to the far left for Darkness?
I didn't want to ask that question myself.
I'm looking at the art and I'm thinking it's like I know the card, I just don't know what it's called.
I'm kind of doing a reverse state here of trying to find the answer to that one.
I'll find it. I'll find it eventually. I sort of got
Tactical Strike.
Yeah, it's the alternative art for Tactical
No
Strike.
wonder I didn't recognize it
Of course.
right away.
Of course. Overdraw here for Darkness. Bologna Regiment. Bologna.
Yeah, kind of sad to see a 3/7 hit the bin.
Yeah, especially, you know, since your last draw was a root out, that you kind of just want to get rid of in this matchup, right? You know, that Darkness would probably have swapped in a heartbeat if you offered him a chance to have that Bologna Regiment over that root
the
out.
Leopold offers a burn potential on Darkness's side. The burn potential is potentially very liable as well. Tora, not so sad to see that one go. Not happy about it, but you're definitely not sad about it.
It's going to be another overdraw here from Darkness with a take initiative being sent on over. And then there's a defend in depth, so that Leopold can be easily dealt with if J. King so chooses.
Yeah, you can also pin it down.
Yep.
Again, kind of control your hand size that's taking place here.
Long range recon. Wow, there's 11 health.
Yeah, I do think the defend in depth is looking pretty appealing.
Yeah, I mean, it's dealing 9 damage, which is more than enough to take out the Leopold. And I don't think you want to just tank 6 damage for the heck of it, right?
It's naval operation or it's defend in depth. It's one of those two. J. King has decided that defend in depth gives him more option potential. Latachima gets burned. It is a unit. Anytime Darkness sees a unit get burned, that's not a good sign.
It's a unit, and it's a unit with a really strong deployment effect that you could potentially reuse via the L640. He still has one left, right? So I think he definitely didn't want to see the Latachima get burned.
Yeah,
I think
to me, it's not even just the strength of deployment effect. It's just that it's a unit. Like, we saw how much trouble Darkness had answering units in that previous game.
Oh, I like it. I really like that. They're just going to get rid of the resistance card.
Yeah, I will say that Darkness doesn't have quite as many ways to buff the headquarter total. That is looking like a limiting option.
That's true. He doesn't have any threats down on the field. But, of course, he is able to redeploy that Leopold, potentially deal with anything that might come out. But what could come out, really, right? There aren't a ton of units that you want to bounce back.
It's a 6/4. That's really what.
That's all it is.
Yeah, that's what is at odds here, is whether or not your 6/4 is going to get hurt. So Darkness got to, I'd say, strike an effect from hand that you don't necessarily want to be there. Liberation being used as mostly just a pure health card. Panzer, I will say that Panzer you're not so worried about because that one does peel a card from your deck as well. That's a unit I think you're okay getting burned.
Sure.
Now this could be all like just misinformation from my end. I do want to admit that this is a factor. I've clearly demonstrated that I don't have a ton of experience with resistance. I kind of just have like a normality experience, and then also just the understanding of the attrition battle.
I think that's kind of like I don't think there are a lot of players that have extensive experience playing resistance.
Yeah.
Right?
Again, you get to play 8 games a year, so
yeah.
They're fun. I do love playing this deck.
They take a month and a half each, but
Again, hand size has been very much a deciding factor in a lot of the plays that the players have been making. They've been heavily leaning towards accounting for hand size.
Yeah.
J. King going to go with the Viva Resistance here. It's going to be digging into the deck a little bit. So how can J. King really take advantage of a situation like this? It feels like just to defend in depth to kind of like set the board into parity. The difference here, of course, is that headquarter total. Like J. King is, you need to protect this headquarter total. You can't just let units connect with this. That's really, I'd say, one of the big factors here is it's really nice that you're at 52, but that doesn't mean take damage. It means stop units. It means you just don't have to panic.
Also, what other targets do you have for the defend in depth that are going to be more valuable? I feel like Leopold is probably up there, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the top one. It feels like Jack Bomber. That's a big one. Any unit that's buffed with Marty Nostrum, that's going to be a big one, but that's a completely different context.
You're not waiting for the Bologna Regiment to come out.
You'd like to hit this one, but this isn't really one you get to hit. The question now is going to be for Darkness on what's the timing of Tiger here. Can you force to the last man before you play this Tiger? If you can do that, that is a major success, I think. I'm curious if he's got that time, though.
I honestly don't think you can, really. Is he going to take the front line? or he's going to honorable death his own unit, deny the envelop. The only time where the envelop might have triggered during this game, and Jaking just honorable deaths his own unit.
Jaking's taking the cycle for himself. That's the thing. He wants to draw plays that are active here, and ends up finding Liberation that fills up Darkness's hands. Going to burn another card, puts him at 61.
Yeah. Ooh, nice burn there for Darkness. Does not want to see any of those rootouts in his hand anyway.
The problem was that previous turn for Jaking was extremely good. And Darkness is suddenly real.
It was so good.
He's under a lot of pressure right now.
If you're Darkness and you queue up into this match, you pick your German list, right? You see that you're against Japan Resistance. You see that you have Envelop in your opening hand. You're just like, okay, this is a dead card.
He is handing Take Initiative back. This is a pretty desperate spot. And now he's going to go, you know what? I found a threat. Like, I got to burn the cards from my deck. From the deep
he can't take damage anymore.
You really can't. I mean, this is starting to get to the scary spots of it, where like suddenly, you know, your opponent can just play Kika and attack.
Yep.
And you're like, oof, that's not good.
Half my HP. I need to take care of that, otherwise I'll die. Keep in mind, though, there are 2 Mare Nostrums, right? So let's say Jaking doesn't check this Jack Bomber now, right? He played the Naval Operation. That's great for Darkness, right? Now he can play the Tiger with more confidence. Just waits for the to the last man.
This is a filter your hand for Phony War, because you're trying to find the correct answer to this Jag Bomber. But I will say, if you cannot find an answer to this Jag Bomber, it is gonna connect. Jaking
Comet. He finds the Comet.
Yeah, Jaking going for a big burn here, trying to, you know, again, burn primary threats like the Comet. But that is a lot of Imperial Decrees to get played, so that gets answered. So now Comet, we're seeing the Zerstory get burned. That's a new card that came in. It's a 4-credit, 0 operation cost, 4/4. Every time it attacks, that operation cost goes up. Darkness having to emergency use these Mare Nostrums now, because the health total on the headquarters is just low.
Yeah.
You cannot leave the defense that vulnerable. Sheeden gets added to hand now. That's 8 more damage on the board for J-King. This is big critical timing for J-King right now. These are just heavy strikes that are taking place.
He's going to push it. And it makes sense, right? You just push it. A Lion for Day is going to
timing matters,
kill it,
though.
Right? But it doesn't really matter. Pushing 8 damage right now onto Darkness, I think that's going to benefit you, because you know that you're going to have the last rites pretty soon. Right? There's only
you set up
4
more?
or 5?
That's really the question, right? Can you set up more? Can you catch Darkness off guard?
Just goes with the Kika.
You know, in this situation, you could draw the Sheeden into play, and then draw a Kamikaze effect and just accidentally have 8 damage all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Or, I'm sorry, 9 damage all of a sudden. That's a big difference. It's little tiny differences like this that can make absolutely devastating factors in a deciding outcome. J-King just gave himself a very, very rare window of opportunity to just accidentally peel a win here. Now, that's stripped away by the guard units in place here, but it's showing you where J-King's thought is at, too. He is not just playing with the cards he has available right now. He's taking into account every single factor, including the draws. And look at that! If Darkness was not able to answer that and have a guard unit in play, that was game.
Yep. And so I'm thinking now, what is there any research that can really help Darkness here? I think if he gets to the U-boat, was that game? No. Okay.
No, the Sheeden had to eliminate the guard first, but you know, I mean, look at the hand from J-King's perspective. It's pretty darn close.
Yeah.
Like you have.
Does Darkness have to play Mare Nostrum onto a Comet again and lose it that same turn? He can't afford that.
It's looking really rough.
He has to play the Tiger here and hope that there is no answer.
That's what kind of takes me back to the initial draw of the Tiger. Like, do you have time to get to that point where you're able to force to the last man and then have the Tiger succeed? You know, was the card in hand part of the benefit of having the Tiger there? You just need the hand size to you know, not completely shuffle yourself out of the game.
You can read the expression of Darkness there. He was so frustrated having to use the Comet and the Mare Nostrum there, but he knows, you know, that he is likely dead if he doesn't.
Honestly, he's kind of likely dead if he does at this point. Like, J-King has just had complete control of the game for a very long time at this point. Darkness is not able to really take initiative in a proper way, and J-King is storing up the hand to unleash a 15 or a 9-point assault at least.
You just drop the Key 83 here. That puts pressure on board, and then you got the Kawanishi plus all 3 of those kamikazes. 3 chances to draw more kamikazes.
And there's no way for Darkness to handle this.
This game is over, I believe. I think this game ends next turn here for J-King. I think the only hope here for Darkness is if he's able to get to that U-boat, he's able to find a target to use the U-boat on, and it's going to be enough to eliminate it. But +2 damage on each order, that's going to be 9 damage to face, and J King takes game number 2. So J King has 3. J King now has a win with his resistance deck.
This was a much more heavily leaned game for J King's side, and I will say that it's really demonstrating the importance of Fiat in the previous match and how big of a difference that was making for J King's side. The fact that Darkness is not able to continue to build out the headquarter sustainability, that is really a major factor that played a role in that game. Darkness had almost no shot to ever use a Mare Nostrum. It was just checked at every single point by J King. It's used on Comets instead in this one. At what point did Darkness really have an opportunity to strike in game 3?
He didn't. I mean, like that was Darkness was on the back foot that entire game, right? I that's how I feel like, at least. When you're put in a position where you have to use your Mare Nostrum twice on a Comet, you're in a bad spot. I felt like his only way kind of back was either like J King doesn't have it, or I managed to get my Tiger out. He doesn't have the last man. He doesn't have a naval operation, and I'm able to heal for 9. Right?
That to me is like that's the key point of the game, is quite literally the draw of the Tiger and when and how to use it. Yeah, that to me is like one of the only points of influence I felt like that Darkness really had a shot at all. And honestly, even just in hindsight, that Tiger would have needed to hit, was it like 7 times?
Yes, multiple times.
So it has to survive. B, it has to not be getting pinned.
Yeah.
And then C, it has to be able to keep striking. And I feel like all those situations were reasonably checkable from J King's perspective.
Yep.
So I think the Darkness was just kind of, got locked out of that game pretty quickly.
And now, what J King has left is his U.S.-Germany frontline deck, right? Which is an extremely powerful deck, and we have seen in the earlier series today, right? It has tremendous pressure. The Soviet control from Bison was not able to deal with it from Viator. So if you're Darkness, you just bring the Germany. You have to bring the German list again, really, right? Because you don't really want to face that U.S. list with.
You gotta win both the decks anyway.
Yeah.
You have to win with both of them. So at this point, you bring the one that I don't know. There's 2 ways to look at it. Number one, which one is going to save you time if you lose? Do you need the time? Because you have another match to play for this one if you're not able to take the match.
I mean, that's actually a really good point.
So is it more mental health that you use in order to boost your own confidence, or to perhaps tax J King a little bit? Does it matter to you at all? Or do you play the deck that is the toughest one to win with, so that way if you end up losing with it, you save yourself a little bit of mental energy for this third match you would have to play. It's just, again, all these little key factors, it always seems like that they're kind of meaningless. But when you really add them up at the end of the day, those are the things that end up breaking the factors of who's winning and who's losing.
I will say this. Given the fact that both of these players were able and willing to spend 45 minutes going infinite in a ladder game, I think neither one of them is going to be checked out and being like, oh, I'll focus on the next series, right? No. They are always going to go for the win. And I think Darkness right now, in his mind, he's just like, I can do this. I can win this. I need to hit, certain requirements to be able to do that guaranteed. But I have faith. And he's starting with his resistance deck because he knows in order to play a lot of units, you need to draw a lot of units. I'm able to block your hand. I'm able to, clog it up. I'm able to have you spend credits. I have mass AoE. I got the Bonsai. He's got a Tora, Desperate Measures already in hand. So he has a chance to wipe out all of those 30-second infantries really, really quickly. And I think Darkness just, if anything, he thrives under this pressure.
Yeah. Game 4 now in our second match of the 2021 KARDS World Championship. J King is on match point. Darkness has to win 2 straight or he's going down to the bottom side of the bracket. And J King's opening right now. It's not a joke. That is a lot of chip damage that you have acquired early on. However, I will say that second rating brigade, a very strong way of fighting against this early on.
Oh, absolutely. And look at Darkness. Darkness just goes, pass turn. I don't care, right? I'll take 2 damage. I'll take 4 damage. I got a long range recon in hand. That's gonna heal me straight back up. I got 4 of those in my deck. You know, I have liberations. I have multiple things. I don't care about your early chip damage. I want you to go wide. I'm gonna bait you into going wide here so I can get maximum value from my desperate measures or an early Tora.
Also looking at the curve from Darkness as well. You know, that's a real possibility here.
Sure.
The key 83 early.
I mean, ideally, I think on turn, I think the only downside here, if you play the Desperate Measures now, is that you won't have credits to drop the key 83 next turn, because you sacrifice a credit. I think you probably just play the Raiding Brigade and just take 2 more damage.
I mean, the Raiding Brigade's looking pretty appealing.
Yeah.
Like, I think that you have ways to fight the board if J King decides to pressure. However, this next turn is going to seem a little bit critical. So how does J King want to play this one? Is it deploy more units? Is it Sherman and draw some cards? Is it First Marines and kind of advance your front line to be a more resilient situation? And J King says, you know what? The Sherman is not only a 4/4 tank, but it's also fetching me 2 cards, and I want to find more cards to make my options more powerful.
Yeah.
That is like the key defining factor of the U.S. frontline deck.
Yeah.
Is that tank right there?
Oh, absolutely it is. And now with what is that? 7 cards in hand, cannot be clogged up next turn here from Darkness. Does, however, have a lot of options to heal if he wants to, but that 4/4 hitting the board and J King not kind of taking the bait of going wide within 30 seconds, you know, dropping the 507th, you know, even dropping the 99th, that has really gotten him in a good spot. Because now Darkness, he kind of has to deal with at least a majority of the board because there is the threat of a we can do it next turn.
Yeah. It's also just not only that, but like the idea of playing a unit here from Darkness' side, it does open up even more punishment potential on J King's side. Let's say J King doesn't have a buff in hand, but they do have 99th.
Yep.
Suddenly that key to 3 just goes straight back to hand. You wasted 4 credits. You didn't accomplish anything. And so Darkness here just says, my plays just need to be doing something. They need to be plays that are not very easily counteracted from J King's perspective, and that I don't get punished for. If you play that key to 3 and it gets bounced here, you could easily just get completely tempoed out of the game.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I think Resistance is probably one of the decks that would be able to claw themselves back into it just through healing and all that stuff. But I think at this point, I think Darkness has managed to sell his story, right? Maybe you should go wide, J King. I don't have anything. I don't have any AoE right now.
I mean,
my hand
is the
pretty
AoE
brick.
even strong right now, though?
I think you just Tora.
I mean, you got to do something. The problem is, like, you Tora, and
Tora.
then what?
Tora.
I mean, then you have 3 credits floating. This is such an ugly turn
No,
for the
you
Tora.
can double Viva La Resistance, fill up his hand, and then Tora, and then you won't take 4 damage next turn.
I think you're mostly using the Vivas because you're digging into the deck. You're like, I'm probably going to Tora this game or this turn, but I got to do something else. The burning the card from Darkness's perspective, it means very little in this matchup. Like the whole turn.
When that gets burned, that matters.
So now what happens is that's at the bottom of the deck, right? J King is gonna run out of cards if this goes for the long haul. Darkness is not worried about that aspect of it. You do get to deny options in this regard.
And look, J King reserving HP and focusing, just throwing away cards.
It's a big factor. I mean, the pressure is your detail for this game. And what that means is you need time as well. If you get easily to the point where you're like, oh no, well, I have to worry about all the damage that Darkness could apply, suddenly that strips away a timing angle from J King's side. Again, he's never winning the fatigue state.
Darkness just keeps saying, all right, let's just keep filling your hand. I'll keep healing. You keep pressuring. We keep discarding.
J King's side now.
Darkness has basically just healed this game. He's healed and played a Raiding Brigade. The
Raiding Brigade was pretty good.
Yeah, it was. And a Tora. Yeah. But he's still at 29 HP, and J King has been deploying units nonstop, so he's been healing a lot. And there he goes, just keeps digging off the deck.
If you want to know when you take cards off your deck versus when you take damage, the answer is who has the least time.
Yes. And look at that, the PIR 507th pushing that 30-second out of honorable death range and itself. So,
yeah. And again, kind of a pretty unusual spot here for Darkness. I do feel like there are some very strong plays here. That's the cleanest one.
Ooh, I love that. I think it's a great spot to drop the bonsai.
Yeah, I mean, you're eliminating 12 attack from your opponent's side of the board, and it's using all 7 credits. It's using a single card. It's like that's the primary play in that spot. But J King, you'll notice that this deck does not really lose its threat potential until it's pretty much just out of stuff or it gets out tempoed. Sneak attack. The difference is the Shermans have been used. Like
2 of them, and he's discarded the 3rd one.
I will
and then
say
he's
that
holding on to the 4th.
The first Marine doesn't look unappealing in a situation like this, but sneak attack just doesn't look like the play to me. And it's just occupying so many resources. It still could be the play though. You are eliminating a tank in the back line. There's so many options in a situation like this, and this is honestly where I have struggled the most with the Japan Resistance deck is against quite literally the mid-range decks. They just keep deploying threats, and all of their threats are like, yeah, no, these are all actual threats. They're just kind of sizable units. And you'll notice that Darkness here is favoring the sneak attack one. It's partially because the Sherman is using more resources, but also partially because, for J King's perspective, Shermans sometimes burn cards from your deck.
Yes, but it's also a fact that the first Marines, I think they just allow you such easy access to the front line. They allow you easy access to activate the 99th. So I think that also plays a factor. But now J King is like, all right, it's time for me to put something down that'll stick to the board. So let me deploy these things, and we can do it.
Back damage. Darkness is suddenly looking at no efficient way to answer the board. So now this is where To the Last Man starts to become an extremely appealing card.
Yeah.
In the meantime, it's not there. So how do you handle the board? It's going to be use multiple cards.
What if... No, that's crazy.
Oh, no. Go on.
No, I was just thinking, what if you just deploy the key 83 and have kind of bait J King into using his entire turn into dealing with it?
Well, we're still in that similar state where the bounce effect is very punishing. You still want your players to accomplish stuff. You're at 23, so you're not like under a ton of pressure. But really, it's the threat that J King is providing here. It's the threat of that power that is part of that power.
J King can deliver 10 damage to face here, straight from hand if he wants to. Not that I think that's the best play, but I think maybe pushing one Hellcat up, attacking with it, then dropping a Sherman, and then following that up with
one of first is looking appealing here. All the plays from J King's angle are looking pretty appealing. Like maybe if you just like, I don't know, did nothing, that's not appealing. That's technically a play you could make. But just everything again, it's just sizable threats. Like this is where the mid-range deck is kind of demonstrating its power. Is that it's a very flexible deck. It takes the role of the aggro deck very often, and when it does, it's not kind. It keeps going the entire time. You have to stunt its ability to pressure you. And J King says, you know what? I'm just pushing it all. Why not?
Yeah.
It's using all the credits. It's cashing in on the blitz damage from the Hellcats in this spot. And suddenly Darkness. The match is at stake here, and you have to be able to make the most of these plays. From J King's perspective, this is really forcing Darkness, I think, to have a card like To the Last Man, or to have Desperate Measure, or to have another way to enhance like a Tor effect or a naval operation, something like that.
I wonder what Darkness is thinking. I wonder if he's thinking if he should use the long range recon before he. Yeah, that's what he did. Long range recon for the heal, then Desperate Measures, get rid of those Hellcats. There's only now a lone Panzer 35T left on the field here for J King. But J King does, however, have multiple ways to deal with that Key 83.
God, these are just all such annoying little threats that J King keeps having.
Yeah, I mean, that's the purpose of that deck. It's just built to constantly pressure. And I'm just wondering if he's going to run out of steam before he's able to finish it. However, at the same time, Darkness is not finding his naval operations, so he's not finding, all his slowdown.
J King's not even going to go for the bounce. He just says, no, I'm just going to get rid of this thing. I don't want to see it play again.
I like it. Honorable Death coming out. That can take out the 109th or the Panzer 35T if Darkness so wishes.
This is tough. But, that 5-3 in the front, that's got ambush as well.
Yeah. So
I forget about that one all the time, even though I play this card all the time. Like, and every time I play it, I'm like, it's got ambush. I'm in such a good spot. Well. Every time I play against this card, I'm like, Runneth. Oh, it's got ambush. Oh, gosh. This is like my favorite card in the game. How do I forget this has ambush every time?
I mean, I also like the 109th, buffs it up to 5, so the Kika can't even trade into it, right? So it's completely occupying the front line right now. Now, Darkness has to choose. Do I want to draw here, or do I just keep on healing?
Wow. Honestly, it's pretty rare that you see Call of the Colonies draw cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Does find the 61st Infantry Regiment, though, and we did talk about that. That could be a saving grace for Darkness in this matchup, allowing him some protection from the onslaught of J-King, but also drawing him a card.
Look at that. Saying the back line. That's the thing that's ticking me off right now. It's offering a lot of damage potential on blitz units that can come into play. And for J-King now, how do you apply the most? By using the least.
That's the question. He also has a Sherman, so he has draws in hand if he wants to. That's what, 9 damage to face? That's 3 turns if it gets to roam free. And again, he just chooses to pass.
And
just
again,
play it slow, right?
Threat partitioning. If your opponent didn't answer the board last turn, enhance it the most by doing the least.
Yeah. And I think this is a very, very common mistake that newer players make, right? Is that in that situation, they just like, oh, let me just Sherman this, get it out, draw. Whatever I draw, I just stick it on the board. You know, I need to get it out there, and then you get to the last man, and you lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's right to deploy everything. Sometimes it's not. It's the contextual situation that, you know, it really keeps these games, I think, interesting and difficult. You have to know when and why.
The Phony War coming out here, refilling Darkness's hand, and now
pretty strong draws coming in.
Yeah, pretty big.
So the timing here is not impeccable from Darkness's angle. Oh wow.
Oh, and he has no credits left.
He has seen a We Can Do It used. He has seen a We Can Do It burned. This third We Can Do It is massive. This is a huge draw from J-King.
Yeah. I wonder if you drop the Whirlwind at least. J-King going back down into the history, the card history there on the left-hand side. Dropping the Whirlwind, We Can Do It, and then going face. Drawing another half track. I think these half tracks are not going to get any bounce value. I think you just have to play them as tanks.
I mean, right now, J-King's not the one that has to be doing anything. So that's my worry here from Darkness's angle, is that this is just an immense amount of pressure, and you still do not have to the last man. It's in the bottom quarter of the deck.
Nor a single naval operation. There's what, 3 of them in the deck? No, there's 2 of them in the deck.
2 naval operations. There's a to the last man. All 3 of them buried in the bottom 9 cards.
Defended depth at least allows you to relieve some pressure. That guard coming into great effect, but there are 299 in hand.
Well,
so
you remember you said the half tracks, they're not getting any value. Well, I've got news for you.
Yeah.
You use the front line first because that's conditional.
Throw it back into hand and dealing 6 damage to face, taking Darkness down to 9. Take initiative, also blocking a draw.
Strips away an ability to draw to the last man.
And a Skytrain in hand, and he's going to have credits to deploy it if he wants to, doesn't want to get it to the last man, because that Skytrain spawning units could be the difference between victory or defeat. And look at that, J-King's deck is empty. J-King this is his Hail Mary. He has everything in hand or on the board right now, and what is Darkness going to do about it? He can play the Kavanishi. He can do a massive bombing raid. He can absolutely clear a lot of this board. He still has 2 guards in his Shiden as well. Kavanishi plus, was that 6? No, just 1 credit off being able to use a Tora as well alongside that. But Imperial Decree plus Tora, that's 2 damage across everything. Plus the bombing raid, that's going to clear the front line, take out all the immediate pressure. And I think what we're looking at here is that this game
is not clear the front line. Remember, the Imperial Decree, it's the next damage effect.
Oh, that's true. Oh, there's the to the last man.
There's to the last man, but is this too late? The backline pressure from J-King being infantry instead of being
he's used both
half
his
tracks. The thing about it is that the half tracks they would have been swept away in this board state. So Darkness is going to drop to 5.
There is a strat bombing, I believe. No, there's nothing. There's nothing left.
There's nothing left. But what you see from J-King,
wait, was
that's
there
what
no
you
strat
have.
bombing in J-King's deck?
Pretty sure it got burned. Like
Yeah, it got burned. It got burned.
99.9%
Yeah,
sure.
it got burned.
Because
You're
there's
correct, you're
no way J King is showing up with this deck and going to be like,
Yeah.
I'm going to cut strategic bombing from this one.
You know what? I don't like dealing 3 damage and removing a credit slot to the entire backline. Oh, I think you're correct. I think you're correct. I must have just missed that. But now, what do you play here if you're J King? Like, do you play
anything? Do you need to play anything?
No, I guess not. I mean, you're forcing to the last man out. It has to come out here. Or a naval operation.
Doesn't have to.
There's 2 naval operations left.
I mean, Darkness, I think, is, if they're paying close enough attention to this, I believe they have this hand calculated pretty closely. Like, I think there's like 2 mystery cards, and it's the 2 on the left where it's like the Catalina and the Sherman. You technically don't know what those are. But basically, the rest of the hand, you have a pretty strong calculation of. Because those 2 cards on the left, they've had an opportunity to be played at pretty much every single stage of the game. So you have a lot of deductive logic that can be applied to those. You can start to narrow them down to quite those 2 spots. But with those have even been played at some point in this game. We're talking these are 2 still sizable units. The rest of this hand, why wasn't it played in a situation like this?
And there we go.
Probably a bunch of threats. J King knows I have to sweep this board, so here we go.
To the last man comes out. Immediately, the Skytrain comes out as well. He drops the Sherman because he knows he wants to have something on board that is able to shoot across the battlefield and deal damage.
Just 2 threats are enough. Naval operation. That's a big draw right now, and frankly, deserved.
Yeah.
There are 4 total cards left going into that turn on Darkness's side.
Yeah.
One of them has got to be something that helps you not lose the game.
And I mean, I think as well with how much Darkness has noted.
Look at that.
More than likely about what J King has played so far. He knows he has this game.
I'm curious if that's a bit of an oversight on positioning from J King's perspective, because taking 5 in that situation, that is a lot of damage when you're in fatigue.
Potentially, but I think the alternative would have been to stack. He would have taken 4 anyway, right? So like he could have stacked all 3 on one side, then he would have given just 3 free trades.
If you stack all 3 on the left, that 2/2 gets spawned next to the headquarters. And then you have the Catalina and the Sherman on the left of that.
Yeah, but I think it still all gets removed, right? I mean,
sure, I'd rather not take 5.
Yeah, but you'd take 4 anyway.
Would you? The 2/2's in blocking the place there. So you either have the Sherman live or a Catalina live, kind of your choice at that point.
I think
or
honestly, you just want the unit to live.
I think honestly that Darkness just maybe had gotten past the horn on this one and is just going to be able to take this one home, because all J King had left was conditional threats.
Yeah, and I mean you look at it, right? J King's taking fatigue damage. Darkness is chilling.
I think he just got locked. I mean, J King had nothing that could present immediate damage. Passes the turn. Darkness is going to lock this one up. And that means, Ollie, we are going to game number 5.
And there we go. The fatigue takes out J King in game number 4. Darkness 2, J King 2. Game number 5, back-to-back 5-game series. What is going on, Admirable?
The World Championships.
The World Championships.
That's what's going on, Ollie.
Yes. This is my favorite, and just I mean, the mental fatigue that has to be going on with these guys right now, you can see it in their faces. They are exhausted from this, but keep in mind, there is going to be one more series after this.
I'm going to copy them. They seem to know what's going on.
Ooh.
Yeah. Get your move on. Get a little bit of blood flow that's taking place here. Again, just a lot of, like you said it best. I mean, a lot of mental effort is going into this. At some point, you're going to get exhausted.
Yep.
You still had to get on a plane ride in order to get here. There was still yesterday where it was everybody getting prepped to get to a spot like this.
Yep.
You're having to play some of the toughest games it feels like that you have ever had to play. My gosh, these games have been crazy.
This is going to be what, Germany versus U.S. here in the final match?
This is Germany, Italy control on Darkness's side, and it's the U.S. mid-range deck from J King's side. And so what I've been noticing here is that these strong staple decks of the tournament, they've been the last ones left in these unique lineups.
And I mean, I think when you look at it, we talked about it a little bit, right? It feels like these guys are just they're not even really playing the game anymore, right? They're just playing each other. They're playing completely around their win conditions and nothing else, right?
The matchup has made like a rule set.
Yeah.
And now you're like, okay, well, how do I beat my opponent by taking advantage of this rule set?
Yeah.
Because they have deep understandings of these matchups, and I think this has been demonstrated just pretty much again and again today. And we haven't even had like a large sample size of games, and it's just so much knowledge is being demonstrated. And it is frankly quite impressive.
I feel like if you're a viewer today and you've been watching all these games, you probably learned a fair few things about how to play combo decks, how to play resistance, how to play control. It's like this is a lesson. And I mean, that's what I love about the World Championship as well. You get these lessons. You get these players. They're not leaving anything up to chance. They're taking an extra 10 seconds on every single play to think. Instead, we might be playing an OCC. Yeah, that's high stakes. Yeah, there's pride on the line. But you still will have quicker decisions. You will have more mistakes. We're not seeing that here today.
It's the OCC. It's not the same event. A World Championship is a once a year event.
Yeah.
That's it. You get one shot. That's it. OCC, you can come back next month. And, J King has shown that you can, kind of come back pretty much every single month.
Pretty much every single month, yes.
But the point is, the World Championship, you get one shot at. And I'm telling you right now, it's not even the stakes that these players are after right now. It's the title.
Yeah.
That's what's meaning something here today, is they put in all this effort, they put in all of this time to learn this game and dominate the other players at it. And now you get one shot to truly demonstrate that you're stronger than the other players who are doing the exact same thing that you were doing. Who's the best one? And frankly, it's coming down to these tiny limiting factors that are making these big decisions. And this is the kind of stuff that I try to talk about all the time when I'm casting these card games, that these little decisions, at some point, they add up and they really demonstrate. And today, we have been seeing those little points truly add up because they're the ones making the difference.
And here we go. I mean, I see the challenge has been issued. There's still no darkness in his seat, but he'll be there momentarily, and that's going to be game number 5. Like, wow. I mean, we might have another 4 hours left if this is the pace that we're going to be playing.
Flabbergasted.
I am just like,
it's very rare that Ollie is out of words too. Let me tell you, I talk to Ollie quite often. It's rare that he's just straight up out of words.
I mean, I've been planning this tournament for a long time, Admirable. I did not think that we would be here for 8 hours on day one. I was just like, this is going to be a 4 to 5 hour broadcast.
Welcome to studio.
Welcome to studio. And welcome to game number 5 in this semi-final series between J King 7 and Darkness. 2-2 is the current standing, and it all comes down to this. Who's going to face off against Bison in the lower bracket in the last game of today for their tournament life? After this series, oh my God, I would not want to be that guy.
Not only that, but who's moving on to tomorrow?
Yeah.
Jason Viator up in that upper bracket. Let's quickly go over these decks and some of the highlight points for this one. So for Darkness's side, we're noticing this L640 that's in here. Again, this is a control variant that Darkness has brought to the table, Germany, Italy. The whole point of this L640 is that number 1, it can battle for tempo, but that number 2, the reason it's actually here is because it can also provide that liability effect as a benefit factor where you get to reestablish a deployment effect. You're noticing the tempo side of it in this particular matchup. Not only is it tempo, it's also value. Darkness's entire goal of this one is to maintain a frontline position to where you're not getting overwhelmed. From J King's side, it is pretty much that angle. Attack the front line, get it, overwhelm, and then strike. He was not able to do that in the previous game. And the Marty Nostrum on turn 2 happens here, and a strike to J King takes place over the 2-1 here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, J King has to pay credits to attack, right?
True story. And you also have your own L640 that's a 1-3 that suddenly comes in and gets value strikes. And this, another Marty Nostrum gets drawn.
He can play another L640, play Mara Nostrum on it, and push 4 to face and heal for 4.
He has a plethora of plays. How often do you see a control deck with this many plays? And Darkness has also got Enigma in hand.
Yeah. My God, that's insane.
The roles of the matchup have flipped, it feels like.
That is insane. Yeah, absolutely.
This draw is nuts from Darkness's
side. He's playing an aggressive deck right now. What is going on? Double Mara Nostrum, double L640, turn 3?
I am not kidding you. This is where is Darkness and what has that person done with them right now? Because Darkness is a defensive style of player that tends to be the favor in which they lean. We're seeing a complete opposite now. Is this something that J King just has never expected, and perhaps now you're seeing a difference on it?
Just look at all that trading. Look at all that trading. Look at how much health that has given over to Darkness.
Not only that, look how many cards Darkness is about to draw. He has an Enigma in hand, and J King has 8 cards. Darkness is getting 6 cards
for 4 credits.
And he can, 0 operation cost on the L640. He can wait. He can wait if he wants to. He can sudden strike that. He can deal 2 more damage to face. What are you going to play? First Marines, that's not going to do it, right? First Marines are not going to trade it.
Tempo! He values the tempo here. Where is Darkness? What have you done with Darkness? Whoever is in that seat.
There was a Darkness doppelganger just building up aggression in the downstairs bathroom, and he just swapped with him before
You have
game.
unleashed.
It's like, oh my God, he's gonna draw so much next turn, so much.
I mean, it's maintained the front line. That's the primary focus that Darkness had, and he's demonstrated how important that is. So now J King is finally striking back on this front line, and this is where Darkness now can turn that angle. A Noshib gets drawn as well, so you even get to draw more cards, plus you're going to have credit options. Darkness's hand is insane!
And Comet is there. Comet. There are no guards.
Envelop gets drawn.
There are no guards.
You don't even have anything to do with 2 extra credits, so you're actually just striking.
He puts him to 9. He's on a 3-turn timer with the Comet, Admirable. Like, these matches have all been 4 days long, and then all of a sudden we have 2 L640s in the front line, Mare Nostrum up, just beating down the HQ from J King on turn 3. What a turnaround.
Strategic
Jesus
bombing
Christ.
is not a good draw right now. That's one of the strongest cards in the deck. It does not have a focus at the moment. So this Noshib is getting shipped back to hand. Darkness is not going to have a card draw effect here.
Sure.
However, Ollie has demonstrated the point. Comet is bypassing the enemy line right now. It is 3 strikes and the game ends.
I think so.
J King has to deliver 38 damage.
Yeah, but good
in
news for J
3
King.
turns.
Good news for J King. The HQ is smokescreened right now, right? Because of the first Marines moving up into the front line.
Excellent point.
That
I
helps
was
him out.
definitely overlooking this. I'm getting a little too excited.
Right? But the PIR buffed the first Marines, so Lionford Day can now take them out. Then there's a Hipper. There's an Envelop, so if he wants to take the front line again, he's going to get blocked. That Comet is still there. He's not going anywhere.
I'm going to be honest, Ollie. I'm having a very difficult time seeing how J King can win this game.
Me too. Me too. I think it all goes around we can do it, and just being able to get that off on kind of a large portion. If he gets like that PIR into the front, I can't get.
I'm going to tell you what, 30-second plus we can do it is looking pretty appealing right now. Now again, we can see the hands on Darkness's end.
Yes.
J King has no idea what these 7 cards are,
but
you do have some idea, I guess. I mean, 3 credits got floated. But
30-second and we can do it. Looks like that's going to be the play.
Well, it's a lead with 30-second. I mean, J King's got the mind has to be racing from J King's angle, and I will say that the posture that J King is demonstrating right now, it's not excited. This is very, very much like none of these plays are super appealing.
What a mulligan there from Darkness, getting the 2 L640s and the Enigma. I think I've once seen an Enigma draw that many cards. Once.
Catalina, 30-second. And Darkness's turn.
He's chilling, right? He's saying, if you have it, go for it, right? Like, go for the Comet. It's only going to be 4 damage now. I can heal that back next turn, and I'll have a larger board to apply this to.
Well, Darkness is given options. I will say that the Zerfstorter here, it looks pretty appealing. This is a 0 credit operation cost unit that strikes for 4, and when you strike with it, the operation cost goes up by 1. But I discussed this card with Spoos and Bubbles yesterday, and how we thought it was a very just valuable unit, just simply because of its efficiency cost.
Yeah,
like a 4/4 that strikes twice for 1 credit.
Yeah,
massive. In Darkness, every angle looks appealing from Darkness's point of view right now, and it's all because of the pressure. And Darkness says, I'm going to strike for the pressure. Comet comes out and unveils the game plan. And J King's face does not look happy.
He can Comet Mare Nostrum next turn if he wants to for lethal. If J King doesn't pop, we can do it right now. Because J King has to do we can do it. He can't do like, I'm going to play around with being at 1 HP
Strategic
type of stuff,
bombing
right?
could maybe give you a turn for a bigger option.
He just
but
has
it's just not accomplishing anything.
Has to pop it.
I think this is just your strongest.
I wonder if, like, to maximize your potential, if you should, like, push one up into the front line, you should play the Geberg Pioneers, and then we can do it, so you get an extra credit next turn if you survive.
I think the option looks more appealing. And so both to the front line, and you were hoping that just somehow you can pressure through this.
I don't see a way. He needs to find another we can do it before next turn, because Darkness is going to deliver 4 to face here.
Well, he's got 1 draw.
Oh, he's not going to deliver Fort to face. He's going to... Oh, yeah, he is. Oh,
You know,
sorry.
give him
Naship.
Naship.
Naship, yeah. The Naship giving him a chance to do a removal as well.
This is the
basically
draw.
removing all of the stuff.
He does not draw the we can do it.
No,
and so
that's going to be it. That's going to be it. That's going to be game number 5. Admirable, what did we just witness?
You witness some tempo.
Hallelujah. I am like losing it right now.
It is crazy how powerful this opening from Darkness was. This was the nuts.
And is there anything that can be drawn? No, nothing.
There's nothing in this deck that
There's
restores
nothing.
the health. J King.
There's nothing.
sends
Darkness.
The good game.
The Comet will end it. Darkness wins 3-2 in the semifinals, and he's on to the winner bracket finals, taking out J King in what I can only describe as probably the most intense series I've ever cast, I've ever seen.
My gosh, what a match.
Wow.
What a stark contrast in our deciding game as well. These other games were grueling battles of attrition, and look at that. You love to see that from the two of these two. Again, kind of demonstrating that these two have been shoulder to shoulder when it comes to these tournament scenes.
Absolutely.
And, you know, just two friends really at a battle there at the top 4 of a world championship. Like, just it's lovely to see something like that.
Yeah.
But kind of, you know, going through this series and just like an overhead view of this, these first 4 games were a grueling battle of attrition that took place, of setup, of knowledge, of demonstration, of counter assault, of everything you can possibly think of.
Yeah.
Game 5 instead just shows you what it's like when you have the pace of the game completely under control.
Absolutely. Well, what an intense series that was. Privileged to get to cast that. Let's throw it over to Thomas, who's standing by with Darkness for a quick interview after that super intense series.
Oh, we're coming back. They're coming back.
Oh, wait, what? What?
Tech.
Okay. Oh, apologies for that. A minor sound issue.
Yeah. Minor tech issue. Ollie's just kind of been sprinting back and forth
Yes.
to fill one of these roles that are here. We apologize for the tech issue. We're getting it solved as quickly as
Yes.
we can. We do want to have this interview here with Darkness.
My next position is down at the desk in the jungle. I need to get from here down to the jungle within the time space of that interview. So we'll definitely try and have it ready as soon as possible.
It's just honestly just an unbelievable series. If you miss any of that, I highly encourage you.
Yeah.
Go back and check that out.
Go back and
My
watch
gosh, that is like
Go back and watch
the series.
that.
And that's the second one we've had. We still have more.
We have 4 more over the next day and a half, basically, right?
Yes.
I'm just like, and they're only going to get more intense, right?
Yeah, the stakes continue to go up as
Yep.
this happens.
Yep.
Every single one of these matches, of course, it matters at the end of the day.
Yes, of
But
course.
now we're moving to a point where every match has an elimination factor somehow being determined in that.
Yep.
Next match, it's on the lower end of the bracket. One of the players, their tournament life is done. Tomorrow, we're going to ship one another player down to the other
Yep.
side to face the winner of that match. And then afterwards, we're crowning ourselves a champion. Intense matches we have coming.
Absolutely. Well, we'll throw it back over to Thomas, who now has audio and talking to Darkness.
All right, I'm here with Darkness now. A happy, but also a little bit exhausted winner.
Yeah, this series was crazy. Indeed. Well,
I think that describes it perfectly, right? It was just totally crazy. No, so you won the first match. That was a good start, I would say. But then the second match, that was a bit crazy too, right?
yeah, I think the second match was the most intense match in the series. I felt like I had the advantage deck-wise in the first match. I was a little bit wondering why J King didn't ban my ramp deck. But it was close. It was definitely close. And in the second match, I thought he was unable to kill my Kavanishi, and I would have won this match. But I didn't calculate that he can use Partisan and get the extra damage onto the Kavanishi with Bloody Sickle. And from the people, this was a minor mistake after maybe 45 minutes gameplay that cost me that match. Well, the KARDS reach that level of esports. I'm happy about that, although I lost that match, of course. But I couldn't do a lot in the third game. He couldn't do a lot in the fourth game. But for the last match, I want to say thank you to Admirable, because he opened my eyes to reflect my own play style. Usually I'm a really control player, and turn 6 I usually would have attacked with the Comet into the Kessliner. But in a training session with him, where I taught him KARDS, like the basics, he asked me a question like, why do I not attack face here? And after this crazy start with like in pure aggro start, coming from a control match, setting Jacking a lot of under pressure, I switched my usual play style and overcome myself. But of course, I know the last one was very lucky. So I gave Jacking a hug.
Yeah, wow, that was very good sportsmanship, absolutely. Crazy matches. I think you have deserved some really good rest now and a little bit of recovery for tomorrow, right?
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm giving back to Oli for further analysis.
All right, welcome back to the jungle, everybody. I am here alongside Spoos and Bubbles, and we are here to break down that intense whopper of a series. I mean, I'm still finding the words. Let's start with game number 1. Game number 1 feels like it happened sometime last year, pretty much, but Soviet basically lost to the ramp deck there from Darkness. Talk to us a little bit about how that game played and what ended up being the crucial way to clutch the victory for Darkness. Bubbles.
So yeah, that game was quite something. It was sort of very difficult scenario in the end, where Darkness had a lot of bombers and then a lot of other units, and Jaking sort of had to decide what threats am I going to try and answer.
Yeah.
And in the end, he ended up putting down guards to try and protect his HQ from the non-bomber targets, thinking then I can put my ISU down next turn. This clears the threats. Darkness has no deck left.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it slipped through the cracks that the last card in Darkness's deck was this Royal Research. So he was able to use this to get synthetic rubber, put it onto his Wellington, and just get this little bit of bonus damage just to close out the game. That game was crazy close. I remember when everyone was watching it, Jaking's won. No, Darkness won. No, Jaking's won. We were all arguing over. Yeah. And it was just like until the last card came out and that last point of damage was dealt, it was crazy close.
Yeah, I mean, I have to go back and watch that, but I do believe that there was another way for lethal as well for Darkness in that situation in the end. So, it was a back and forth battle, but I think it decisively ended in his court there, right? He had multiple ways to win. But then we go into game number 2, and game number 2, I aged. My hair became gray. I grew a beard. That was Soviet control versus resistance, and that was the players not caring at all about the units, not caring at all about the orders, just worrying about hand size and HP of the HQ. Tell us a little bit about that match.
Yeah, exactly as you mentioned. I also said it to Bubbles while we were watching. From turn 1 on, this match was just all about not losing the fatigue race. So they don't want to draw, they don't want to empty their hands, so they don't get too much draw from the phony war. And you could really see it, people killing their own units and just managing hand size, just don't let too much stuff on the board, just remove what has to be removed, and then just skip your turn. It was also very strange to watch, because it was just like, nobody wanted to play the match there. They just want to sit there and just be passive. And yeah, in the end, we were really arguing, who's having the edge there? Is it Jaking? Is it Darkness? You've been really sure that it's favorite matchup for Darkness.
Yeah.
But in the end, it did not really work out. Jaking just had too much HP health, and that what was really saved him, right?
There was also the play which I think all of us on the couch watching missed, was where we were like, he can't kill this Kika. There's no way of killing this Kika. It's
the Kawanashi, right?
Oh, Kawanashi, sorry.
Kawanashi,
It's too big of a bomber. He can't do the damage to this. And then what he did is he partisan stole it so that his orders did extra damage, and then he targeted them on his own bomber, which he just stolen.
Yeah, you could see him cheer up right after that play. He was really happy because he knew I won that game with that play.
It took us like 20 seconds to work out what had happened. We were like, wait, I swear he didn't have the damage for that.
No, I was in the same boat, and it was actually, it was Admirable that caught what happened before me, right? I was just like, what did he do? Why would he steal that, right? And then from the people, it does 5. Bloody Sickle does 3.
Yeah.
That's 8. You get to kill it. It just it blew my mind, and that just felt to me was the theme of this series, right? It just absolutely blew my mind. And then we go into game number 3, and we see Resistance again, this time being brought by J King into the Germany control from Darkness. And for me, that felt like, probably the most decisive game, apart from that last one we'll get to a little bit later, but it felt like a fairly good victory for J King. Tell us a little bit. Do you guys remember that game? Anything that stuck out to you?
Yeah, I remember what we thought, which possibly was a slight mistake or a different way of seeing the game. But we were thinking the Tiger should go down earlier.
Yeah.
The logic being with the Tiger is you're very scared of to the last man, and it's very quick and easy to assume he might have to the last man, so I shouldn't play the Tiger. But I think this is actually backwards. I think what you should be thinking is, I need to get the Tiger out as soon as possible, because the longer I give him, the more chance he has of fighting to the last man. So personally, I disagreed with that choice. I think that should be put out as quickly as you can. But other than that, it was just pretty much, Resistance resisting.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the game where we saw Darkness putting Mare Nostrum onto the Comet twice, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And that just like, it just hurt, right? It was physically painful that you're in a situation where you have to do that. Going into game number 4, we saw Resistance again, this time from Darkness's side, and that was against the US mid-range. And that to me felt like, the pressure was definitely there from J King, but in the end, the control prevailed. Was there anything that kind of stood out to you or good plays that you noticed in that game, Spoos?
I'm so much stuck into the last game, so I do not really remember if there was any critical situation or anything outstanding in that match. Maybe you can remember something.
No, I just remember.
It was just the usual.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing was the fact that the naval operations were all at the very, very bottom part of the deck, right? J King was able to kind of pour on the pressure and keep it going all the way, keep the game going all the way until the end, right? But when it came down to it, he just didn't have the juice to kind of end the game, right?
Was this the game where he died to fatigue?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember thinking as well that maybe if he put down the half tracks instead of the 99th, he can run those up and get some bonus damage.
Yep.
But then obviously there was the Torah with the Decree in Darkness's hand. So I really felt like for J King, he just ended up in a situation where he felt like no matter what road he took, he was always arriving at the same destination.
Yeah.
And it was just unfortunate for him.
All right, now let's turn our eyes to game number 5, because what happened?
I think that was the best possible starting hand for Darkness there.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? It looked we were sitting there. Did he choose the wrong deck? Is he playing L6 Euro deck? Or
it's like, what? Wait a minute. And also finding both Mare Nostrums that early, you could just see the kind of HP being siphoned over to his HQ.
Yeah, that was insane.
It's crazy.
And then didn't we see in the end another Mare Nostrum Comet play?
Yeah.
And this time worked. It really benefited. It just got that little bit extra damage that it needed. It's crazy to me that in this series we saw 3 Mare Nostrums and Comets.
Yeah.
And not in bad fashion either. It was like, Mare Nostrum and Comet.
It just had to happen, right? No, I mean, that game to me, also just contrasting to the rest of the series, was mind-blowing, right? It's like we've just sat through 4 of these games going down to fatigue, and then all of a sudden, with the same decks that have been played in these games, Darkness just says, turn 3, I got 2 2/4s in the front line on turn 3, just pounding away at your HQ. Just like, what? It's so weird. It's such a stark contrast to everything, and just shows that, both of these players were ready for that control matchup, not the aggression matchup.
I like to think it was the card server's way of sort of saying, I need a break, play quickly, have your L640s, have your Mare Nostrums, just get it done. I need to take 5, I need a cup of coffee, maybe, just take a break.
All right, so now moving forward, let's bring the bracket up so we'll see how that looks now. As we can see on the bracket, real quick. There we go. That is the matches that we have waiting for us, guys. Viabitor versus Darkness there in the upper bracket. And then the one that's going to be happening right after this quick break that we'll be taking shortly, Bison versus J King 7 in the lower bracket. Now, we just saw J King play. He's probably exhausted, so he's going to be happy to have a 10-minute break here before we go into the match. But looking forward, do you think there's going to be changes in what people ban against Darkness and J King, how they play? What do you think kind of the rest of the competitors learned about these players through this series, starting with you, Spoos?
So I think what people should have learned, that it's not that fun to play against Resistance, and also not that easy, because there are a lot of things you have to think about it when playing against it. It's managing your hand size so you don't overdraw when you get the Resistance cards. It's keep your opponent's heal in check. So if he's at 60 health and you're playing a deck that is not having an answer to deal 60 damage, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
And I think it's the easiest way to just ban this and hope for the other matchups that you just manage to deal with this.
Sure. What about you, Bubbles?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, a big part of this is mental state, and I think obviously going into this, J King's at a disadvantage because he's just been playing for a couple of hours, very draining on you, and no matter how good you are at the game, you're going to get drained by playing a lot, especially in a competitive environment. But I think going back to banning Resistance because of that, I think there's in a lot of cards players, we feel like if we're going to lose, we'd like to lose quickly. And if I'm going to lose to Resistance, it's a very grueling experience. And I don't mind people bringing Resistance. I know some people are a bit more, you shouldn't play this deck and all that. But I think it's fair. If it's good, bring it yourself. If it's terrible, what are you complaining about?
Yeah.
So I think it's fair game, but I also think it's a good target to ban. Because if you're going to lose to, say, Brit Air, which J King has, it's not so mentally exhausting on you. It's a lot quicker.
That's a great point.
And I think it gives you actually a bit of an advantage in these situations.
Yeah, that's a great point. Well, thank you so much for this, guys. And for you all at home, don't move a muscle. The World Championship Grand Finals continue right after this. Welcome back to the World Championship KARDS 2021 Grand Finals. My name is Olikrummi, and I'm still not tired of being here with you in the jungle, rumbling. With me are Admirable and Spoos. We just came off the back of a most insane series, but that's not the end of our day. We have one series yet to go, and this one is for someone's tournament life.
Oh yeah, I mean things start getting at stakes now as we have elimination that's starting to step
Now
into
it's getting
place.
serious, right?
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of the point of the tournament where I get the most excited because now everything is at stake. We're talking the whole tournament year has been put into this focus that's right here, and now somebody has to go.
Yeah,
and Spoos,
unfortunately, yeah.
That's the kind of match that really gets exciting.
Absolutely. Both players really not too fortunate with their matches today, finding themselves in the lower bracket, and the one who's losing now is unfortunately out of the World Championship.
Yeah, they get to come back here tomorrow and chill on the sidelines, which is normally sounds pretty good, chilling on the sidelines, but not for these guys, right? They're here to win. So I think they're all wanting to make it into day 2 as competitors. So for anyone wondering, this is going to be a match between J King and Bison. Now, J King just very narrowly lost to Darkness. Bison just very narrowly lost to Viabator. That means that Viabator and Darkness are going to be facing off in our first game tomorrow in the upper bracket, which I can't wait for. But moving into this one, Bison versus J King, starting with you, Admirable, who do you think kind of has the edge on this one, and how do you think this one's going to play out?
Well, it's kind of a unique situation here because when you look at this on paper and you kind of put the decks side by side, I do still feel like it's a pretty close call across the board. You know, really the 2 points that I'm looking at here is that J King is the only player who brought British Air. I think that's one of the strongest decks that you can bring to a tournament. It's very surprising he's the only player who brought it so far, but he did end up in the lower bracket now. When you look at Bison's side of things, he's the only player that brought Japan Aggro, which I think is another very strong deck. It does have a little bit of, I'd say, weak points to it, and decks are able to kind of clear this apart and really rip it to shreds. It's pretty tough to get back in the mix of things there. The real big kicker for me is does J King still have the same mental prowess after the grueling match he just went through with Darkness? I mean, that was like one of the most intense matches I've ever seen. You know, instinctively it says J King, but I do think that is a very heavy variable coming into this one. Is this back-to-back matches he's having to play right away?
Yeah, absolutely. That's also a fact that I wanted to mention. He played, how long did the series go? Over 2 hours?
It was close to it, yeah.
That's 2 hours full of focus. There was not a single minute where he could say, oh, I have this this game in my pocket, I can just play it down. Every decision has to be overthought over and over again. One bad decision and the match is over. And yeah, I think that is also a fact that is helping Bison here. Although he might be the less experienced player, it might be an advantage for him in this case.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I think so for sure, but I do want to point out at the same time, you know, J King oftentimes does seem like a machine when it comes to cards, right? I mean, he is the person that has won 10 out of 11 seasons that have finished this year, right? And that is an accomplishment that I just don't know anyone has done in a card game, right? Which is absolutely crazy. So I think he does have quite a bit of mental fortitude still left, but, you know, is he still as sharp? That's still the question, right?
I mean, even machines require maintenance.
That's true, that's true. So I do have the bans here, and Bison bans out Japan, so banning out the Resistance deck away from J King, does not want to deal with that. That does free up the what deck was it? That
British Air.
British Air, yeah, Brit Air, that Darkness ban. So we're going to be seeing Brit Air at the World Championship. Woohoo!
Yeah, we talked about it while we watched the match, and Bison was really thinking, what deck do I want to ban? Is it the Brit Air or is it the Resistance deck? It's a close decision because Brit Air, as you mentioned, one of the best decks at the moment. But it's also very hard to beat that Resistance deck. It's first of all, you have to spend a lot of time beating it, and second, it is very strong. It has a lot of healing. It has a lot of removal, and I think it's a good decision to get rid of this. And as Bubbles already mentioned earlier, if you lose against Brit Air, it's a fast lose, and then you can just proceed to the next match.
That's true. And then on the J King side, he banned out Soviet Italy, so staying true to his ban. Same ban as he banned against Darkness. No Soviet Italy deck available for Bison.
Yeah, this is still a really close call, this one. I'm going to lean to the J King side. I think that British Air quite literally is that strong, and I think that when you're kind of giving a player, I think, such a strong edge on a particular deck against, you know, pretty much just every matchup that's out there right now, that is something that can definitely give you that edge in this one. It doesn't feel like that J King quite has the weak points that any player was trying to target. And it doesn't really feel like players were trying to target strategies coming into this event. It felt like they were just trying to highlight their strengths.
Absolutely. Everybody's playing what he's comfortable with, and that is the results. We see a lot of different decks, a lot of variety, what I really, really enjoy watching. And I think it's a good call to ban that Soviet deck. And I'm looking forward to see that Brit mobilized deck, because I'm really a big fan of
Yeah,
Mobilized.
we're going to see
Looking
Brit
forward to seeing it,
mobilize.
yeah.
Ooh, I can't wait. Well, we got the prediction from you already. After we get your predictions, Boos, we'll throw it over to Thomas, who's standing by with the players.
You're going with Bison?
I went with J King in this one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that. So then I'm going with Bison.
You going with Bison?
No, he just wants to disagree with me.
Just going for the underdog. I like underdogs winning, and I think in this particular matchup, Bison might be the slow underdog, so I think I'll go with him.
All right. Well, we have our analyst predictions in. It is now time to swap on over to Thomas, who is standing by with our two players. They're about to enter the last set of games for today. And remember, whoever loses this one is out of the tournament and won't be returning tomorrow.
Right, I'm here with Bison and J King for the really critical final matches for today. You both had already several matches on your belt. I mean, a really tough day. How are you feeling?
Tired, but still excited. It's gonna be, I think, an interesting match. And good luck to J King.
Thank you. Yeah, I would say tired as well, but excited just to find out the result of this, whether it's going home early, whether it's being able to just start preparing for tomorrow, whatever the result. I'm looking forward to it, and good luck, Bison.
Thanks.
Oh, that's really good. I'm definitely looking forward to that. Don't want to take too much of your time, but how is it that you, after such a long day and after really these challenging matches, keep your focus? Is there any trick? Is there anything you do special? I mean, some breathing techniques, or who knows? Are you doing anything special?
You mean to keep focus?
Yeah.
Oh, smoking cigarettes?
That's one way, okay.
And no, the event is exciting, so it helps to get focus on this match.
Right, so you're still full of energy as much as you can. That's fair. How about you, J King?
So I have quite a lot of experience playing very long days after several frustrating losses, whether in other tournaments or pushing for first at the end of a season. So I find I can't focus on any specific games. You win some, you lose some. Just keep looking forward, and I think I've had a pretty good track record of keeping a clear mind after losses, so I think I'm going to do well.
All right, absolutely. I mean, your track record is kind of legendary, as we have already heard several times, and it's true. Well, we will see, I guess, who is the best after such a long time. As always, may the best win. Good luck to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck to you too.
Hello.
Hey, good to be back here.
Yeah, not seen you in a long time. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Yeah?
We've seen some insane matches today already, and I'm really looking forward to the third match we are seeing right now.
Yeah, and I believe because the games have gone on longer than we intended, we're not going to spend a long time looking at the decks because people have things to do, they have to be up tomorrow, and if we do that, unfortunately, a lot of people won't be able to catch the end of it. So I think we're pretty much just going to jump in as soon as the players are ready and just get on with it. Just to quickly go over, J King has Japan Resistance, which has been banned. He has, I believe, a USA Germany mid-range deck, a Britain and Japan Brit Air deck, and I believe is that all of them? Or am I missing one?
No, I think that's it.
Yeah?
Yeah, Bison having his Soviet Italy deck banned. So this means we are...
Oh, hold on, he has Soviet Italy control as well.
yeah, always.
I thought it was wrong. He's got Soviet Italy control as well. Right, so Bison's decks.
Yeah, he got his Soviet Italy deck banned.
Yeah.
And so this means we see the Brit-France mobilized deck.
Yeah, the
Which
mobilize.
I'm really looking forward to. Then he's having that German-Italy deck with the flak inside.
The control one.
With the Hornisse, exactly.
Yeah.
And then he's having the German, the Japan-German aggro deck.
Yeah, the Feigned Retreat Jaguar.
Yeah, he was really successful with this in his first match, and yeah, I think J-King is pretty sure he can handle with this.
Yeah, I'd be confident if I was J-King. He's got more experience on his side, and like he said, he's used to long ladder sessions. I think it won't be any issue for him. But I think we're pretty much ready to just jump straight into it and see how it goes in person.
Man, I'm so excited.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like Bison can't win this, right? Bison is a good player. He's here. You have to be a good player to get
Everyone that is here is a more than good player, right?
No doubt. And I'm just curious. You've banned the Resistance deck. Can you beat the Brit deck? That's what I'm curious about, right? Because the Brit deck is a difficult deck to beat. Or do you just accept the loss against Brit and you sort of think to yourself, I'm going to lose to the Brit deck and I'm going to beat his other decks? It's a pretty difficult deck to beat. Even when you've planned to counter it, it's a difficult one to beat. And looking at his decks, I don't think Bison's planned to counter it. Other than, say, the 88mm flak, there's not much he has which is teched against it.
Yeah. He's just playing what he's comfortable with, what he thinks is good in general. And there we go.
And what you see, so Germany-Italy control for Bison up against the Brit air deck for J-King. And I believe, is this the first Brit air deck of the World Championship final? Or I don't know.
We have to
top
wait
four?
some time for it.
Yeah.
Does it not get banned this time? And so we expected this to be in every
We did. We expected
lineup, right?
it. We expected loads of Brit air. And I think, judging by some of the players' deck lists, so did they. And here we go. This is the first time we see it. Turn 1 Swordfish for J-King.
So that Aradu is getting a lot of value, right? It gives him draw and denies the Swordfish from going face.
I mean, if I'm J-King here, I'd highly consider just using my air superiority, take out the Arado, because it gives so much to Bison. Even when it's on board, a 1-2 fighter is really good against a turn 1 Swordfish. It's really difficult to trade into that. You hit it for 1, it hits you back for 1, and then in the end they both die, but you feel like you've lost here, not Germany.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm curious. We have a Through the Breach in Bison's hand. Is there much this can hit other than an Albacore? This feels like it's pretty much just an Albacore dealer, right? I mean, in J-King's deck, there seems to be no other units with 2 defense. I guess he can use it to finish some things off, but for the most part, this feels fairly redundant in this matchup.
Yeah, it's not the best card to have when you're facing... What did J-King?
J-King passed, which I think offers the opportunity to Bison to go for the Through the Breach Arado. And like we said, there's not that many opportunities to use Through the Breach. I think this is the best he's going to get out of it.
This was the best opportunity, and J-King gave him the chance to get value out of Through the Breach, and Bison instantly going for it.
J-King just going for the draw, finding a lot of close air support. Now this may look like a bit of a bricked hand for J-King right now, but what this does offer is the potential for OTK with some sort of Fury Blitz out there. You put some close air supports it can do a lot of damage. But obviously it is a lot slower and it's not ideal. J-King will probably be hoping more for things like Gladiators. And I believe, he does run a Wrath Buffalo, which is the 2-3 fighter. So that's also a very nice tempo piece to have for Brit Air. Lets you trade into a Rado pretty much for free. It's very nice. Bison putting down the Heinkel.
Getting some Spoils of War out of it. And there's the Buffalo.
There is the Buffalo, and he can also then respond with the air superiority, and he may even go for close air support just to sort of beef it up and give it the most defense. But if he does, I think it would backfire on him because of this what's the German research called?
Right research?
Right research.
Yeah.
Sort of in German, it's like one word, you know.
Yeah.
The way you say it is sort of right research.
Right research.
Yeah. I'm curious if we see Bison go for the research anyway. I mean, there are other strong free drops like the Hurricane. It's really, really important to hit.
Yeah.
But just denying J-King board when he's playing Brit Air, it has a lot of value. You don't want Brit Air to sort of get out of control. It's sort of like tokens were back in the day where they play a token, you kill it, and eventually you hopefully win the game. But you sort of, they play units and you kill them as they come. Otherwise, they can become a real problem. What would you take here if you were Bison?
Yeah, I think he did the wrong decision and did the correct decision in picking the
I
Sudden
thought that was right.
Yeah, it was a really good decision. Sudden Strike getting possibility to get rid of the Buffalo and other threats. I'm not sure if you're doing it here, just on that unbuffed Buffalo.
Sure.
You can wait until your opponent plays close air support on it, makes it bigger, and then you just kill it.
do you just go for the right bank if you're Bison? Because you don't have much to do this turn. You play right bank. It's not for any big combo. It's just so you get a lot to do next go. I feel like there's some value to it. You do have to float the 1 credit.
He can also play the Schwalbe next turn, then, right?
He can play the Schwalbe next turn. Is it worth it? I suppose if Jakin plays a secondary unit, it maybe becomes worth it. But it is a very high value card in this matchup. Along with the sudden strike as well. If you got, like you said, there's so much removal here for Bison's hands. He's got sudden strike, he's got V1 flying bomb, and he does have the Schwalbe, which new deployment effect kills all air units. Up against Bridair, this is just perfect.
Yeah, and we saw Bison getting a lot of value out of the Volksgrenadiers in his first series.
Yeah, we did.
In this series, it's kind of just a 2-drop with 2-3 stats, right?
I mean, that's not the worst. I wouldn't play it if I had to. Oh, no, I wouldn't play it if I was building a competitive deck, but I'd use it if I had to. I'd take it in a draft match. I think we're going to see the Mosquito come out here for J King. Very high value card, you know. You get this nice deployment effect. And we spoke a bit before about the value of instant, you know, instant effects. You put down something with Blitz or a deployment effect, it's super powerful. We do see Bison drawing potentially an answer to it, but he may not even feel threatened by it right now. He may save that for, say, the Fury Spitfire. That may be a bigger threat for him to save it for.
Yeah, he has a Bologna in hand, so he can just guard up, wait what J King is doing. Is he spending a close air support here to get rid of that guard? And then he can still fire up that line 4-day, deciding to still go for it.
I don't think it's the worst
Yeah,
move.
it's not bad, right?
Yeah, we're talking about all these options, but sometimes the best thing to do is the simple thing. You go for all this, oh, I could do this, and then that, and then that, and then that, and then you go, oh no, I'll just do the simple
I just do that. I just kill it.
Yeah, sometimes there's value in just killing things. We're going to see the Wellington come up for J King, and I imagine we'll see him, finish off the Albacore, and you essentially give your guy 1 bonus attack, and you protect your bomber. I think I'd like to see the right bank come out now to set up the Schwalbe. I think this board's getting scary. I think that's a good play. You can also go for the guard. What do you feel like?
I feel like Rice Bank and go for the V-bomb, kill the Buffalo maybe. And then you have a potential Ladeshima next turn on the Wellington, or
sure, if J King goes wide, you can Schwalbe. If J King goes tall,
absolutely,
you just decimate.
It just gives yourself more options next turn,
exactly.
right?
Do you go for the V1 though over the sudden
strike?
strike?
I did not see the sudden strike. You could also just go sudden strike, probably.
Well, the advantage of holding sudden strike is that you have a lower credit removal, but the downside is
you don't have answers for Hurricane.
You don't have answers for Hurricane.
Yeah. I think I rolled sudden strike here.
Interesting interaction there. Even though the Wellington was reduced to less than 3 credits, you still can't target the V1 flying bomb because it uses the card's original cost. Bison appeared to hope that it didn't work that way, and I can't blame him. It makes sense.
Yeah. So J King just finding another gladiator there. His hand is not looking too good at the moment.
He does have a lot of close air supports though, and he can have 3 units. These are +3/+3. I think you start to just go all in on it, and this is one of the situations where I'd really have liked to play this right bank, because a Schwalbe here would just be game ending. This is essentially, can Bison survive for long enough to play this Schwalbe?
Yeah, he really should have gone for the Rice Bank.
This is a 12-3 Wellington.
How's he dealing with this?
I don't think he can. I think that might just be it.
Yeah. He did not really consider J King having a lot of close air supports in hand.
I think you have to be ready for this though. When you're playing against Bridair and they've not played any and it's a long game, this deck is very explosive. Out of nowhere, they can have these huge boards with finest tower, close air support. It's really quite a frightening thing.
Oh, that's sad. You look at his face. He's really not happy about what he's done there, maybe.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe because it's the end of the day.
Because he did go to the V-bomb and did not even use it that turn, right?
Well, yeah, I believe his plan was to use it on the Wellington. We saw him try and cast it on it. And possibly just forgetting how the interaction works. It has been a long day, and we're coming towards the end of the long day. So I think maybe he just played that one a little bit too quickly and didn't take as long to think about his turns and actions. I think, yeah, I mean, I feel
might be.
I feel like if you go for the Schwalbe play there, right bank into Schwalbe, like you say, if J King goes wide, you drop the Schwalbe. If J King goes tall, you just drop the Decima. And in that option, in that sense, either would have worked there. He could have killed them all, or he could have killed the problem one, the threat. I do feel like that was a better line of play. However, it's just one game, and this is a series. it could
the
be
deck he was
meaningless.
most afraid of, right, is out of the way
Yeah,
now.
that is
He
the
thought
deck.
he was thinking about, am I banning Brit Air or Resistance? He decided to do Resistance. And now Brit Air is also out of the way, so
Yep.
I think he's a little bit more confident now that the further matchups are more in his favor.
I mean, I do think he has a stronger chance against some of them. I do think the Soviet Italy one is slightly frightening, and I'm especially scared of J King's USA Germany mid-range. I think this mid-range deck is really, really frightening. And even when you're playing Germany Control, where you have like the sudden strikes, you know, the Lion for a Day, V1 Flying Bomb, you have all the perfect answers, but you still find yourself losing. And I think a reason for this is, like you said earlier, these M4 Shermans, this is like a convoy, which is a staple of British draw, cost one more, and you get a 4/4 tank. I think people struggle to overcome this USA mid-range deck because they try to fight it like traditional aggro, where you wipe their board and you win a war of attrition. However, they don't really play like that. They have the we can do it. They have these American supplies. They have the American supply line behind them. It's very difficult to attrition them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Bison is just thinking, what am I bringing against the two decks that are remaining for J King?
Yeah, I'm very curious. We're just waiting for the players to get into game 2. I honestly think if you're Bison, you just bring the same deck again. I think he's comfortable in the deck, and I think it's a good deck.
I think you just bring Brit Mobilize.
You think Brit Mobilize? You think
Just
it's time
to
to
make
bring
me
it out?
happy.
Just to make you happy?
Yeah.
That's a good enough reason to do anything. And I mean, it's also a nice deck that not everyone is always able to beat or overcome. I personally struggle with it a lot to beat this deck because it's sort of an aggressive deck.
Yeah, you can
that
play it
plays
differently, right?
I mean, it maybe could even be forward as mid-range. I mean, you could maybe call this deck a mid-range deck because it can go very, very aggressive and do you a lot of damage really quickly, or it can end up Commonwealthing you. I mean, what sort of aggressive deck runs Commonwealth? Mobilize. You know. Oh, I saw him pick it.
Really?
Oh, yeah, he's playing Mobilize.
Okay, here we go.
Look, here we go.
There we go,
Britain
guys.
for Bison.
Match number 2.
With the lovely card back for the British. Unfortunately, no London HQ. That would be the cherry on top. That with like a cup of tea or something. But I mean, here you go. This is what you wanted to see. So take me through your mulligan here.
It's
if
like
you're Bison.
it's like Christmas and birthday just on.
What do you keep? Do you get rid of everything other than?
You keep the 1-drop for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
And
you also find the 5th parachute here.
Do you save this for when you can instantly buff it, or do you just drop it on turn 1?
I think in this matchup you just drop everything.
I agree. I think you drop both turn 1. And do you drop the evasive action to try and hit the chocolate infantry, or is that not worth it?
I think you rather want to catch something later on.
Sure, maybe like a first, I believe it is, that do 2 damage or something. Maybe it can snipe one of your Potezes or something like this. We see J King having a really rough and slow start. This is definitely not what he was looking for. I think I'd like to see him move this 2-2 into the front line to protect his support line, and then maybe put down a second Mobilize if he feels comfortable with it. I mean, if your opponent plays 35T with nothing, it signals to you how slow of a start they're having. So you can take advantage of that. Unfortunately for J King, I don't think he has any other options. And because of the Mobilize mechanic, I feel like if he sat in his support line and didn't play the 35T, he was in even more trouble. So he was forced to show his hand to his opponent and say, I have a weak hand right now. And I think Bison is able to capitalize on this by putting down more of these 0-1 Mobilize units that like to grow and get big.
Do you know what Bison's also having in hand? The Honey.
And the Radar.
Honey Raider.
It's
that
a very
means
nice combo.
when every time Bison is drawing a card when the Honey is on board, he not just draws a card, he's also healing his HQ and giving all of these guys that are currently on the board +1/+1.
You know, if he'd played the evasive action, it would have actually triggered on the Panzer 35T, because that's a deployment effect. And with the new deployment system, he would have lost his evasive to a 35T on turn 2. I do think it's worth putting it down now, because this half-track can come down and bounce one of your guys. The half-track bouncing one of your mobilized units is actually quite, I think, an important thing.
You can also use it on the Sherman, right?
You can also use it on the Sherman.
Just a nice Sherman draw.
Yeah,
so there's several options.
There's a lot of good value for
the problem is he's only having 1 evasive action a deck, so he has to be very careful when to activate it. And
I like the idea, and I don't know if it's necessarily best, but I like the idea of just using it to gain some tempo. But it does look like J King is not going to go for half track this turn. But it is worth mentioning it's a 0k countermeasure, so you can put it up free of credits. Your only risk is losing it. And we see Defend in Depth. This isn't played in every single mobilized deck, but I really like this. I think people overlook this and only run it in Resistance, whereas actually I think it has real value in just being efficient removal. Right now it's 4 damage for 3 credits. It's not perfect, but it's better than From the People.
Absolutely. I like the convoy here. I also would have liked to see Radar, but maybe he wants to use it with the synthetic rubber later, so he's keeping himself this option, just drawing with the convoy here.
That is certainly an option. And I mean, we sort of see it comboed with Blackwatch sometimes. I know some people run that in their mobilized deck, but Bison isn't bringing the Blackwatch, correct?
No, there's no Blackwatch.
So there's no potential for a 10-10 Fury Blackwatch, because that is really scary. When your opponent researches and put a Blackwatch in the front line and you can't do damage to it, you're just like, I'm just dead.
But he's having the first Airborne, which has kind of a similar
it has
functionality.
Fury.
It starts as a 1/1, and each turn it is just increasing itself.
And you can
stat-wise
use
and decreasing the operation cost. So there's the possibility you have a 4/4 with 0 operation plus Fury in the front line at some point.
And you can also use it with the Potes, right? The is this the airdrop we're talking about, or the Airborne?
The first Airborne.
When talking about the airdrop though, because I believe they have Fury, the units with
Yeah, they
airdrop.
also have Fury.
So you can airdrop, clear the front line, and if one survives, you can then play Synthetic Grab on it and do a lot of damage. And you can also use it in combination with the Potes, because one of the unique things about Potes is its deployment and added. So you can add mobilized cards with cards like airdrop, and this counts towards proccing them. A lot of similar cards only use deployment effects.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bison, he did not have any follow-up mobilized units here, so all these Potes are not getting the value he wants out of it. Suddenly, finally found at least the 73rd.
And look at that, knowing that J King isn't going to get an active deployment, he doesn't put the evasive action up.
That was a good one.
Because it would have procced on the Sherman. I believe Bison now has some good mobilized options.
Going Potes, 73rd, 5th parachute.
You know, I think we're almost reaching the point.
Yeah, look at this. He's already at 33 health, right?
Commonwealth is becoming a serious threat. Oh, and look at this. This is absolutely beautiful.
This is how you want this deck to work. And look at this. He also found the airdrop. So if J King can manage to get to the front line at some point, he's just helping him, right?
Sure, we do see a strategic bombing from J King. However, Potes, I believe it is a limited, right? You can have 3 of them.
You can have 3 of them.
You can have 3 of them.
And he is playing 3 of them.
So, yes, you strategic bombing. You take out some really nice cards. And I believe J King is out of these French little mobilized guys. But I also believe it's not that big of a deal. He has another Potes. He can start drawing again now if he wants. I think Bison's really put J King on the back foot here. And I think he's in a really nice position to sort of bully J King. He can, even if he wants, defend in depth on this Sherman and just kill the one Sherman on board.
I think he's just going... You should go for Potes 5th parachute just to increase the pressure on J King, because this 7-5 there becomes an 8-6.
Sure.
And J King already played 1 Hellcat.
He can, even if he wants, put a little bit less pressure on the face and do the naval operation on the Sherman. And there we see a good friend of mine calls these the Roosters.
The Roosters?
Yeah.
Why are these the Roosters?
Oh, it's
because of the...
No, it's because of the... You know what a rooster is called?
No.
Don't worry about it. I'll explain it later.
Okay.
I'll explain it later.
Look, he's also at 43 health here.
Evasive action, hitting the 35T in the end. There's been a long story behind this evasive action, some highs and some lows, and I don't think the story finishes in a happy ending, hitting a 35T. Not ideal. Maybe, though, does throw off J King's maths a little bit. Maybe he worked out the maths with the 0 op cost 35T, and that's been thrown off, but I don't think it's as game-changing.
Can he just go double half-track here?
Yeah, he could if he had space in his support line.
Yeah, he did not have space, unfortunately for
However, some people may say, well, why did he put down the 35T instead of a half-track, go double half-track? There was an evasive action.
He played around it, right?
Yeah, he played around it. You put down double half-track, it doesn't work. I think he's highly situationally aware of this. But, I mean, this is an 11-9, and I think it's safe to assume it's going to the front line. There is some bait in keeping it in the support line, because you go, oh, I can do this, I can do, like, the airdrops and things.
But
I
you
think
don't want
it's-
to. Knowing that your opponent is having half-tracks in a stack and 99s, you don't want this to be...
And the M4 Sherman draw as well. I think Jaking's way back into this game is with an M4 Sherman, and I do believe he's one of the few people who's not brought Flampanzers in his US German
he's not
deck.
playing Flampanzers and not playing Sun Strikes,
Yeah.
so he's in real trouble facing this deck.
This 11-10 can only be killed by killing it.
Yeah,
It
actually
cannot-
trading units
Yes,
into it.
you can't use a destruction thing to kill this. And I think for most of the tournament, that's actually gone in Jaking's favour. I think not having the Flampanzer and Sudden Strike has really benefited him, because he's been able to sort of refine the deck. But in this very niche matchup, and this is one of the things about Mobilize, it's niche. It's a niche matchup, and people's meta decks aren't ready for it. This is a niche matchup, and look at this. He is... I hate to say it, he's dominating this game.
Yeah, the good thing is about what is going for Bison here. Jaking wants to be in the front line.
Yeah.
And Bison also wants Jaking to be in the front line in a
And we see it here.
in a reasonable manner. So look
Yeah.
at this. He can just get rid of the Whirlwind.
Oh, and he can even shalling, pin all of them, play the airdrop, and then the airdrop units guaranteed to
He's
survive.
close to winning here, right?
He's very close to winning. And if somehow Jaking manages to crawl and fight and scratch his way back into this game, Bison's just going to Commonwealth him.
Yeah.
He's got 45 health, and that number is going up. The Potez, whenever you add or deploy a Mobilize unit, you gain 2 health and you draw a card. It's a super, super powerful card. It is, in my opinion, the thing which makes Mobilize work is this Potez.
Do you know what
I'd
he-
like to see the shalling.
I think no. Do you think what he actually should do? He should kill the Whirlwind with the Potes, play the Monty,
Oh, you
play
think
the
they
airdrop,
want
and then
to.
he can also move that 11-9 up.
Oh, you are right.
He's having 2 more Fury guys in the front
Yeah.
line, and then he's having Lethal next turn.
You are very, very right.
Like, look at this. Otherwise, he could have not moved the
No,
that
yeah. No,
73rd.
now you pointed out to me, it makes perfect sense. And I mean, we do see a first Marines in Jaking's hand. He's able to
But he
drop
can also
that.
only clear 1 with them. Look
He's-
at this.
yeah.
That's game.
Yeah, that's
Mobilized completely dominated.
Dude, you were right. Smooth was right. Who would have thought?
It's so satisfying to see Mobilize win here, and it's not even close, right? Like, look at this, 49 against 15.
49 and
But we have to admit, Jaking had a very, very bad start.
oh, Jaking's start was atrocious.
horrible. It was
That
horrible,
was one of the worst hands I've seen in this entire event. I mean, we would be, you know, who would we be if we didn't mention? He had no play on turn 1 in a deck with 32nd infantry and lots of other one-shots. And then turn 2, he had to put 35T with nothing.
Yeah.
And you may say, well, this is very slow, but this deck can go late game very effectively. It's mid-range, it can go mid and late. But when you compared this to the super, super quick, and I mean, there were 2 units on the board for turn 1 Bison, and Bison went first. So he had 2 units on the board before Jaking had even had a turn.
Yeah, that's the strength of this deck. These zero
Yeah.
cost deployment units. They
And
can
especially
get out
you-
of hand so
You
fast. right?
save up loads of them in your hand, and then you get the Potez, you put the Potez down, and you slap all of these at once, and it just loads, and they just replace themselves.
Yeah, and suddenly you find yourself there with 50 HP.
Yeah.
A board full of units that just keep growing and growing and growing, which your opponent needs to take care of. And then you just Commonwealth them. As you
Yeah,
mentioned.
you have the Commonwealth. You have this sort of, this is like the cherry on the icing. It's just, oh, you've cleared my board? Well, I have a Commonwealth. And you can't even Leo this a lot of the time because there's evasive. But anyway, I think we're pretty much just waiting for the players now for us to go into game 3. We're at 1-1.
I'm so ready.
Are we going to have 3 best of 5s on day 1? Are we going to have nothing but best of 5s on the first day?
I mean that just shows how close the players
Yeah,
are to each
yeah.
other, right? There's not like someone outstanding being better than the rest or someone being worse than the rest. It's just so close that it's just a tiny bit that makes the difference in the end.
Yeah, and we saw like Darkness's L640 rush with his German control deck. I've not seen a control deck go that aggressive since last World Championship when I believe... Which player was it? He took US aggro and he went very aggressive. It was very entertaining to watch.
I don't really remember.
Graf ABC.
Ah, okay.
Graf ABC. He took Germany ramp. He went aggressive. It was very interesting to watch. Anyway, that is last World Championship. This is the better World Championship. This is the cooler one.
The way cooler one.
The way cooler one. Now, we see J King bringing out Soviets. This is very much a comfort point for him. He likes his Soviets. And we see Bison doing the Germany control. How do you feel about... I mean, they both have Italy ally, right? We've seen a lot of Italy ally. How do you feel about these two matchups?
Isn't that a matchup that we saw recently in the KARDS Open?
I have no doubt that we've seen this matchup before.
Where Corn Guy just played around perfectly
around
the deep.
He played around from the deep beautifully. And then he also was very careful about envelop afterwards to make sure that he gave himself lethal. It was a beautiful play to watch.
So I think we might see something similar here today. Bison with his German Italy deck, where he had some good success earlier with the Leopold.
Yeah, with the double Leo.
With the two Leopolds in
you
his
know,
hand.
I sat down with Via Pator and I told him about that. And I feel a little bit bad because I didn't go into it with any intention other than to make myself laugh at the fact that there was two Leopolds. I sat him down, I was like, did you know about the second Leo? And he went, huh? Huh? What?
Stop mentioning this name. We don't say this name here.
The Pold.
All right.
However, J King, not a bad hand considering what he had last game. This is I would take this over the turn 2 Raw 35T any day of the week.
Absolutely.
We do see some nice cards from Bison. We have this Bologna regiment to go out early. I mean,
both with a decent starting hand, right?
Yeah.
They both have some plays early, not only late game stuff, not only useless stuff. They have some unit to show board presence.
So I think something really important in this matchup is if you can get out one or two of these Joseph Stalins, you can't Leopold them. Leopold is such a key card that it really, really helps hold this deck up. I mean, I think it's insane in aggro, but it's such a good card that it's also insane in control. I think it's just such a powerful card. A card is good when every deck runs it. It's sort of like Desperate Measures for Japanese. Jaguar decks and control decks love it. But this Leopold is made a lot worse by these Joseph Stalins. If you can't kill them with like a Decima or something, you can't Jag Bomber them to get rid of them because of this effect where when they get sent to hand, they get a copy of themselves. J King putting down his T60 after all of them got sneak attacked, all of them got deleted, finally able to have some without them,
Yeah, usually these sneak attacks were used to kill Shermans. I asked Darkness when we were chilling here and watching the matches.
Oh, and talking to the players, we spoke to Bison.
Yeah.
We asked him about why did you move up the card? It doesn't make any sense to us. You got yourself killed.
He was speaking about that matchup where he lost against a 20 attack Spitfire, right?
Took 40 in one turn, that matchup there. We said, why did you move up the guard? Doesn't make sense. And what had happened is Via Pator had played His Majesty's Chosen and instantly played a Pioneers. So it looked like he'd gotten Pioneers from His Majesty's Chosen. And then Via Pator had actually played the Spitfire before that. So as far as Bison was concerned, the Spitfire was gone and His Majesty's Chosen had been used. I think this level of mind games is beyond me, because I thought, oh, what the hell is he doing? This doesn't make any sense. Turns out we were completely wrong. There was perfect logic behind it, and I would go as far as saying I think Bison made the right move. I think it was the correct move. 9 out of 10 situations. Unfortunately for him, it was the 1 out of 10. Unfortunately, that's a previous game. We've got to focus on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. So sometimes it's as you said, you cannot look into the player's head.
Yeah.
The informations they have, what consequences they pulled out of several plays from your opponent. So he thought, the Spitfire's out, I'm fine to move that guard.
Exactly. And I think it just shows that plays which look like mistakes to us are actually very often these players taking things into account which we've not taken into account. I mean, there's a reason we're talking and they're playing. It's because they're better than us.
Absolutely.
Do you feel like you go for the trade here and give yourself some healing, or do you just pressure this phase as much as you can? I feel like the ability to just quickly pressure phase isn't as good against Soviets because of this amount of heal they have. You can't really nuke them down to the point where they can't heal. He has Man Nostrum, he has this infantry that heals him.
Yeah.
At what point do you feel like he should start trading? Is there a specific unit he's waiting to steal with his Ju-88?
Yeah, as you said, it's a thin line between applying pressure and being careful to not lose board presence while doing so.
Sure.
So yeah, it's a thin line, and I think Bison has to find a way here to set J King under a little bit of pressure, but also not giving the game out of the hand while J King is just stacking units and playing Mare Nostrum and just healing back, and you did all the stuff for nothing, right?
I think there is some risk there with keeping this JU-88 around for too long, which is J King can actually partisans this and hit it into one of Bison's unit and add it to J King's hand. So he can actually use it to steal one of Bison's high value units. He can hit like the FW Jag Bomber or something like this and add this to his own hand, which could extremely bolster his chances of winning and give him a lot of bonus resources. And we see both of them out on board now. So in 1 turn time, he does have the credits to do this. If he can hit that guy for 1 and do a little bit of damage, he can then kill both units with the 1 partisans.
Yeah.
To the point where I feel like maybe it's even worth it trading with the 2-3 and giving your opponent the 2-3 for free, just so that you set this up next turn. Never mind, Bison does it for him, it looks like. And now, yeah, look, when you see J King will hit turn 8 next turn, and he can then steal one of these fighters and hit the other one and add the Jag Bomber to his own hand. All he needs to do is buy time, and I have no doubt he can do that.
Yeah, you get rid of 2 of your opponent's units and give yourself a Jag Bomber, right? That's all for 8k, which is not too bad.
I imagine we'll see J King put a T-34 into the front line, and then we'll see Bison most likely ignore that and go face as much as he can, because there's, I mean, it's not a great trade. He may go for the trade with the Jag Bomber, but I think there's a real chance that Bison decides just to hit face for 9. I think it would actually be unfortunate for J King if Bison trades his Jag Bomber away, because it prevents this play that we just spoke about.
Is it play that he's just giving himself a T-34, or is it just too greedy to do this? Like trading the Panzer 3 into this, and then did you?
It's not the worst idea.
Oh, look, he's just going face.
But it's also not the most obvious idea. Oh, but the Bologna skewers the plan.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
He can give himself a Bologna, but I'm not sure
Well,
if he wants that
he can buff it and start gaining a bunch of health. But he also does have Partisans Red Banner in his hand. So if he waits till turn 10, he can steal something, operate for 2 credits, and then Red Banner it. I think there is value in patience. We do see the Tiger IE. Now, I think the biggest threat for this is the 1 copy of Deshima in J King's deck.
Oh, he's only playing 1 copy.
Only playing 1. He does also have the Naval Brigade, which destroys a damaged unit. And this Tiger, when it can't be hit by orders, it can be hit by deployment effects and unit effects. So I think the Raiding Brigade and the Deshima is his main way of dealing with it. But you know what I spy on the left corner of J King's hand? Looking in gold? That's a Deshima.
He has that 1 copy in his hand, so whenever this Tiger is coming out, I think J King is just keeping it for the Tiger, right?
I think so. I mean, it's also good against the Leopold, but one of the nice things is if you put this down to take out a Tiger, it prevents your opponent playing Leopold unless they're confident that you're going to overdraw the Deshima. We may see him feel under pressure though and drop it just to buy himself more time, but personally I don't think he's under that much pressure. I wonder if he perceives more pressure than he's actually under based on the fact that he doesn't know what's in Bison's hand. I mean, if Bison had a Leopold in hand, this could be a pretty scary situation for you right now.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Possibly even like a Man Ostrom. You know, you chuck a Man Ostrom on this fighter, you hit for 6, you start healing, it could be scary.
What card is that J King is hovering there? It is a special, that's what I see.
It is a special.
It's
Bologna.
a Bologna regiment. So
difficult. He took it out of his hand, we couldn't see it anymore. I had to try and remember with the cards.
Oh my god. J King deciding to just guard up here?
Yeah, I think it's a safe play. I don't want to see him panicking, putting down the Deshima. We do see the Leopold come out. I honestly don't hate dropping it right now. I know it dies to the Deshima, but once the 1 copy of Deshima is out, you can pretty much just Tiger.
Yeah. You kind of want to want this La Deshima to be out of.
You also can't hold the Leo forever because of these Joseph Stalins. You want to get Leo value while you can, right?
Yeah, I think he should do it now, because what J King can do is play the 272nd.
Yeah.
And play the Red Banner.
Yeah.
He's already having that combo in hand. That's not what
that
Bison is knowing, but he knows
down
that.
The Leo.
Yeah, exactly. After that, Bison cannot play the Leopold.
Exactly.
He's just giving J King additional Joseph Stalin's to the hand.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the only real way he can even think about it is if these ones going to hand are going to be overdrawn. But instead, he's going to go for the Tiger, which I think will prompt Jaking to go for the Decima over the double Stalin, just because he doesn't want to have this Tiger move to the front line and no longer be a Decima.
yeah, this means Bison can drop the Leopold next turn, and it's more likely that it survives.
Yeah, he does have to first hit the Decima if it's on board. He has to hit it with his Jack Bomber, take it out. But luckily for him, Jaking's not going to be able to guard the Decima because the Decima has guard itself. Guard units obviously not being able to be affected by other units' guards. And here we see it coming down.
Bam. That.
And I imagine, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, but the problem now is
but
you don't want to play Leopold, right?
Well, you can do. You hit your fighter into the Decima first, kill the Decima, and then you play the Leo. Oh no, you can't. Yeah.
He's one credit off of
No,
that
my
play.
apologies. I think you kill it anyway. Set yourself up for the Leo. But I do think we're going to see Jake can get his double Stalin down. And I do think that's a serious issue. You could also consider just start putting up that research and going for the U-boat, and that's one of the Joseph Stalin's dead.
Yeah, Bison needs a backup plan now.
I mean, when they both come down, you Decima one of them, you U-boat the other one. I think that's your most elegant solution, right?
Yeah, but it costs you a lot of credits also to get to the U-boat first.
It certainly does do.
And it's not like Jaking is not having the board here right now.
Oh no, I do think Jaking's starting to turn the pressure. I know he is only on 13 health, but he has a Man Nostrum in hand, and he does have a lot of, high value cards in hand where he can very quickly do a lot. We did see him use a Bloody Sickle earlier, so unfortunately for him, he won't have it left to sort of target this Jag Bomber. Do you think there's any risk of Jaking putting too many units down on board and then getting Leopolded anyway, so that the Joseph Stalins that go to hand get overdrawn, and then it's equalizes?
I'm not sure if Jaking has ever let this happen.
We do also still have this Red Banner Partisans combo where Jaking can steal the unit and then Red Banner and give himself a very, very strong thing in return. We may see him just take this and go for the trade though and save the Red Banner for this double Stalin combo. Obviously, if you Red Banner...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This combo is so strong against Germany.
Oh, it's so powerful.
Especially against the decks with Leopold, because it completely takes Leopold out of the game.
Is there any world in which we go for the new Uran project, or is it just too slow and too, I don't know, foreseeable? Jaking can see it's coming and prepare for it.
I mean, it's way better to go for the U-boat, especially when you have the Ladeshima in hand.
Yeah.
You go U-boat on the one, as you mentioned earlier. You go U-boat on the one, Joseph Stalin. Also, make your opponent discard cards.
Yeah.
Lower his hand size. I think there's more value in this than going to the Uran project.
I mean, I kind of want to see him go for the research right now. Maybe he does one level of research and puts it alongside a Comet, takes the front line with the guard. He could also just put down the FW, the fighter, and then follow up with a Comet and just start the pressure as much as they can. Oh, that could be big. That goes from double Stalin to single Stalin, which actually is a big deal because the single Stalin can be desperate and you can save your research for something else. I'd really like to see this from the deep go up now and force Jaking to play around it.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably just dropping a T60 as long as Bison is having floating credits.
He is, however, it does also mean that Bison has time to pressure Jaking. I think the idea of blitzing out lethal is very difficult because Jaking can T34 Man Nostrum and heal himself for 6 whenever he feels like it. So I do feel like that's a difficult idea. First Rifle is excellent card to be from the deep as it gives you a replacement guard pretty much instantly.
So, Jaking not going for the combo yet. Do you think the reason is that there are still so much removal cards in Bison's deck that he's not really willing to bring his combo into a lot of good removal that gets a lot of value out of the Stalins then?
I mean, Bison is running the double Decima, so the chances that he has at least one of them is a pretty high chance. But it does look like Jaking was possibly feeling like this is now the right time, and he's just going to chuck it out there. Eats from the deep. Goes for the Joseph Stalin. Very similar play to Korn, guys.
Absolutely, yeah. He knew that there was a from the deep in the hand.
And you're getting a Joseph Stalin for 8 credits, which is a really, really powerful play. And what are the chances that we see this play twice in 1 week? It's pretty cool.
It happened. It just
Yeah.
happened, although it's not very likely. So, how is... so Bison is having one Ladeshima for this, so he's not in a big...
Yeah, I think you drop the Decima, take out the Stalin, and then I think you just go for the simple trade with the FW and just take it out. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward
move
point of play.
Bologna to the front line.
Yeah, you can do. And then that sets you up for a through the breach trade next turn to finish off the replacement guard. But he may also go for like the Heinkel or something and favour draw. He may also go for a Flampanzer and try to get more board presence. There are a few different options in how he wants to play this.
Yeah, Heinkel looking really scary for J King because he's not having that great answers against it. And it's continuously giving Bison some draw options there.
I mean, I think the Night Witch is his main way of answering it, getting these from the peoples. And he can actually red banner one of these now that the combo has disappeared. But he may save it for a second Partisans, because I do believe he runs 2 of those. Yeah.
Just in time. Bison just 2 seconds left his turn.
No, did you see earlier when he was picking the German
that was
elite
just-
and he had 2 seconds?
that
He
was-
just played it picked.
0.2 turn.
Yeah,
2
it was
seconds, yeah.
terrifying. The mouse gets caught on the table while you're doing it and you lose. Yeah.
Shaking with... Also with a lot of value in his hand. Same as Bison. He's still having the Leopold. He's having the Comet. A 6k research. And to find the chance to find more stuff with the Spoils of War. Shaking coming in with a T-34 here. What is he killing? The Ladeshima? Oh, the Bomber probably.
I think
Do
the
go for
Bomber is the pretty obvious play. But he may go for the Decima as well.
Do
I
you
think-
Mar Nostrum or not?
No, I don't believe you do. Because you're going to have more T-34s, but J King disagreeing. So it's probably the right move to Man Nostrum.
He definitely has to play this.
Yeah. I think we go for the Leopold, honestly. Get rid of the Man Nostrum, take the front line with, say, the Bologna, and then we have got a guarded Leopold on the front line. And dude, guarded arty. It's a phrase for a reason. It's a strong, strong thing to have. An artillery which can just nuke things across the board, and a guard protecting it. It's really difficult to get past. You kind of have to use orders. And I think these from the peoples are going to be his only way of really gaining those orders to deal with it.
Yeah, and the advantage with this is he can just deal 5 face damage additionally, right? He gets rid of the board.
Yeah.
Plus 5 face damage.
Well, it depends if he wants to take the front line or not. But I do think the 5 face damage has some real value, especially when you've just seen a Man Nostrum come out, so you know there's one less in J King's deck.
He's already played 2, right?
It was like his second one we just saw.
Yeah.
So there's
That
one
was
more.
the second one. So there's only one more. So probably not that much healing left in J King's hand. But I think you just...
And I like this. He puts the Leopold between the 2 cards. This means it's a double guarded arty. This is difficult to kill. Without an order, that thing's not dying. And there is the 3rd Man Nostrum for J King. It's a difficult situation. I do think you have to play these Night Witches. But, because these add to your hand and not your support line, you have to clear your hand first. So
Yeah.
you have to drop 2 cards, and then it adds 3 to your hand. But then you can only add 2 to your support line because you just previously played 2 cards. So it's a little bit difficult. We may even see him go for the First Rifles Red Banner combo, which is, I think, a fairly decent combo now that the double Joseph Stalin combo has disappeared. It depends if he feels like he's able to be patient enough to wait for a Partisans. But obviously you can't Partisans Red Banner or Leopold because no such unit exists currently.
Yeah. I mean, look at the player's face, right? J King is really not happy with the situation. Bison is also under high tension there. He's is he able to deal with this?
Yeah.
And we know the hand, and we know that J King is not really in a good spot here dealing with that Leopold.
I mean, I think only having one of these Decimas is really coming back to bite him, because that's sort of your main way of dealing with it. He does have Winter Offensive, which is 4 damage. That does take out the Leopold. However, if Bison's able to get a Man Nostrum on this Leopold, that could be a real threat.
Absolutely. It's also setting up lethal if he's able to find a Man Nostrum with the Spoils of War.
I kind of want to see the 88mm come out just for the
sake of it.
The sake of it. I mean, we've come this far, right? We may as well use it. And I do actually think ambush artillery that deals double damage to tanks, when T-34s for J King are our main way of dealing with this, it might actually work well here. I know we sort of scoffed at this card a little bit. Oh, what's the point of this? But maybe it's for the Soviet Italy.
Maybe, yeah, because this T-34 cannot kill this, right?
Yeah,
it has
exactly.
ambush and deals double damage to tanks, so that is 6 attack.
Even with the Man Nostrum buff, it's not enough to kill them.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to have like Decimo or something to kill it. And as we know, J-King out of Decimers.
Oh, look at this. Jaking under so much pressure here. I think he kind of is forced to do a T-34 Man Nostrum play now, right?
Possibly, but what do you take out?
First of all, you just want to heal, right? Because if Bison is
Yes,
having or
yes, you
finding
are
his Man
true.
Nostrum, you're dead.
That is true. And J-King overdrawing his partisans. This red banner save has not worked out for him. This is really, really difficult. And like you say,
He can't do anything, right? He
I-
can do T60 Man Nostrum.
he can T60 move up. Oh no, T60 he can, but he can't T34.
Yeah, he can no longer play the T-34
Yeah.
with Man Nostrum.
Assuming he can survive for one turn, we can see him move up this 2-3 and get some big heal off this. It also prevents Bison from being able to do this Panzer to draw a card, because this unit is blocking the front line and you can't hit into this without... Ooh. He's doing some shifty plays with 1 health. Unfortunately, this
So
may
Bison has the
backfire.
chance to find the
Man
Man
Nostrum,
Nostrum with
yeah.
the Panzer 3 now.
That,
And I
that's the this turn lethal, but I think even if he misses that, he can also just play for the long game.
Look, he wants to...
Oh, there's the
he's not-
Arado. There's an Arado.
But there's no space in this.
Unless he can kill his own, one of his own units. I don't think he can, right? Through the breach is enemy units only?
I think so.
Oh,
He can move through the breach, the tank, move forward. And then go for... Oh no, then he's having many more units then.
yeah, I don't think there's a way. I don't think there's a way he can Arado, and I think he realizes that and just goes for
That
the
is not what
Nash.
he was looking for.
However,
He's having
J-King...
3 copies, right? And he did not find it. Not with the Spoils of War, and not with that one.
No.
But still a lot of pressure here for
Although I
J-King.
do believe he's used one already. Has he?
I'm not 100% sure, but
I
might
mean,
be.
the current 24 health is from the 2-3 he stilled, so maybe not.
Yeah, might be. Oh, man.
And we see J-King's units just being eaten one by one. There is only one more guard. Oh, dude.
Oh, that attack.
The sickle ISU combo just got destroyed. The sickle overdraw. He can no longer
Look at
sickle
J-King's
ISU.
face. He's not happy. He's not happy.
Oh, he couldn't sickle anyway. It's 1 health.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'd love to see it. Oh, I got the sickle. Boom.
I mean...
I think he has to go for the Man Nostrum.
Yeah, he has to do it at
yeah,
this
yeah.
point. T-34
But-
Man Nostrum.
Which do you hit the guard? What do you hit? I feel like there's a lot of risk in hitting the guard. Maybe you have to take out the fighter, as this is the unit that can also hit your face. Maybe take out the tank, as this is the unit that can run up and hit your face. However, by doing this, you're giving yourself less ways of reaching this Leopold, which is the real threat. I'm concerned because I can very clearly see that there's ways that Bison could potentially find lethal, and he's going to get a second chance to find a Man Nostrum. Whoa.
Oh, he did not
It's
find
getting
it.
very tense. Although he's got, oh no, he doesn't have the Arado, right?
No, he picked the last ship.
I think maybe you go for the U-boat on the T-34. You think? I don't think you can hit face with a Leopold again.
That is so intense. Just
Goes for
J-King
the
just living
mashup.
here on 1 health.
Yeah, multiple turns in a row, 1 health. However, J-King is out of Man Nostrums. This is the last Man Nostrum in J-King's deck.
Do this and through the breach.
Yep, this one through the breach. That gives a minimum amount of heal for J-King. And I think
Just go face with the Leopold again.
you can go face with the Leopold again. But you do want to push up as many units into the front line as you possibly can. I think maybe you put down the Fiat as well as an extra way of setting up lethal. Because this can obviously trade into a unit. If you top deck it through the breach, you can trade this and use that in conjunction to set up. You can also, just go for the Flampanzer. I think we are going to see J-King take out the T-30, use our T-34 to take out the Leopold this go. But he's sitting on 4 health. It's not a comfortable situation at all. And Bison could actually go for the Iran project now and just wipe J-King's board.
Actually, J King finally can kill the Leopold.
He can do, but if Bison goes Uran into Comet, what does J King do? Uran project into Comet, you have to have more guards. I know he does have the Bologna, but I'm curious if we'll see him play this earlier. Gonna go for the red banner.
Oh, that is a huge one.
That is, and there's the Man Nostrum, a little bit too late. However, 88mm in hand. We spoke about this before. T34 from J King cannot reach this in time. I think if Bison puts the 88mm down, it forces J King to top deck an answer. Otherwise, you can put Man Nostrum on the 88mm and finish J King off. I can see a road in which Bison takes this, and
Just
it's
imagine
through the 88mm.
88mm deciding a match in World Championship.
It's possible. In fact, it looks possibly even probable right now.
I think it's kind of his only option here. You don't want to give yourself your opponent Josef Stalin, right?
No, I don't think so.
Do you ever go for the U-boat here? No. I think, as you said, that's his best out here, right? Knowing that your opponent is not having Man Nostrum left.
Yeah. And you can also rush the front line with other units if you want. You could even put this FW into the front line just for, grace.
Is J King playing this healing battalion?
The healing battalion?
Yeah, the one drop.
Oh, the engineers?
Yeah, the engineers. Not really, right?
Yes. Yes,
yeah,
he is.
329th.
However, he does not top deck it.
Yeah, he top deck a feared, which is not really helping.
Maybe you play Parade and you try and find the engineers, but then once you find them, what do you do? How do you
cannot even kill your unit from yourself,
cannot even kill one of your own units.
So I think that's game. Looking at J King's hand.
Yeah, I think it is as well. I'm curious to see if there's anything J King can find to claw his way out of this, but I can't think of one.
He's going for the Parade. His only out here. But
and the Fiats.
More Fiats.
Oh, a hand of Fiats.
And it is actually happening.
The 88mm.
88mm being the MVP of this match.
Dude, draft players rejoice that the 88mm is doing it. And like you say,
it was the first cards in his deck list.
Yeah.
So it was very. We were looking at it when we looked at the deck list. What? There's an 88mm flak in his deck.
Why would he play this card? There's no value for this card. And here we are. Man Nostrum finally able to use this to finish us the lethal.
Look how happy he is.
Yeah, J King has been on one half so many times this game. Thank God I can finally finish this. Another day.
So,
2-1 to Bison.
2-1 lead.
Yeah, he's in the lead and J King up against the wall.
And he's left with his Jaguar deck now, right?
Yes,
Bison?
he is. Which can be very explosive. That deck can beat pretty much anything given the right situation. I know J King's Soviet deck is probably favoured in this. However, if you get an Ice Vein retreat off early into the game and J King hasn't got an established board, this can just spit out so many units that it overruns J King, and it can actually out damage Soviet Italy heal or German Italy heal, which is a lot of heal.
Yeah, and J King under high pressure now, right? If he's losing the next match, he's out of the World Championship.
Yes, that is completely true. It's a very high pressure situation.
Who would have bet money on that? Betting that J King would be the first player to leave us.
I mean, it's not happened yet.
Yeah,
Do
sure.
you want to bet some money on that?
I mean,
I'll take your bet. How much have you got on you? How many krona?
I have
Yeah?
no corona.
You got no krona? That's good. You shouldn't travel with krona.
Yeah, but as you said, that Jaguar deck is, I would say it's not the most favorable matchup against J King.
He does get multiple tries, though. He gets 2 tries. And he only needs to win one of them. 2 tries, 3 tries, you feel like you're pretty much guaranteed to win it. But 2 tries, you feel like, so long as I get lucky in one of those games. And this aggro deck can be really, really explosive. I think it can be slightly terrifying how explosive it is.
Yeah, and it's also so annoying to play against it.
And actually, sorry, I made a mistake then. I said J King has Italy as German Italy as one of his decks, but actually I believe it is his USA Germany, which doesn't have that much heal. Jagroke has a real chance of beating this. So I think the Soviet Italy deck is a not so good matchup, but this USA Germany one, a lot of it's down to your draws. And as we saw earlier, that wasn't in J King's favour.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, the double wagon. Is he keeping them and hoping for the one drop?
That would be the most insane start ever.
We see Jaking having a pretty solid start, though. Double Manos from 85th. No one drop. Oh.
Just imagine having a starting hand like this and then you just don't find a one drop.
Duty is a mountain, death is a feather. The wagon, will it move? Never. There you go. There's a little poem for you.
Oh.
Yeah, on the spot poetry.
Great.
I'm going to leave cards and become a poet writer.
Just a multi-talent.
Yeah. You see the Akita come out on turn 2, but this 845th, these 2-3s that heal, these are really good against Jaguar. Not only do they trade really well into these low defense, I mean, you usually get a 2-for-1. Jaguar's cards like 2-1s and things, you can trade into 2 of them, but they also heal you in the process. However, we can see now Bison move it to the front line, get 2 Behefers wagons or beef wagons, and put down this 22nd infantry, and that's a lot of board presence very quickly. I think.
Yeah, out of nothing, right? You're just sitting there on turn 2. Oh, my opponent is having 1 unit, and suddenly he's having 4 units.
Do you go for the Man Nostrum and then hit one of the beef wagons? Obviously, you can't Man Nostrum hit Akita because you have a 50-50 chance of just getting absolutely deleted instantly. I think that's potentially one of the routes. Yeah, we go.
Yeah,
Man
it gives
Nostrum.
you a lot of healing, right?
That
Look
is
at
a
this.
lot. Yeah.
+2, +3, up to 25. And that is something that is Jackal not really liking. Is
Just
healing.
drop the KI, right? Just drop the KI-83 for Bison. You start generating some draw for yourself, and Jaking actually wouldn't be able to deal with it. I feel like that's not a bad route. He can also go 22nd. He can also go 15th Cav and keep into the front line. This is one of the things people don't seem to understand aggro. Oh, I just play units. I do things.
Yeah.
No. You have options.
People say it's just straightforward. Just play all your units, move them. No, you also have to make decisions.
Yeah, maybe if you want to hit a low rank, but if you want to win a world championship here, you got to make the correct decisions.
Yeah, you definitely. Like, it's even the decision, do I attack with the Akita into that 3-2, or do I just go face?
Do I keep 2 beef wagons on turn 1?
Yeah, and not find a one drop.
Yeah, not find a one drop. That
I mean,
was the
you
decision.
always keep them, right?
I'd always keep at least one of them. I would be tempted to not keep 2 of them, but I'm casting and Bison's playing, so I think you keep both of them.
I mean, if you are that lucky and have 2 in the starting hand, you have to keep them.
I really want to see this KI come out. I think this is such a high value unit that can actively trade into guards, and I think it's also going to give Jaking a difficult situation with overdraw. This is drawing extra cards to Jaking each turn.
Jaking is not having that many answers, right? He's playing one of the order that is dealing 4 damage.
Burning Sky.
The Burning Sky.
But this is 5 defense. He needs a Burning Sky plus a sickle.
Plus a sickle.
He can do like partisan stuff, and he can potentially go for like a Decima or the Raiden Brigade, which does destroy a damaged unit. Naval Brigade, sorry.
Naval Brigade, yeah. But that is way more turns away, right? It's
That
not a
is.
turn 5 play. So on turn 4, I would have liked to see that one to bring the maximum pressure, and Jaking having the least amount of options.
I mean, it also just trades into cards very effectively. I think that's a pretty big part of the card. And look how many cards.
Oh, that standby is important against the first rifles.
Jaking finds his Engineers Battalion. The 0-4 which heals. That's a pretty important card in this matchup. This is a health-based matchup. We don't have cards like the the Kagoshima for Bison. He doesn't have cards like this to prevent the healing. There is nothing stopping Jaking healing other than just putting the resources into it.
Yeah, and as you said, so Bison has to decide now on which unit I want to spend the Sendai on. Do I want to
think
spend
he's
it on
saving it. I like saving it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Just develop your board and let your opponent do the decisions here and do the trades. You're under no pressure, so just stand there. And there it comes.
Apologies, I seem to be losing my voice.
Yeah, it's been a long day today,
yeah,
right?
All this.
I mean, we're already, how much? It's 8, so 7 hours into it.
And when we're not casting, we're shouting at the screen. Oh, what is that? What is he doing? You know.
Yeah, I think we are losing more of our voice when we are watching, right?
Than when we're casting. We see Jaking in a very strong position here as well.
Yeah, he found all his options that it gives him a lot of heal, like that 0-4, and he's having 2 more 845s waiting in his hand, and the Mar Nostrum.
Assuming he saves it, he has Hammer as a solution to the Signal Regiment as well, which is a really, really nice card to have dealt with. When Signal's still in the deck, you feel like they can what's it called, feigned retreat and use the signal regiment and really pop off from that. However, that's just not going to be an option.
Oh, there's a raiding
Ooh,
brigade. That's a good answer for the
engineers.
engineers.
Yes. However, J King still looking very strong on board and has more health than his starting total.
And look at this. He's also having the Fiat in hand. Another Mar Nostrum. He's having. It feels like unlimited heal, right?
It really does. I'm curious if we see the desperate measures come out yet, or if we see Bison save it for maybe a more pressing board state. I mean, you can get a lot of value of it here, but I don't know. I don't feel the pressure to use it personally. He's just going to go for it. Very respectable. Just, wipe it out. You do get 2 unit kills.
It also makes J King not getting the T-34 out of it and gives him an overdraw.
Oh,
right?
that is true. T-34 overdraw and doesn't get it. The T-34 and the overdraw.
Yeah.
I hadn't spotted that. It's a very good point.
Yeah. So it was worse that he played the desperate.
Yeah, definitely. No, once you take that into the factor, it's definitely worth it. I wonder if this KV comes out, we'll see Centaur on it. At which point Hammer gets used, at which point Signal can come down. There's sort of like a very wiggly snake path here where it ends up in Signal coming down with no Hammer, which could be slightly scary for J King.
Yeah. It's like a chain reaction, right?
Yeah,
I'm doing this, then you're doing that. I'm doing this again, you're doing that.
You spend 5 minutes thinking about the chain reaction, and then they don't do what you thought, and then you're like, oh, I just wasted all of that time.
Oh, I've wasted a lot of brain power here into stuff that is not happening. Yeah, but look at this. I don't see how Bison ever comes through this. All these guards, all this healing.
I think it's doable with with this fighter. I think this fighter is doing so much work for him. We could even see him hit with the Akita first, and then see where that hits, and then go for the bombing raid. And he can take out this Fiat with that. I think that's a very strong, move to do, is take out the Fiat, and because that's sort of one of the few things J King has which can reach your support line. Whether we do see the Burning Sky now drawn into J King's hand. This is a very nice way of reaching and dealing with this KI-83, which, as we've already seen, bit of a problem.
And there comes the signal probably, right? So he gets starting to get value out of it when going with the Akita. So Bison is also playing Yamato, right?
Yes, he is.
So could also be a decision to hold your Japan units a little bit back.
Yeah.
So you can put them all out on a turn where you can also play Yamato on them, just to have that additional amount of damage.
And we see Bison's biggest enemy, the clock, coming back to haunt him, very quickly making decisions. I'm curious what this man could do if we gave him an infinite timer. I reckon he'd just win everything. Like, he's playing really, really well, and the clock is the main thing holding him back right now. But I really like to see this in World Championship. I don't like to see it on ladder, because, I have half an hour, I'll play some cards. This guy's taken forever.
Yeah.
Not saying you guys shouldn't do it on ladder, just personally, I'm a grumpy guy.
And you should also not do it every turn, right? So there's not that much of decision making every turn. But when it is
important and you use up your time, that's smart. It's very smart.
Especially in different situations where in game deciding situations, you have to take your time. And he's taking his time to the edge where he's only having 2 seconds left on the timer. And that's what we like to see. And that is what sometimes could make a difference, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's some very competitive players such as Wild Eyes who are known, because he used to play a lot of chess, and they're known for sort of taking their time and think about it, and it can give them a real edge where they're just you're less likely to catch them slipping up, because they're always thinking, well, if I do this, they do that and that, and because they have this resource here. Personally, I just chuck cards down and end my turn. I find it quicker.
Yeah, it's quicker, but it's not better.
Quicker is better. That's maths. That's simple mathematics.
So, Bison did not manage to find the feigned retreat yet, or an Enigma.
Look at this.
So the 22nd did a lot of work for him by now.
6k partisans on a 1-drop, and it's high value. That's what I like to see. I like to see when it's, you can use this on a 8k card. Well, we're just going to use it on a 1-drop. That's fine.
On a 1-drop, why not?
Yeah.
Just get rid of it for 8 credits.
I'm curious if we see him go for the Akita 50-50. I don't completely hate it. And we are getting to the point where J King's hand is actually starting to get a little bit smaller. I know he does have this Night Witches, which can give him a lot of value out of nowhere. And we have seen the desperate measures come out from Bison already.
Got lucky with the 50-50
He
there.
certainly did. Do you think we see him just chuck the Sheetan down? It would die for a lion to a day. Lion for a day? God.
Line for a day.
Lion, yeah. Lion to a day. That's the
2
new-
lines a day, yeah. Yep, I don't think you just drop it here without getting any value. Because you know your opponent is still having 2 La Decima in hand. 2 line for a day.
Yeah, and there is the Decima. We see it come out.
Yeah. So he needs to play it on turn 11 to get the max value out of it. But there's just another guard waiting there in Jaken's support line.
I mean, if you find a second Type 93 there, you can take this out. But take in mind, Bison, 0 Enigmas, 0 Feigned Retreats, and 0 Erados. Where's your draw?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you've had a 22nd and a KI, which is nice. But where's your where's your big draw?
your win condition draw,
Yes.
right?
I mean, this is a card which draws you cards so effectively that the entire deck has been molded to fit this. We used to have Jaguar decks with Rising Sun and these sorts of things. They've all become obsolete just by this one card on its own.
Yeah, especially with the Aradu combo, right? The Aradu is you. How much do you have? 4 orders, 3 orders in the deck? 4 orders.
He has 5. He has the Enigma, the Feigned Retreat, the Bombing Raid, the Desperate Measures, and then he's put in the Yamato as well.
Ah, yeah,
Not
the
everyone
Yamato.
plays the Yamato.
So it's 5 orders, and you have 2 Aradus.
We do see the Enigma come out. I'd have liked to see him play the pin card first, because that means when you draw the second Type 93, you can then use it then, but you also draw an extra card. I'm also curious, do you just play your Feigned Retreat now? I think there's value to just dropping it right now, right?
You lose your Sheeran, right? Do you want
Yeah,
to-
but I don't know.
It's a tough decision. I mean, he's having 2 guards. Jaking's having 2 guards on the board.
I think
this Sheeran is not going too far, right? So
yeah, but there's also value in taking out the train right now. The train is sort of a problem card because it spits out these 1/1 tokens, and these could be an actual problem for Jaguar where you have a lot of guys with 1 defense.
Yeah. Oh, he's skipping. Keeping the Bicycle Regiment in hand.
Yeah, I mean,
So
next
that-
turn you can sheet in Bike and Feigned all in one. It's quite a neat bundle.
Jaking still sitting on 26 health here.
Oh,
There
and
comes
the
this, and this is
answer to Feigned Retreat.
yeah, that is actually a very good answer to Feigned Retreat.
I kind of want
Look
to
at
see
look
it.
at Bison's face.
Yeah.
He's just smiling and thinking, "Oh no, I'm screwed."
You need a Sendai, right?
Yeah, he needs a Sendai.
And
Is he also playing Honorable? No, not really.
um,
He's only playing Sendai Regiment.
he does have 2 Sendais though, so there is a
Yeah.
second one in his deck.
This is not looking good for Bison.
I
And he
think
knows
you have to play the Feigned Retreat anyway. I mean, it's a pretty not a fun scenario, but I don't think you have much choice. I don't think you can even play the dinner first. I think you just take more damage if you do. Oh, he's just.
Oh,
I don't know.
he's not feeling comfortable.
I think you spend ages looking for your Feigned Retreat, and then you find your Feigned Retreat, and the KV comes out.
yeah.
Oh, so close,
Aw.
but yet so far. It's
Like worst case scenario, right?
It's Cards World Championship. This is what we get. This is the good zone, the fun zone. And
there he knows this game is over. He cannot deal with the KV1 other than...
I want to see him play the Feigned Retreat just for the sake of it. I mean, he's just chucking things down. It's just essentially, let's wait until he's dead, right?
Yeah.
So how's your day going? You having a good day?
Yeah,
Yeah?
not bad. I'm really enjoying to be here.
Make conversation while we wait for the KV to finish him off?
Yeah, probably, because if he's not top decking a Sendai now, he's...
I mean, it's still technically possible. We've assumed it's over, but it's still technically possible for him to come back into this. But technically possible and likely are very different things.
Yeah, it's not that likely. What is he drawing? 35T, that is not really helping.
Oh, I want to see it.
Yeah, at least he's going for it. I mean...
An interesting strategy indeed.
Very interesting. So we might see another 5-match
Yeah. Well, we are.
Series
This
here.
is guaranteed. Game 5.
guaranteed.
Yeah. It
Bison's
was,
not dead yet. He's sitting there at 2 health.
yeah, but when he
Oh,
plays
no,
a
yeah,
unit,
yeah. No, even when he draws that
yeah,
one.
he's dead.
Oh,
Game
wow.
5, 3 best of 5s on day 1. We've not even got to day 2 yet. I think this just proves how close the competition is and how much prep each of the players have put into this. I remember Viapator saying, you know, I've put hundreds of hours into prep, but I need more. I need more prep. These hundreds of hours, they're not enough. And it's like...
These players showing why, huh?
Yeah,
You need
it's...
every hour of preparation to be ready for this, because these games are really, really close and really, really tight, and all players are on such a high equal level that it's just the little things that makes the difference there.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, we've had some 3-0s predicted, and I imagine some players went into this feeling strong. I imagine a lot of fans watching went, this guy's going to win, that guy's going to win. But actually, if you guess 3-2, you're almost definitely going to be guaranteed correct, right? It's like all these matches are going 3-2 over and over and over again. It's so unbelievably close. And I think this is so great because we only get one of these a year. Let's juice all the content out of this possible. I want all of the best of 5s. If anyone wins quickly, they're out. I want best of 5s all
They
the
will
way.
never be part of the World Championship.
But anyway, I think we're pretty much ready for Game 5 the moment the players are. I think they've had a little bit of water, taken like 2 seconds to sort of recompose themselves. But this is KARDS, baby. We've not got time for messing about. We've got a World Championship to have.
So J-King has his US-German deck left.
Yeah, US-German versus Jaguar.
Bison has to play this Japan deck again.
Yes. I think this is very mulligan-based. I think this is very draw-based. I think J-King has the possibility to become overwhelmed, but he has the possibility to secure the front line. If Jaguar can take the front line early and keep it, J-King can be in a real situation. That's a solid hand.
A solid hand.
Yeah.
You want that kind of hand.
Signal Regiment with 35T. You got the Type 23. I think you scrap the Enigma. You keep the rest of it.
Yeah, and knowing that J-King is not having Flampanzer or Sudden Strike.
That is true.
That Signal Regiment. He's only having 1 tactical strike in his deck.
Is that his only way of dealing it, other than like strategic bomb and this sort of stuff?
Yeah, that's his only. You can bounce it, sure, but that is not solving the problem, right?
No, that's not. I mean, he does have Stars and Stripes if there's a full support line, but it's a very like, if this happens, that could happen. We've seen Red Devils.
The Red Devils, I think.
Oh, the Bicycle though. Oh, he had a Bicycle already, but he can take the front line on Bison. I think you take the front line now. I think
you have to, right?
Yeah, I think you
Otherwise,
have to.
these Red Devils giving your opponent +1 credit cost on targeting this unit.
Yeah.
So he cannot even go Signal Regiment now and next turn 35T into it because he's just not having enough credits.
No, it's simply not an option. I think this is the move. I mean, J-King, I think, having a slightly better start here because he has the Red Devils into the 35T, and then he also has the Whirlwind as backup. I think there's a lot of potential from J-King's hand. However, Bison does have this Signal, like we said before. And I mean, it wouldn't be a terrible play to go to the Signal. I think it gives the front line secure to a deck which loves the front line. This US deck loves the front line, and you're sort of handing it over to him just on a plate, saying, you know what, you have it, it's fine. And there you go, we see him go for the Bicycle. I'm not sure how this continues after turn 1. J-King goes with 35T into the front line, you go for the Signal Bicycle trade, and then no matter what happens, eventually these Red Devils are reaching you.
I think so too. And the only option I think that Bison's having now, drop the Signal, go into the 35T with the Bicycles.
Yes, I completely agree. And eventually you can also do Panzer 35T with a Type 93. It is a 4 credit combo when hitting a Red Devils because you need to pay for hitting them. But that is a way of one-shotting them, which is really quite nice. If you can kill these Red Devils in 1 hit, you expend 1 credit in doing so. If you kill it in multiple hits, you end up spending like 2 or 3 extra credits to do so. I'm curious if we'll see J-King push up the Red Devils. I thought for a second he may push up the Whirlwind, but I would disagree with that.
But that gives the Bison some good play now, right? Oh no, yeah, that's the point again.
Yeah.
He could have gone 35T, Type 94, but he can't because Red Devils
exactly and
make this a 4 credit combo, not a 3 credit
Do you
combo.
really want to put Type 93 Panzer 35T out and give J-King the free trade? No. Do you want to put 35T down in the zone? No. I think the only option is to play it and trade and play it and hit, or play the Type 94, which is the one that gives you surprise attack, and use that. But still, pretty difficult situations here. I mean, really, this would be, if this was like a Hellcat or something, this would be beautiful Bison. For Bison, you'd then be able to take the front line and do so much work. Second verbal. I kind of like just pushing both of those into the front line and saying, this front line's mine. You can also push up the 1st Marines if you want. And you can even, if you want, you can do fancy 99th, bounce the Signal Regiment, and then finish off the 35T.
Yeah, a lot of options here for J King.
There really are. I like the idea of J King holding this 99th since he doesn't have any half tracks. This will give him the opportunity to get rid of this K83 if it ever becomes a threat. But we may see him just expend it now to get rid of the signal. And then, yeah, go for the trade and prevent 1 damage to his HQ. Every single point of damage matters. Oh, if we see a desperate measures here, this would be huge.
That would be really huge.
It's a 25% chance. And there it is. Desperate measures can completely destroy the board. This is we can do it AoE. This is huge for
Very
Bison.
huge. Yeah, he's killing 2 units that would have been good targets for the we can do it next turn.
Yeah.
And I think now it's no longer worth for J-King to just play we can do it on a 2-1.
There is a second Red Devils though. These Red Devils are being a real stickler. Very curious what Bison's outs are here though to retake this front line, because this front line has been really difficult for him to keep. I'm wondering if we see him not even bother trying to take the front line and just try and do signal Yamato things and just use that to, you know.
I'm just dropping the key 83 here.
Oh, that is huge though. The Akita. I think you go Signal Regiment into Akita and just go for the easy trade.
Yeah, for sure. That was very important to uptake, and if he's lucky enough, he's also hitting the 99s.
Oh.
And he is. Look at J-King's face. Look at this. He cannot believe it. It was 33%.
Yeah, and all these we can do it for J-King. I mean, he has it. He just doesn't have any units to use it on. It's getting to the point where you're thinking, do I play we can do it on just a single Red Devils? I mean,
at some point he has to.
Yeah, at some point you have to play it. And it helps you find your Shermans when you play it. You could just play it now and move up to Red Devils and hope that there's no, like, destruction effects like flampans or anything like this coming out. However, if it does come out, you've then ruined your entire game, which isn't fun.
Can you imagine being one of the players now? Know that if you lose this game, you are out.
Dude, I don't want to imagine.
And then you get these random Akita hits, which might decide a match here. And if you're J-King, you just see, oh, it's hitting the 1 unit that dies from that hit.
It would haunt me. I'd wake up at night, Akita procs.
I think I missed, what was it?
Oh, and
it was a very important
J-King just going as wide as possible. He wants to guarantee as many units as he can for this week and do it. I think we just go for if we're Bison here, I think we just go for the K83. And I think this puts J-King in a difficult scenario because you don't have, your Hellcat can't blitz up and trade into this. And I think if we're J-King, we're in a fairly difficult spot where if we don't find a Sherman soon, we could start to lose this game. I mean, one of the only real downsides to the Sherman is if you find it too late into the game, it no longer gives you this insane value because you can't keep the front line without finding them.
Do you pin the 1st Marines here? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to have the option to trade into the Hellcat.
I mean, Bison isn't aware of this. We can do it.
Oh, there's the half track.
However, a lot of burn from Bison. I mean, it may look like J-King has a lot of health. However, this can disappear very, very quickly.
Yeah, Bison really needs to feint retreat soon.
I would have liked the KI last turn a little bit more. I'm not going to lie. I still think that may have been preferable. However, J-King did top check the half track, so could have backfired. Still could have backfired.
Yeah, but he didn't know. He only had 1 card in hand.
Oh, yes. We are looking from
And we could see that J-King tried to go white, which you usually do against Jaguar.
Yeah.
So it was not too obvious of a tell. But you could have thought he was probably having we can do it. He was going very white, wants to have as much units on board as possible. And only 1 card. And if you assume it is we can do it, you just slam the key 83 here and hope for the best, right?
And we see double half track in J-King's hand. So he can just half track this, and the moment it comes back down to board, half-track it again, and it's starting to look like it's falling in Jaking's favour.
Absolutely.
Bison needs to find his big draw engines. Sendai isn't terrible. It will get a job done, but is it the job you want is the question, I suppose. You can't even pressure face for 2 with the Type 93 Rado hitting the face because of this first Marines. Do you think you take the Hellcat, the Red Devils, because it's more difficult to hit into, or the first Marines? The only downside with taking the first Marines is if your signal dies and they retake the front line, that smokescreen on your HQ could completely change the game.
Yeah, I think you just remove the first Marines, go with 35T and Aurelio into the Hellcat.
Yeah. I mean, do you not think you're better off putting the Panzer 35T and the Type 93 down first, and then playing the signal? Then playing the Sendai if you're going to do that line?
Going for that line.
I think this is safe. I think this is sane. I think the only thing which go wrong for you is if Jaking top decks are Stars and Stripes.
Oh, that.
Tactical Strike. He found his one copy.
His one answer against the
His
Signal
one answer
regiment.
against Signal.
But he's using all the Sendai.
Yeah, I imagine he's using it on the Sendai. He's less pressured by the Signal at the moment.
Yeah. It's just 1 damage, and Bison is obviously not having that many units in his hand.
No, and he's starting to be in real trouble, and the desperate measure's gone. A bombing raid would be pretty nice, but it wouldn't be. I don't think it'd be enough.
Right?
Yeah. I think you would target the first Marines, and this looking like it may be game.
It is game. Look, if you look at Bison's face, you know it is game.
You think that's the Tau, Bison's.
Yeah, look at this.
There's nothing you can do to buy time.
Yeah, that's the thing with Jaguar, right? If you
If you
fall
don't
behind
hit it,
early,
yeah.
or if you can't stop the early pressure and fall behind and have that front line, it is very hard to come back.
Yeah, and no matter how Bison plays this turn, there's always 6 damage left on Jaking's board. And that is it.
Oh, wait. You can do a double Type 93, trade the signal into the half-track.
Oh! That is not it.
That is not it. Not yet.
Ooh. The comeback?
That would be the most insane comeback ever.
I bet it's like a strap bomb. Oh, it's 99. If it was a strap bomb, I'd have found that hilarious. You do all this effort, you find a way of getting out, and it's just, strap bomb. Oh, Hellcat, this sort of thing. But we can see Jaking bounce 2 of Bison's non-blitz units, which is pretty rough, especially when you're sitting on 6 health and you're about to take 4 damage. Is there anything?
Is there anything that Bison can find here that saves him?
Has he used both Sendais?
I think he used both, I guess, or one.
Because if he finds a Sendai, he can get rid of the first Marines. I just don't know how he then gets rid of the half-track. So I guess it depends if Jaking plays the half-track or not. When
knowing that Desperate Measures is out, he can easily go here, I guess.
I think you put the half-track down, but you think about it. No reason to rush, but I do think you put the half-track down, and then if the second Sendai shows up and gets played in the first Marines, you can still then achieve lethal. He goes for the trade, playing it extra safe. And
that's it.
That's it. So, just to quickly, we're not going to go too into anything here. In fact, we'll let them finish first.
I mean, one player has to go here, right? So, and it was a very tight series. So I think if you're a Bison here, you don't have to be too ashamed to be out as first.
And it's worth noting, 4th place still gets prize money in the World Championship.
Yeah, that's a good start. You got a trip to Iceland. You got $1,000 with you. You are 4th best player in the world.
Yeah.
So
however, I think this is enough from us. I think we're pretty quickly going to chuck it to an interview with Thomas. I think, well, pretty much instantly. Just quickly, like you say, this is still top 4 in the world. That's really, really good. And I think everyone here has played really, really well. Not a single game non-best of 5. I think it's crazy. And I think we're ready to chuck it to Thomas when Thomas is ready for us. I don't think Thomas is ready for us. Oh, yeah.
Jaking, I'm here with you after, a crazy series again. How are you feeling?
Very tired after 10 consecutive games. At the top level. Yeah.
Right. I mean, first of all, congratulations. That was a really hard-earned win. Long series. Did you expect it to be that tough?
To be honest, going into the set with Bison, I expected to have a slight advantage just based on decks. But to be honest, I didn't have enough time to look over all of the decks thoroughly, and I think I underestimated the German deck quite a lot. So when I had my back to the wall, down 2-1, I got very worried and did not expect to win.
Right, but you did. How much is the tournament experience you have? How much did that play a role in the mental strength? I mean, being a little bit with a back to the wall, right? I mean, that's a tough situation, and obviously you coped very well with that. But how much played your experience a role here?
I'd say quite a lot. I think a lot of people, after some of the games, at least I feel like I got rather unlucky. And I think it's very easy to just focus on that, focus that you're down 2-1, focus that you lost a game you thought you should have won, anything like that. But you really just have to keep in mind it's just 2 games, and anything can happen. And yeah, just keep looking for the right plays and don't get too upset.
Yeah, that's quite impressive. What are your plans now for tonight? Probably resting, right? Or celebrating, maybe, who knows? And for tomorrow, what's your outlook for tomorrow?
It will depend a lot on whether or not I have a rematch against Darkness or a fight against Viabator for the first time. But either way, I'm here to go to the finals, and I don't expect it to be easy. I expect I'll have to fight, but I've now been through more than any of the other players left in the tournament, so I think I have what it takes.
Very good, very good. Best of luck, of course, and now also very good rest. And with that, to Oli and his team.
Welcome back to the jungle for the last time today. That was our final series of this day 1 of this KARDS 2021 World Championship Grand Finals. My name is Olikrummi, with me Admirable and Spoos, and we're here to break down this final series before we throw it out and just come back tomorrow. So another 5-game series, 3 5-game series, all nail biters, all absolutely insane today. I hope you guys at home have enjoyed it because, my God, we have enjoyed it. Game 1, Brit Air pops off, right? We saw, what, a 12-13 Wellington?
Yeah, it was a pretty big Wellington that took the strike there, and I really think that it was like a really, really close spot in that one where the decision point was really on Bison for that one, I think, where it's kind of a hidden aspect. You know, how often do you expect your opponent to have 3 close air supports in their hand?
Exactly.
As an opportunity to Reichsbank for a tempo on the following turn, and so because that option was not taken, instead it was do the strong thing that's right now, it closed off an opportunity, and that's where the Wellington, just growing huge, absolutely blew out the game at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was the key point of the match, not playing the Reichsbank there, to have more options later or the next turn. And yeah, it completely backfired. And having a 12-13 Wellington against you is not what you want to have when you don't have answers.
Certainly not when Tactical Strike is the answer you have in your hand.
Yeah. Tactical Strike does not deal 13 damage, unfortunately.
It also doesn't kill a 6-cost unit. Yeah.
No, that's true. So, well, I mean, Brit Air showing its strength, right? It's the only person bringing Brit Air, has now banked a win with it, right? But Bison obviously opted to ban Japan Resistance instead of Brit Air, so maybe saving some mental strength there, like we talked about. Now, second game, I know that you guys enjoyed this one quite a bit. That was the British mobilization pop-off, right? The British were really mobile during that match.
It really was just like kind of just demonstrating the strength of the mobilization deck, honestly. Didn't even really pop off. It was just kind of like continuously having like really strong turns the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Jakin was very unfortunate with the starting hand there, but even then, that mobilized deck has so many potential plays. You can have an early aggression. You can play it mid-range style, where you just wait for your POTUS and drop all these 0 drops together with these guys that are growing when you heal. And suddenly you have a backline that has 4/5s, a POTUS, and another mobilized unit. So it has so many variants, and as Bubbles mentioned in our casting, when you're constantly dealing with these units, and your opponent is healing in the meantime, and then suddenly, bam, he just drops his Commonwealth, and you were so proud to deal with these units, and then you died to Commonwealth.
Like right? Conquered all the units.
Yeah. There's also that inevitability factor that's sitting at the end.
And knowing
of it
that you don't have Flampanzer, don't have Sudden Strike, it is really annoying to play against that.
Yeah, and then in Game 3, we saw the Germans beat out the Soviets, and fairly convincingly, right? I mean, it did take a while, but it was a steady march towards that victory for Bison in that game, right?
Yeah, it felt like that all of Jay King's plays, you know, they really weren't like at the fortunate point for him. It felt like everything was like a little bit of a step behind, and it was just, everything did have like a grasp at hope, though. It's like, well, maybe if they don't have, and it's just Bison had a strong play every single turn, and when you kind of get into that battle where you're both having, you know, 5 to 8 credit plays, and just your opponents are always stronger than yours, like, you're just not going to win that one. But it is going to seem like maybe you have a chance in that one the entire time. But, like, you know, seeing the perspective of both hands, just Bison had the game the entire time.
Yeah. It was really an uphill battle the whole time for Jay King, and it was really good to see Bison taking the lead there. But it was even better Jay King fighting back after that. He had that mental stability even after that match against Darkness to fight back into this match. And as you might tell us soon, and everyone has thought that Game 4 was also really impressive from Jay King's side.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to jump on over there. I mean, after Game 3, right, the standings in the series is Jay King is down. Like, he's back against the wall. He has to win 2 in a row or he's out, and he's facing up against Jagro, right?
Yeah.
And what we saw there is in the mulligan, Bison rolled the dice, right? It was basically like, do I win this series right here or not, right?
Yeah.
Keeping 2 Beffelswagens in his hand in the mulligan. Didn't pan out for him, but otherwise, I mean, probably takes the series, right?
Look, rightfully so. You rolled the dice there on that one. Like, if you're going to put 2 Beffelswagens in your deck, I'm going to keep both of them in my opening hand. We're going to try to get that 1 credit, 0 operation cost, put 6 attack in the front line on turn 1 before your opponent has had a credit in the game.
That's the purpose of the deck, right?
Yes,
you want to have the Befehlswagen early in the game, moved in turn 1, and then apply the pressure, and your opponent needs to deal with it. Otherwise, he's just losing over time to this insane start.
There was another critical point in that game as well, where Jay King drew the 35th Rifles in that one. That was a huge draw in that spot because he just needed a defensive situation. The first Rifles, excuse me. He just needed a defensive unit to sit and play, and he needed to have a defensive follow-up as well. Yeah. And so his 5 credit turn, I think, was actually a really critical point in that match where he has a bunch of strong options where he can strike with a unit and then play 2 credit units, or he can just simply play another guard unit. And he chose to play another guard unit. What that did is for the rest of the game, it gave him cheap, inexpensive things to do the entire time to continue to fight back against that board presence. And I think that was a really pivotal moment. It seems like a very mundane thing, but him using the expensive card and then keeping the cheaper cards for later really, really gave him, I think, a lot of steam to fight back at the entirety of that game.
Do you agree?
Yeah. We saw Jay King's hand, and he had so much stuff to deal with this aggression and this burn from Bison there.
Yeah.
I think it looked like it was an equal battle, but I think Jay King, with his hand, he cannot lose this match.
He felt comfortable the entire way throughout, right?
I think so, He's having 3 of his 845th in his hand. He's having Mount Nostrum. He's having that engineers that give him additional heal. So
yeah, I mean, just that turn 3 possibility of having 845th down, putting on the Mare Nostrum, trading one of those units in the front line, and all of a sudden you get 5 health back, and you know it's a really kind of your opponent doesn't want to trade into those 845th because they're just going to continue to heal you, right?
Absolutely,
so it's definitely a really good answer that he found there. And then we go. You know, it's all down to the line, it's all down to the wire, as it has been for the entirety of today. We go to Game 5, and then we see 2 of probably the most, aggressive decks that could have faced off against each other in the tournament. US Midrange versus Jagro, and US Midrange edging the win there.
Yeah, it's the frontline battle that's taking place for this one, and Jay King's opening up with the Red Devils.
Yeah.
Like, this is not the sign you want to see when you're going second on the Japanese aggro side of things. Your opponent having a 1-3 with Blitz that taxes you when you decide to try to fight back against this as well. That is such a difficult situation to fight back with. And then I feel like flash forward to when Jay King had the 6 credit play that was the setup, and it's like, do you want to do it this way? Do you want to do the Red Devils front line and play We Can Do It? And instead he chose to simply deploy both units. And it was like, this is really good because now next turn you get to use We Can Do It and strike twice. Yeah. And so he got to be able to strike, move the Red Devils forward, and his entire board was buffed. Taking the risk of one of your units getting struck down in that position, I think gave him a massive tempo advantage when it wasn't checked back against.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think just finding that Panzer 35T off the top to basically follow up and trade that bicycle regiment that got pushed up in the front line, right? Not having to sacrifice any health off your Red Devils, being able to maneuver into the front line and keep that all, under lock, I think also played a huge role in him kind of locking the control over that match pretty early.
Yeah.
Anything else that we might have missed in that game, Spoos? Anything that stood out to you?
Yeah, not really. You already mentioned. I think the MVP of that match was the Red Devils because it denied a lot of plays that you usually do to deal with these early 1-3 infantries. You cannot do it. You cannot play a single turn 1 and then follow up with a 35T and some other stuff because you cannot attack into this. It's just costing you 1 more credit. You need 3 credits on turn 2 and you don't have this. And I think that the Red Devils really made the difference there.
Yeah.
Well, all right. I mean, that's the series, and that's going to be pretty much it for us today, unless you guys have any final comments about today's games.
Just make sure if you miss anything, watch it. Like today's matches were, this was the event of the year. I mean, it's the World Championship, it's the event of the year, but I mean just the games as well. It was the event of the year. Like go back and watch them. Holy smokes, today's games were nuts.
Yeah, and we saw so many different decks, right? We saw Mobilize, we saw Resistance, we saw Soviet Italy, we saw the US German deck. So I really like the variety of decks. I cannot repeat it any more often.
Yeah.
So I really like this series today, all going into 5 games, and I'm so hyped for tomorrow to see more of this, and I'm so super excited for the finals, and I cannot wait to see who's in this.
All right, before we say goodbye, let's bring up the updated bracket so we can see what the tournament standing is currently. There you can see it. These games have been played today. Viabator took down Bison 3-2. J-King lost to Darkness 3-2 as well. And then eked out the victory against Bison in the lower bracket 3-2. And that means we have our first matchup set for tomorrow. It's going to be Viabator versus Darkness. And whoever loses that one is going to be dropping down to face off against J-King 7. So there's not an easy match left in this bracket, that's for sure.
No, there definitely is not. And like to me, this is like now when things start to really get out of hand, is like we're facing elimination matches constantly tomorrow. Of course, every single match is going to have a high stakes factor to it. But tomorrow we are crowning a champion. We're going to find out who gets that title for the year.
Whew, I cannot wait. And with those words, we're going to call it for today. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. We hope to see you tomorrow again. We will start at the same time, 1300 GMT, and we will go until we have a new world champion. So for today, thank you all for watching. See you tomorrow.